Good morning. Thank you for joining us bright and early on day one of DLC 2025. You're in the Google room. So it's named that way because a lot of our sessions today and tomorrow focus on Google, and we're going to start off that way. But before we do, let me go ahead and make sure you know how you got here, because that can be a bit of a challenge. So hopefully you got here from the DLC website. And let me go ahead and move this. So our DLC website, it's cfisd.net/DLC. And then if you scroll down, you can click on July 22nd sessions. When you do, that'll take us into our app and you can see the whole schedule for the day at a glance. Right underneath it on the left is how you can get into the individual sessions. And I'm hoping that if you're with us here today, you're here to learn from Melissa King about using Google Meet. So we can go into that, see the description, see all about our great presenters. And this video link is how you actually got into this live feed. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hop to that tab because this is going to be what you're seeing. A couple of important controls to know. If a session is going real fast and you just want to put it on hold for a minute, you have the power of this pause button. And what that will do is it will pause the live stream. We're still going to keep going, but it gives you some time to go ahead and look at that, or you can grab the little red cursor and, oh, let me go back and watch that again. Okay, so you have that power. You can pause and then you can start everything back up. You can also turn subtitles or closed caption on or off. So I've got the red line under that CC right now, which means I'm seeing closed captions. If I don't want to see it, I click on the button. If I want it back, I can just click the button again. Another good setting is if you did that pause and you want to catch back up, you can come in and adjust that playback speed up to 2 times speed. Now, we may sound really, really hyper, but that will get you caught up with where we are live. And I'm going to go ahead and pause that so I'm not watching myself. And then that'll get you caught back up with live, or you can just grab that little red dot, move it over to the right. Okay, so that's some basics of how to work in YouTube. One of the great things, I'm so glad people are finding it, is this chat on the right. This we're mainly going to use for questions for each presentation. So if you have any questions at any time, go ahead, just type it into that chat and I'll be relaying them back to our great presenters. One other thing you may want to be able to do is split your screen. So my controls have disappeared from me. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and show you how you can split your screen. So if you're on one of the Cyfair devices, they're all Windows computers, and there's a real easy shortcut. So on all of our keyboards, if you click on the Windows key and the left or right, it'll automatically take your screen and put it to the right or the left of your computer screen. So like if you want to watch the session on one half and practice on the other, this is an easy way to do that. Okay, so we've got how to work in YouTube. We've got how to split your screen. Oh, you may want to know who I am. So I am Amanda Campbell. I'm the Cyfair EdTech Team Technology Training Coordinator, and you won't see him, but in the background, I've got James Brown, who's going to be helping with that YouTube chat. So rest assured, we're going to get all of your questions, and we're here to make this a great experience for you. So with all of that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first session because that's really why you're here. So with us, we have Melissa King. She has over 15 years of experience in education and is a passionately driven lifelong learner who loves to spend her time teaching other educators as an EdTech consultant. Melissa owns a small farm in Southern California and is also a wife and mother to 2 very busy junior rodeo competitors. She's a Google certified trainer and innovator, an instructional coach, and a small business owner. Her expertise in the educational field are literacy and differentiation, and she's joining us today on behalf of Design for Learning. So during this session, you're going to learn how to connect, collaborate, and teach using Google Meet. All right, Melissa, it is all yours.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much, Amanda, for all of the information on how to start our day. We're going to start with planning out how to use Google Meet. and I'm going to share my screen for you as we begin.
Great.
Everything good? You can see it?
Everything's good. I can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. So the title of the session that you came to first is Connect, Collaborate, and Teach Using Google Meet. And as Amanda said, my name is Melissa King. I'm currently working full-time in a district as a TOSA. I've taught grades K through 8. So I know that we have a wide variety of grades in your district that are attending today. So I'm going to speak to how to use this tool. How you can use it in your grade level will depend on, of course, your situation. That's my family right there. And just for fun, so you know a little bit of background about your presenter, that's my 9-year-old son and my 7-year-old daughter. So yeah, we live a very busy life. And one of my passions is definitely teaching educators how that they can work with technology with their students. We're going to be sharing the session code. As Amanda went over, you'll need these. So I'm going to let her show you the session code.
All right. Thank you, Melissa. So for those new to DLC, this is how you get your credit at the end of the day. So make sure you write down, you type this code. You need to record it somewhere because at 3 o'clock, we'll open the forms where you can submit all your codes for today. So your code for this first session is 918, 918. Okay, so make sure you record that. You can take a picture, whatever works for you, but you need to submit it at the end of the day. So while we've got this up, Melissa, how did your kids get started in junior rodeo?
A friend actually said that they should because we had all the horses and I grew up on a farm, so it just kind of happened that way.
Oh, very nice. It just seems like one of those things, once you get going, it's easy, but how do you get started?
Yeah, it is an adventure for sure. It is a full-time. It's just like anything, soccer, baseball, football. It's one of those, except for you bring home your animal, not your ball. So,
There you go. That could be a very important step.
yes.
Okay, so it is all yours now.
All right, so I'm going to go back to sharing my screen so we can dive into Google Meet. So this is our session resource. This is a bit.ly shortened link, and if you are watching on one device and you want to scan on another device, then that's an option for you with the QR code as well. This bit.ly/ Google Meet 25 should take you to my presentation where there are actual screenshots and notes about all of the things that we'll go over. So even though I'm using it now, it might be a good reference for you when the session is over as well. So we're going to go over, first of all, I just want to show you how to open Google Meet. And we'll dive in that way. But now that your district has the Google Education Plus account, it's important to note the differences in what that might have been before. So you can actually have 500 active participants in Education Plus as opposed to just the 250. You can also have up to 100,000 in-domain viewers. So meaning if they are in your district domain, their district accounts, you can have a lot of people who are just viewers for your Google Meet as well. Because that can be live streamed, just like we're live streaming today on Zoom. So here's kind of a little breakdown that I left on the slides for you. Google Meet, you can notice all the way over on Education Plus. It has the call transcripts, meaning it will transcribe your call and save that in your drive for you at the level that your district has purchased, which is really awesome. You have the ability to have YouTube live stream. So if there's a school event, a grade level event, and there's some parents that cannot make it. I know we've done this with awards before at our school or little performances, little readers theaters, things like that, you can actually live stream these on YouTube. So you might have some people in person, but if they can't be there, it's a great option as well. You can have the question and answers and polls during the live streams to get more interactions with your participants. And then we can generate the originality reports. So that's just kind of the comparison of how simple it was before and all the things that you're opened up to now. Google Meet is a great way to make accommodations for IEPs and 504. It's a great way to have planning meetings. Maybe you have a team that can't all attend. Maybe you have someone who has to be out for some reason, but they really need to be in the room, so they can kind of be in the room that way. Parent-teacher meetings, of course, we would love to have them in person, but we know that with our schedules and our parents who are working, sometimes that is not really what can happen. So it's a great way to have your conferences. One of the really awesome things is having people come in your classroom from your community. Maybe you're doing a community outreach project and you can project your Google Meet and have your kids take turns coming to the camera and asking questions. Or an author. When I was in the classroom, my students suddenly all wanted to write books and be authors because we kept having authors come into our classroom via Google Meet, and I would just display that, and we would kind of, read one of their books, do some research, invite them in this way, and it's just a great opportunity with time zones and cost of travel that oftentimes we don't get funding for to pay authors to come to our school site. As we're teachers, we beg, borrow, steal. So that is something that is an awesome idea for you to do. Just another example, once I had someone pretending to be an archbishop for the missions of California. I'm in Southern California, and so that's a very big fourth grade standard for us. I know it's different for some of you, especially your Texans out there. But whatever project we were doing, I had my kids, they were having to display a plan for if there was a 20-second mission, and there's not, what would the Archbishop, what would he approve? What would be a great location? And so having someone come in on Google Meet, all dressed up and pretending to be the Archbishop of the missions, and them having their proposal, that was a really awesome experience because we felt so official. We were, of course, role playing, but so just some ideas, some things that you could do, because I know that you're face to face, most of you, but Google Meet is still there as a great tool. And don't forget that you can meet across campuses. Sometimes our school sites don't start at the same time, but it'd be really great to talk to that 8th grade department, even though we're over here on this side of town or this side of the state. So that's a great option as well. So let me show you first how to dive in to Google Meet. So I'm going to open a new tab. And Amanda, I just wanted to double check that when I switched my tab, you can still see that, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I thought I did that correctly. I just want to make sure. All right. So I opened up a new tab here. And I noticed a question about what's the difference between Google Meet and Zoom. Well, my main reason for using Google Meet a lot, of course, they're both video communication apps, but my main reason for using the Google platform is because it meshes so well with my calendar, with Google Classroom, and a lot of other things. So it just makes it really easy to use. Also, sometimes when you're using a device, you just have to think about who's on the receiving end and what apps that they might need or don't have and what capabilities that would work with. So they are a lot the same. Things are called different names, but they're really the same thing, right? They both have breakout rooms and a lot of the same features. You can have your backgrounds. It just depends on your purpose, I would say, and your audience and ease of use, what you pay for, the features that you have. So I'm going to go up to the right-hand side to my waffle because in there I find all of my Google apps. And so it drops down to show me all of my things I'm going to go into Workspace and go to Google Meet. So this is one way to get here, but we can also go through Calendar. So here's my Google Meet sort of page. If I'm going to go to something that someone invited me to, I can enter the code or the nickname to join it. If I have any scheduled Google Meets today or upcoming, then they'll be down here. So I can just click on them and join them. If I just want to start a new meeting and I did not create that meeting ahead of time, then I'm just going to go to New Meeting and I can create a meeting for later. So that way I'm kind of setting it up and I can send the code out to people via email or however that works for you. I can also click on New Meeting and I can start a meeting instantly, or I can schedule it in my Google Calendar. So going back to the idea of Google Calendar, if you are in your calendar and you want to schedule a meeting, you can do that here as well. So I'm just going to click on a time slot and I'm going to put that I have a meeting, whatever we want to call it, meeting with parent. And you'll notice that on your Google Calendar event, it says add Google Meeting video conference. You also have make it a Zoom meeting. So it is here. The add meeting conference button will allow you to add a Google Meet. Then when you come back to the calendar or whoever you invite, they'll just click that button that says join with Google Meet. In the settings here, there's the video call options. And these are really awesome because right here from my calendar, I can start to play with all of these controls. So I'm really setting it up for success before I go into the meeting. So I have all of these host controls right here in calendar. And of course, we're going to find them in Google Meet as well, but this is kind of the pre-work to setting up a call, depending on your purpose. If I'm just going to hop on and I'll have a new meeting, I don't really have to worry about this. But if this is going to be, something that I want to have honed in and be very professional, very purposeful with, I might come in here. So in the host controls, I can have the host management, like the meeting moderation. So Amanda's moderating for me today, kind of monitoring the chat, making sure my audio and my video are working. If you have a co-teacher situation, or you're a teacher who's, you're going to work with your principal and you're both going to be in there in the meeting together. You both want access to be able to be the host and have those controls. This is where you can turn that on. So you have the host management, which means you're going to let your co-host manage. You have the contributors. So the people who you allow in your meeting who are not just viewing, they have the ability to contribute. So that means they can type in the chat. You can decide, do you want people to be able to share their screen? Sometimes that interferes with you. So sometimes you want to turn that off. Do you want people to be able to send reactions? So as you're speaking, they can raise their hand. They can have an emoji reaction. You can turn that off if that's not something that you want. Sometimes we use those when we're on, because people turn off their cameras and things. So I'll just say something like, give me a reaction thumbs up if, so that might be something you want to leave on or turn off. You have your chat moderation. So you can have everyone in the call send messages or not. So you can turn that on and off just by clicking these buttons. If you want to be the host who's really in control, you don't want your students in the meeting, you don't want people in the meeting before you're there, then you want to turn on that the host must join before anyone else. And if you have a co-host or a moderator, then you can give them access to get there first and allow people in as well. So it's not just on you. You can decide if it's an open meeting. So if you're having meetings with parents or people outside of your district, you probably want to make it an open meeting because they're not going to be within your domain. If it's going to be trusted, then people can join without asking if they belong to your organization, or if you invite them on their Google account. But what we run into is not every person has a Google account. So you have to make that decision. Or it's restricted. It's only the people that you invite. And then I love having the attendance tracker on. It defaults to that, but the attendance tracker we'll go over soon. And then let contributors share add-on activities. And so you can decide if you want contributors able to be putting in information or not. We've got the record calls over here. So I just went to this tab. This is kind of a really big magic trick. One thing I love is that you can click record the meeting. So that way it will record it and it will store it. You can click include captions. And once you do that, you can decide on some language features. So this one says the notes with Gemini meeting recordings and transcription will be shown in this language. So I can decide a different language that I can actually include captions in. So I might be speaking English, but I might actually decide that I want my captions to come out in German. So then my viewers are hearing me, but they're seeing captions in a different language, which is really awesome. Just that we can do that, right? So then you can also decide that you want the meeting transcribed. So it will take all of the notes from those captions and save them. And that's also a really awesome feature, and it'll get saved in your drive. You have in the guests, you can decide defaults in here for your co-hosts and your contributors. The reason why you have contributor is because you can also have a viewer. So you have contributors who can actually contribute to your conversation, and they can possibly share their screen, and they have the ability to interact with you. But if you're live streaming, for example, you may only want people to be viewers. So those are the differences when you see contributor versus viewer. A viewer can only view what's going on, and they won't be able to contribute and share their screen and have those options. And here is a wonderful feature in Google Meet. I can pre-plan breakout rooms. So a few years ago, when we were having a lot of virtual learning, I was using these breakout rooms with students. And I would pop in and out of them, but they did not allow me to pre-plan prior to the meeting who was going into what room. So when I sent my students out to breakout rooms to have conversations around their novels and things, I had to right then and there try to put people in certain groups. This feature right here allows you to decide how many rooms that you want. And as you invite people to the calendar invite, you can actually set these breakout rooms up. You can even rename them. So you might have, the sharks or whatever it is that you want to call your groups. And you can actually type in people's names here, and you can put them into the breakout rooms. So that is a feature that is pretty awesome that you can actually do in your calendar invite before you even ever open the meeting. Okay. And then I'm just looking, Amanda, I'm going to pause and just make sure that we don't have any questions right now, that we're good.
You've got great timing, Melissa. We just got one that I don't know the answer to.
Okay.
Does Google Meet have the ability to make names anonymous?
Yes.
Okay.
So there are some anonymous features. So like when you're taking polls and questions, that will allow you to do that. When you join, if you're in your Google account, in your domain, it will have your name. And whatever email that you join with, it will have your name. But
Okay.
in some of the participations, like right now, how we're live streaming, and the question was submitted via YouTube or something of that nature, it can be anonymous. So there are some anonymous features, but when you join, it will say a name.
Awesome.
But you
Thank
have the
you.
ability in your account to decide what that is. So if you put your name in your Google account, or if you did something differently, that's going to be on your end.
Okay. Good to know. I've already learned something new.
All right, so we went over a lot in that calendar invite, but I want to go into the main Google screen and show you on Google Meet where that is. But as you can see, some of that setup in Google Classroom, not Google Classroom, in Google Calendar is pretty awesome to pre-plan that and make sure that you're set up for success. So as I go to my Google Meet, I'm going to go to a new meeting and I'm just going to start an instant meeting. And so that we don't get feedback, I'll turn off my camera and audio. So now that I'm in this meeting though, let me turn off my camera here. Well, first of all, you can see that there's like a blur. Hopefully you can see that because it's going to try to pull both cameras of mine. So there's different backgrounds in Google Meet, just like you have in Zoom. I am seeing this here that's saying to me, your meeting's ready. There's different ways that you can share this with people. And so I can copy this code and send it to someone if I didn't set it up in the calendar invite and I need someone else to come to my meeting. Down here, of course, you have the microphone and the camera. You have your share screen button as well. So you can share, just like in Zoom, Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. We talked about those reactions. Those are right there. So if someone wants to send a reaction as you're talking, then they can do so. And everyone will kind of see that reaction. It's just a fun feature to get people to feel more confident in participating because a lot of people won't want to unmute in some of those larger meetings. And right here is that closed caption. So I'm going to actually unmute myself. You can see that it is transcribing and putting my words in captions. This is a feature that I talked about before, where you can actually change that and it won't be in English. And so when we go there, I'll show you how to do that. They have the raise hand button here. So as you're presenting and you're a host or a co-host, you can see if someone's raising their hand. So that way, when you have a moment, you can address that need. I'm going to skip the 3 dots where it says more options, but we'll go into that. Here's your leave the call button. This is your meeting details, so you can send that information to another person. I can see all of the people in the chat by clicking on the people tab. And you can, if you have a lot of people in here, you can search the people that are in there as well. Which I just love that feature because sometimes you're in a room with 100 people and you just kind of need to know, is so-and-so here? You have the ability to mute them all and you can add people right here. Next to a person who's in the chat, you can click on it and you can pin them to the screen and you can do multiple things. I am the only one in this meeting right now. When others are in there, you'll have more options. So you'll be able to click on make them a co-host. You'll be able to click on it and you can actually change and make them a viewer instead of a contributor, which we talked about the difference in that. So the 3 dots in Google, remember, we oftentimes even call that the snowman. That is something that usually is like a more. So like click me for more. And so you will see that next to everyone's name in the meeting and you'll have things that you can click and do and sort of transform the way that they're participating in the meeting by clicking on those dots in the people tab. I'm clicking on the chat button down here and you can have messages. When you type messages in the chat, you can decide, like, do I want the people in the chat to be able to use this chat or is it just me sharing links and things? So you can turn that off if you so wish. You can also pin a message. I love this because sometimes you have people who come in and out or who come late. And sometimes I post an important announcement or link. And if they come in late and I click this pin message, they will still be able to see that once that they start attending at a later time than what we began if I pinned that. So that's a really awesome new feature of Google Meet, newish. Then we have our meeting tools here, which we'll go over. And then we have our host controls. And this is the kind of the same thing we saw in the calendar embed as you were pre-planning a meeting, but it's also here when you're in your Google Meet. And you can change it real time. So you can decide, oops, I forgot. I don't want them to share their screen, or I don't want them to have reactions, and you can turn that off. You can decide if they can control their microphone or if everyone will remain muted, and you can fix that right there as well. So you have those controls still down here by the lock button. So now I'm going to go back to this More tab, and then we're going to move forward to the meeting tools. And those are the two things that have a lot in them. Amanda, before I go there, because that will be a lot of information, are we good on questions?
Yes, Melissa, we're doing great.
Okay, thank you. So we have in this More tab the ability to manage a recording. And so if I click on Manage Recording, I'm able to start recording the call basically, but I can decide, do I want to include captions in that recording or not? And do I want to start a transcript of the meeting? So I can decide on those things. It says captions and transcripts will be in the meeting language English. This is where I can change that by just clicking, and this pops up, and I can decide that I want it to be something else. So I'm just going to click on German because that's what I said earlier. And so I can set it to that. And that's going to be the notes. So it says that the transcription will be in German. The captions, it says the language of the meeting is in English. I want live captions, and I want them to be translated, and it has Chinese there. So we're going to leave that so I can turn on my captions and show you that feature. You can even customize your fonts now. So you can make your fonts all different sizes. I like how it says teeny. So you can have a very teeny tiny, or you can have a jumbo. So you can decide on your captions there. So that was in here as I'm going to record. Now, if I hit start recording, it says to make sure everyone's ready and okay with that. And then I can start recording the meeting. It lets me know that it's transcribing. And I want to turn on my microphone so you can see the Chinese translation down below, because I turned on my microphone, and now it's transcribing my meeting. It's having captions. When I end this meeting in my Google Drive folder, it will have my information from the meeting, my recording, my transcription of the meeting, and the meeting will have captions as long as I keep them on, or I can turn them off during the meeting. But like I said, it's still recording. So then as I want to stop the recording, I just click stop recording, and the recording's done. Now, where did that go? How do I get that? We go into our Google Drive. I'm going to go back over to my waffle, go into Google Drive, and it is called Meeting Reports. In the account that you're in the meeting with, it's going to be called Meeting Reports. And I have so many of them here. As you click on one, depending on what you had it do, so this is an older meeting for me. This one I didn't record. So when I open this meeting from this date, ELA GVC Google Meet, all I have recorded is my attendance tracker, because I didn't actually record this meeting, so it didn't go in that folder. And you can actually see the attendance tracker. This is amazing for when you want to know who attended, and you want to know their times joined and their times exited. So it has all of that there. Any of your transcriptions or your video recordings will also go to your drive, and you'll just look it up by the date and what you called it. So it will be in your drive automatically. I love the organization of it, because sometimes if we put things in our own drive, we just don't even know where they ended up, right?
So, quick question, Melissa. On that recording, can a viewer record any part of the meeting?
You, as the host, have the
Okay.
ability to record, and as the co-host, if you allow them to have the ability. A viewer can't record. Now, of course, if they wanted to get savvy and use something else outside of Google Meet, that's possible, like a screen recording. But yes, they are not actually able to record. They don't have that capability.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going back to that more because there's so much in there. So we have adjust view. I'm going to click on that. So this is how I see people. So a lot of the time you have, several people in a meeting and you get to decide how you like to view it, kind of on your phone. You get to decide how do you want those apps to look. So you can do that. You can decide if you want everybody tiled, if you want it to spotlight whoever's talking, and so you only see that person. You see on sidebar the main screen, and then you can have a sidebar of all the people. Up to you. You can decide. You know what? If they're not going to show their face, I'm going to turn them off. Hide the tiles without video. That's an option where you can have everybody on. One of the things is if you're in tiled, you can display 9 on a screen and have multiple screens if you have a lot of people. Or you can say, you know what, I'm going to have 30 people in my meeting and I want to see all of them at once. So that view is up to you. It won't change for everyone. That's your view. So you can go full screen with your Meet. You can open picture in picture, which I don't think you can see that when I am doing that because I'm sharing one tab. You have your background effects. And here, let me close that. I hope it's not messing up for you. Okay. So the backgrounds and the effects, you saw when I first joined with my camera that I had a blur appearance. So like you can see that my house is behind me, but it's a little blurred. So you can have more blurred or less blurred. Or they have these nice already dubbed in backgrounds. And so you can click those. And I know Zoom has those as well. So you can use those. There's a lot more than there used to be, and even some seasonal ones and some stylish ones. So they used to have not very many. Now there's quite a lot here. Then you have your appearance, so you can touch up your face a little bit if you want to. So there's that. You can adjust your video lighting, which I like sometimes if I don't have a light near me. So, I don't have a big line through my face and things like that. Framing, this one's kind of weird. So if you watch too closely, you might get sick, just to let you know, because this happened to me the other day. I actually had a Google Meet and I was in my car and I pulled over to stop and to be on a Google Meet. And the framing was on, and so it looked like I was moving. So when the framing is off, it doesn't automatically put you in the middle, but if the framing's on, it will put you in the middle, and I'm to the side right now. So I was looking at it and I was just like kind of tripping out. I think maybe because I had been driving, and you have all of these different things. So if I'm meeting on a cloudy day, I want it to, look like a cloudy day, or if I want it to be that the sun is at this side, that's all things that you can do with your background. So they have some fun background things. And a lot of us don't like to show what's really behind us, right? You can use your phone to dial in for audio and report a problem. This is really awesome because Google loves feedback. So if Google Meet's not working for you, or even if you're in a classroom, or I don't think your district uses Classroom, but if you're in, Google Docs, anything, you can report an issue and you can also suggest an idea. So believe it or not, if you suggest an idea and other people suggest their idea and it's similar, Google will look at that and that's how it gets better. So always suggest ideas and give them some feedback. You can report someone who is not behaving properly on your Google Meets, and you have troubleshooting and help where you can look up things that you want to know how to do. And we have our settings, and we've already kind of been here, but this is a really important tab because when your settings pop up, you can here control your audio. Within your audio, you have noise cancellation feature, which allows you, if there's, something in the background, like a dog barking or whatever it is, you can cancel out that background noise. And it does a decent job. You can also have it to where you press and hold the space bar to unmute your mic. So if you like to do the push to talk, you can turn that on. And then you can change your speakers and things here as well. Within settings, you have which camera are you using, what resolution is it, so all of that good stuff. And then there's the background and effects once again. Within your general, you have a lot of these things that you can turn on or off. This one is pretty cool. Raise your hand automatically. So if you show your palm to the camera, it'll do the raise hand for you. So if you're teaching a large group of kids and maybe you're not letting them have a bunch of controls, but you want to turn that. That might be a cool feature to teach them to turn on, that they can raise their hand. Share content from the camera. So you're just getting a lot of options in here that we kind of already saw in not only the Google Calendar, but also when we clicked on things in Google Meet, and you're going to see them in your settings. So if you go to more in settings, then you're going to see all of this. Again, we see the captions and we see the live captions and then transcribed captions. The meeting recording, I said it was going to be a meeting recording with transcription to be shown in German, change it back to English. And then we've got reactions. And so we are able to pick, if we have those on, do we want them to move on the screen and animate, or do we just want them to pop up? Do we want the sound with the reaction, or is that going to bother us? And then select how you want to hear. So if you want it announced or not, then it has this. So you can play a sound for reactions. You can announce all reactions, up to you. So you have a lot of controls under your settings. I know we only have a few minutes left. And so lastly, we're going to go over these meeting tools right here. And I just want to double check again, Amanda, how are we doing on questions?
We do have a few questions that came in. One of them was about that transcript. So could that transcript be a way of translating from maybe a parent who's joining Google Meet in Spanish and a way of translating it to English if that's what the teacher speaks?
Yes, yes, definitely.
Okay.
And because it's going to generate the transcript for you, you can generate it in English, of course, and then maybe put it into Google Translate and have it translated there. Or you can have it already transcribing for you in the English or Spanish or German that you know you will use. So yes, it will totally do that.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
And then we had another question about time limits. Do you know what the time limits are on Google Meet? Because I feel like with Education Plus, for at least our purposes in Sci-Fair, it's essentially unlimited. I think it's like a 24-hour meeting or something like that. Do you know?
I know it could go for hours for sure. I think you're correct. I think it might be unlimited. I've had a meeting open like all day and
Hmm.
people just coming in and out of the meeting. You might have seen earlier that it was like, hey, are you there? Do you want to end the meeting? That's because I have my camera off and my microphone off. So it's noticing that I'm not using it, thinking maybe it's hiding in a back tab and killing my battery.
Definitely. I've had the same experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had another question, I think clarifying about who the host is and where those files are saved in Google Drive.
Okay.
So can you go through that? Because I think the participant might believe that it all goes into your Google Drive, but it's going to be whoever the host is that set up that specific meeting, correct?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
So because I set up the meeting, it will go into my account. And so I'm right now in my district account. If I was in my personal account and I was the host, it would go into my personal account. If I'm in my district account, it's going to be saved in whichever domain, whichever account I open it with, because I'm the host. That's where it will be stored. Now, can I share that information with others? I can, because just like anything in Google, I can click on something and I can share it. So if I'm clicking on my meeting and I have attendance tracking, or I have a transcript that I have transcribed in here. I can, of course, go to more actions and I can share it, but it will immediately only be in my Google Drive. It's not for everyone. It's just for the host.
Okay, great. And then there's a question about using Google Meets through our district servers. That may depend on your district. I know in Sci-Fair, Google Meets has no problem running, but I can't answer for other school districts.
Mm-hmm.
And those are all of our questions so far.
Okay, thank you so much, Amanda. And with our last few moments together, I'm in meeting tools. So that is the little waffle down at the bottom of Google Meet. And it says meeting tools. And this is how we have our participants who are contributors actually interacting with us during the meeting. So we went over the breakout rooms in Calendar. You can also do that right here. Now, I don't have anyone else in this meeting, but if I did, I'd be able to do the setup here as well. I can't drag names because I don't have that, but I can show you that I can decide how many rooms that I'm going to have. I love that there's a timer. So I can decide that I'm going to tell my participants, you have 10 minutes to plan a purposeful topic sentence together. And here's, my screen. I'm showing you some information. Okay, now go to your rooms. You have 10 minutes. And I can click OK, and then it will have a timer, and those rooms will close in those 10 minutes. I can then pop in as a host, and my co-host can use the same feature. I can pop into the rooms in those 10 minutes before the rooms close and be there, which I highly suggest. Don't just, stay out of the rooms. You need to be present with what's going on in those breakout rooms, especially if there's students. That's a great idea. And then you can see all of the 4 breakout rooms, and I can rename them. I can type the names in here, or when people are in the call, I can click and drag them around. And then I can click open rooms and everyone will go to their rooms. So that is a feature we saw on Google Calendar, but we also have it in our more tools right there. There's your live stream. So you're able to live stream this. And you have your polls, meaning you can start a poll. So if I'm going to ask like a favorite food, and I'm going to put some things like pizza or cake, then I can right here have people's responses appear without names. That's the anonymous piece of the polls, or not. And I can save this and use it later, or I can launch it. And then lastly, because we already went over recording and transcripts, but there it is again, you have questions. So you can turn this on and you can let anyone ask questions. And that's for you, the host, to see those questions. And then you can answer those questions. So as you're talking, they can insert questions just like you all are today, that then you'll be able to answer. And one of those really awesome tools is that you can decide if you want the most popular question to pop up first that you see, or if you want newest or oldest or pending first. So you can actually decide how you want those organized as well. So there's a lot of tools in Google Meet. There are some similarities with Zoom, but now I know we're kind of getting to our 4-minute point. So Amanda, are there any more questions or clarifications?
Yes. So there were several questions that came in, and I'm going to try to get them in order so that I don't skip any. Could you show a saved transcript in another language? Like, do you have that queued up that you could show?
I don't know that I have it in my work account, but let me see if I can show you at least how to do it, right? So
Okay.
when I have this on and I have my captions on, I'm going to go in my settings and I'm going to go to my captions, and I'm in English, but I want to transcribe my captions here. So I'm putting that in Chinese. And then my meeting recordings, it says that they're in English, but I can switch that here, so I can put them in French. Okay. And then since it's transcribing, I'm going to go into manage the recording. and I'm gonna click right there. I want that transcript, but I already had set it for French. So I'm gonna start this recording. And now everything that I'm doing, so it says it's transcribing, and I have my captions on. So my video is going to save in my drive with those Chinese captions, and where you saw that it said it's transcribing, that's going to end up in my drive as well. So it's going to be in that folder based on whatever that you called the meeting in Google Drive. So that's kind of how you do it. I'm so sorry that I didn't have that queued up, and with our time, I didn't want to have to search and see.
Absolutely. And then there was another question about the languages chosen. Is there a way to choose something that's not shown, or do participants just need to wait until that becomes an option? Do you know?
Oh, to choose a language that's not
Mhm.
shown. Most of the languages that are in there are the ones that I have used. We have a lot of Punjabi at our school, and I even found that in there. So I would assume that if it's not there, that what I would do is I'd probably just have it transcribe in English, and then I could use Google Translate to then get to that language if you don't see that. I feel like
Okay.
there's a lot of languages there, especially in the captions, but I think the transcriptions didn't have as many.
So that's a good idea. Just sort of use them back to back.
Yeah, because you can, I mean, and nothing is perfect, right? No
Right.
captions, no transcriptions. They're not going to be perfect, and neither will Google Translate, but it sure gets closer than I could.
Definitely. And then we had another question about a Google form, and I'll stop on this question.
Mhm.
Is there a way to have a Google form integrated with that Meet for like collecting the best contact information, or would that be something you just put the link in the chat? What would your suggestion be there?
I would put the link in the chat. I would also, if there were certain pieces to the meeting that I wanted to add them to the calendar. Because remember, in your calendar invite, you can have notes, and then you can also add things from your drive.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Melissa. This has been a great session and a great way to start off DLC. Um, we're going to go ahead and take a pause. And while we do that, I want to make sure um, that you know how to find your next session, because sometimes I know that can be a little confusing. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to my website. So if you go back to the CFISD website, cfisd.net/DLC, you can come into July 22nd, or if you're like me and you have that tab pinned, you can go ahead and look at this 722 at a glance and check and see in the 9 o'clock hour which session you're most interested in. Okay, so you can look at who the presenters are, what the sessions are about, and go to this next tab, the 722 sessions, to go ahead, use that blue link to jump into that room. Okay, if you're staying here with us at 9 o'clock, we're going to be right back with Katie Ecklund, who's going to show us how to use Chromebooks with students. In the meantime, I'm going to run a quick little video so that you get a break. Feel free to stand up, move around, do what you need to, and we will be right here.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. you'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and add to favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and add to favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
Good morning. Welcome to our second session of DLC 2025. And you may notice we're in the Google room because a lot of our sessions these 2 days are about great Google products, some of our new favorites, old favorites, new features, including this next session. So with us for this session, we have Katie Ecklund, who is a Google for Education certified trainer, a Google Level 1 and 2 educator, and an Apple teacher. With a long experience in different educational technology roles, Katie has provided regular professional development workshops for educators across the world to help them with the integration and practice of technology in the classroom to enhance instruction. I am so excited because with this next section, she's going to be helping us use Chromebook with students in their new features and tools. Because one of the things we talked about is, at least in Sci-Fair, all of our students have Chromebooks, but our teachers may not be as familiar with those features that are built in. So can you see and hear me, Katie?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Okay, it is all yours.
Wonderful. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining. I'm just going to share my screen real quick to get us up and going. So thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here with all of you today. And we are going to be talking about using Chromebooks with our students, some of the specific newer features and tools. So let's just dive in and let's just go get to that learning. Again, my name's Katie. If you do have any questions, please let us know in the chat. We are here to help answer those questions and get you what you need throughout our very quick session here together today. So we're going to kind of divide it into 3 parts. Parts number 1, I like to start with my tips and tricks because it's some basics that a lot of you may know, but hopefully you're going to walk away with like 1 or 2 things where you're like, oh, that will really help my students. Being an educator, just like all of you, I've taught with Chromebooks for many, many years now. So these are just some of my favorite tips that I discovered or other educators showed me, or even better yet, some of my students taught me these tricks. So we're going to start in that area, and then we're going to go into talking about screen capturing and screen recording. And the reason why I like to make this its own area is because this is a really great way for students to be able to demonstrate their knowledge and understanding on their device, because they're using them, and you, instead of having to have them like download things and turn things in, often if they could take a quick screen capture recording, it's a very quick and easy upload. And so just wanted to kind of share those options with you. And then we're going to talk about some more Chromebook tools in part 3. So that's where we are. I will try to give some hands-on time, but I do want to make sure we get through our content. So you may have a few minutes here or there to try things, but absolutely, if you need help along the way, again, ask questions, let us know. I'm always happy to kind of go back and answer those questions or review things as needed. All right, so let's dive in. The scroll bar, we see over here, but it's really helpful to teach our students to take 2 fingers and to kind of swipe up and down and practice that. That's a really great one, but there are other ways for them to scroll. Obviously, they can grab that scroll bar. They can use their arrows. They can also use their space key, things like that. But I just want you to be aware of that. It's good, especially with younger students, to practice this, give them exposure to it.
Katie, it looks like your video is freezing. Oh no. Oh, can you hear us? Okay. Are you there, Katie? Because we can't hear you anymore. Oh, okay. So what she's showing right now is how you can scroll on a Chromebook, and I'll let her know that we lost audio. Okay, so this could be a combined session. Oh, there you are. Can you hear us, Katie?
Did I come back?
Yes, I can hear your audio again.
Okay, wonderful. Hopefully then we are good, but please let me know if anything happens again. Sorry about that.
Definitely will do.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we were talking about scrolling. I apologize for the technical difficulties. We were talking about scrolling, but what I want to point out is if you go into your settings and under accessibility, there is a way to enable what they call reverse scrolling. Sometimes students are used to using other devices and may seem to think that the scrolling is backwards from what they're used to. So you can go into your settings under accessibility. You go to mouse and touch settings, and then you can enable this reverse one. So it'll allow them to basically do it in the opposite of what the standard is. I don't typically recommend this unless you have a student who needs this accommodation, but I do want to make you aware that it is available for you if you have a student that needs this accommodation. And those will be some of the kinds of things that I'm highlighting for you throughout this session. And we will share the link for this resource with all of you. So you'll have this slide deck, so you don't necessarily have to remember all of these steps, because you can just come back to the slide deck to review it if you need to. All right. The other thing that I also like to talk about with scrolling and clicking is the right clicking. A lot of students often struggle with the right click option. So what I always like to tell them is either use the snake bite or just make a peace sign with their fingers. and then tap down, because when they scroll, often their fingers are together. So when they go to right click, they want to kind of spread those fingers apart and then tap down. They don't need to actually push, they can just tap, and that right click should work with them. So again, it's just another skill to kind of practice with your students, but really super helpful. Also, many students figure this out on their own, but I like to show this because sometimes students move things and then they can't fix it and they're unsure. So you can actually, on a Chromebook, you can take this bottom shelf down here and you can rotate it to the other sides or the top or the bottom, right? Or you can also make it what some students like to call disappear. So when you right click on your shelf down here, you're going to see these options where it can be always show or not. And I always recommend leaving the always show, especially if students are having a hard time finding that shelf. And you can change the position. So lots of things that are super helpful. And one other thing is you can pin apps down on this bottom shelf down here by simply right clicking on the app and selecting pin. And then what the pin does is it leaves it permanently down on the shelf. So even if the app is closed, they'll see the icon down here. So if it's an app they use often, I highly recommend pinning it. So for quick and easy access. So again, just some tips and tricks I like to share. When you're looking at a Chromebook keyboard, you'll find across the very top, there's a key that looks like, when you enlarge it, it looks like this. It's the rectangle with the two lines. This is your Windows key. And when you click it, it allows you to see every window that is open and also create what they like to call a desk. So what do I mean by that? When I click that, if I have multiple windows open, I'm going to be able to see them right here. Sometimes our students will have a window open and then they'll open something else and kind of stack it on top of each other. So if you have multiple windows, you'll see them, which is really helpful, whether if they're struggling to find what they're working on, or maybe they're stacking different tools and you just need to see what's going on in their computer because it's running super slow, things like that. So when you push that key, so again, if we go back, it's this key on the keyboard. When you push that, you'll see these windows are open. And if you need to, you can close windows to get it down to just the couple of windows they want. Up here across the top, these are what I was referring to on this screen as desks, where they can create desks that they can go back to and use. This would be for like an older student, not necessarily our younger students, but they could have desks maybe for different classes or different subjects that they go to when they need to. And you just click the plus button and it creates it for them. So just something to be aware of to get a little bit more fancy. If you're trying to teach your students some new Chromebook tips and tricks, this would be a good one for them to test out. All right, and then also I like to just kind of show you, you can get access to all of the keyboard shortcuts by simply just pressing Control, Alt, and the slash that you see on the screen that's highlighted. When you do that, it pops open this area right here and it reminds you what all of the keyboard shortcuts are. And a lot of our students learn a lot of these very quickly, or maybe they accidentally press them and have no idea what they did. So it's good to be able to pull this up to kind of know what's going on. So I like to just share this with you so you can check it out. Some of these I use every day on my Chromebook. Some of them I don't really use a lot, but they're super helpful just to be aware of. So you can go check those out whenever you need to. So before we dive into section 2, I do want to just make sure we don't have any questions coming up. And if you need anything reviewed, and I'm going to give you like 2 minutes to go and explore one of these tips or tricks, whether it's looking at the keyboard shortcuts, checking out your different options. But let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to kind of check those out. And then we're going to move into section 2. So let me know if you have any questions.
Hi, Katie. We've got a couple of questions so far that I think might
Sure.
actually be about the same thing.
Okay.
So someone's asking if there's a way to lock full screen. And another person is asking about the tabs in progress with those desktops.
Mhm.
I think what they're trying to ask, is there a way that a teacher can keep it so that they're just in one desktop? I'm
Right.
not sure.
Okay,
So
that's a
if
great
that's your
question.
question, please clarify. But if you'll go ahead and answer
Yep.
that.
So when you push this Windows button that I have up here on the screen, it will show you all the windows open. Unfortunately, there's no way to like lock them out of opening multiple windows. That is not something that you as like a teacher, or you can't even necessarily go onto their device and do that. You can go on and push this button and be aware of what is open, and then have the conversations with your students about what they should have open and what they shouldn't. But there's no way to lock that or keep or prevent them from opening multiple windows or even desktops. It's a function of a Chromebook. It's how it works. Unfortunately, there are no ways to turn that off. There's also no way to kind of keep things full screen. Really teaching your students how to manage their screens is really a big part of something that I recommend doing, especially at the beginning of the year. Just making sure they're familiar with how to maximize it, how to minimize it, what that means, and also helping them be aware of how to split their screen, because we often as educators have to split our screen. Maybe you're doing that right now as you're watching us and trying out different tools. And it's also something that's really helpful to teach our students as well. So unfortunately, you can't lock them out of changing these options, but that's why I want you to be aware of them. And I will tell you that this button right here was one of my best friends in the classroom. And when my students were working and I was up and moving through my classroom, I would go by their computers and push this button anytime, just to be aware of what is going on their Chromebook, and also to provide them the assistance that they need. If they're struggling managing those screens, pushing this button allowed us to see how many were open, what is going on, and then allowed me to support them with resizing their windows or closing things out, putting tabs on the same window, whatever support that they did need.
Great. Thank you, Katie.
Of course.
And if you're in Sci-Fair, we're going to have a new program called Student Keeper launching. If you're interested in seeing and sort of that classroom management aspect of seeing what's on the Chromebooks, join us tomorrow afternoon, because it's not built into the Chromebooks, but in Sci-Fair, we'll have something to help you out with that. And I believe those
Wonderful.
are our questions so far, Katie. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so very much, Amanda. And thank you all for your questions. Keep them coming. You guys are fantastic. All right. I want to make sure that we keep going. So we're going to move into section 2, screen capture and screen recording. All right. And so I'm going to kind of show you a couple of different options. So you may have questions coming up and I will absolutely answer those. But if you don't mind, let me get through all of them, because I may answer your question with another tool if you're feeling like the first one's missing what you're needing. All right. So we're first going to start talking about screen capturing, or what a lot of people say, taking a screenshot, right? So in order to do this on a Chromebook, it's very simple. It's the Control, Shift, and then that Windows key that we just learned about. And when you do that, you're going to see this bar pop up, and you have a bunch of options under the screen capture, that little camera. You can take part of the screen or all of the screen. So if you select the part of the screen, then you simply just click and drag the area that you want to capture. And once you have that area selected, you click the word capture, and then it takes the screenshot. If you have this whole screen selected, when you click on that, you just click the word capture and then it grabs it. So it can be done either way, very quickly, very easily, and it works really, really nicely. I love doing this because, say my students are working on something and I want to see their progress with a quick like turn in, instead of me walking to every single computer in the room, they can grab a screen capture and then they can turn it into me how they always turn in their digital work. So I highly recommend kind of thinking about different ways to utilize a good screen capture in the classroom, because it's a really great way to grab quick evidence of how they're doing or what they completed, things like that. So that way you don't have to review it on the spot. You can actually go back when you have proper time to actually review what they're doing or what they've completed. So screen capture, really, really great thing. And it's something that I highly recommend teaching your students. I know personally at the beginning of the year, I love to teach them this by doing some sort of activity. Normally what we do is I have them complete an activity, and then to turn in the activity, I teach them how to do a screenshot, and like I build it into the activity. So a lot of times I'll pair it with something like I'm doing maybe in a Google slide deck, and I want to see, instead of turning in the Google slide deck, they just turn in a screen capture. So the last step would be showing them how to do screen capture, having them do that, and then showing them how I expect them to turn it in. And we kind of do it all together the first couple of times. And then once I know they have it down, I don't have to worry about it for the rest of the school year. And it's so nice because we just take practicing the first couple of weeks together and then they fly with it for the rest of the year. And it's a really great, quick and easy way to have my students show me what they are learning. All right, so that's screen capture, but I'm not done yet. We also have the ability in our screen capturing tool, because we talked about, we were talking the camera, we also have the ability to select the video and do a screen capture video. So this is meant for short, quick videos, not something that's really necessarily supposed to be super long. But when you do this and you turn this on, you can have the microphone on or off. So it can be a video where they're actually recording their voice as they're capturing their screen, or it can be something where it is turned off. It doesn't matter. It's totally fine either way. But this is, again, is kind of meant for something shorter. I like to use this feature if I'm going to do like a quick screen capture video of something quick that I'm demoing. Maybe I'm teaching them how to take a screenshot, right? I could actually do a video of it really quick and easy. So it works really nicely. Again, you just have to make sure when this box pops up after pushing those same buttons, you're going to select video instead of camera. It will always default to choosing the camera when you push those buttons. So you have to select the video camera if you need it to go there. So that's one way to do video. But I will say, before we dive into my next way, I want to also then quickly, I always forget about this, talk about where does it go? When you take a screen capture or a screen capture video, where does it go? Because my students always ask me that. They're like, I did it, but I don't see it. Where does it go? Well, it goes into your downloads and your files, okay? And it's something that you can quickly and easily access whenever you need to. And it's really generally something that I recommend. We talked about earlier about pinning apps to our shelf. I highly recommend pinning the Files app on the bottom of your student's shelf, because especially if you're going to be doing screenshots or screen captures, it makes your life much, much easier if they can quickly and easily find them by having that already pinned to their shelf. So something to definitely think about, and something to make your life a little bit easier. I highly, highly recommend doing that as well. It just makes it much, much easier. The other area, if you don't have this pinned, the area that I also like to teach them about is called the tote. And whenever you take a screen capture or a screen video, it goes into this tote area, which again is on that bottom shelf. Okay, it's on the bottom shelf and it appears as little images in kind of circles, as you see right here. When they click on that, it's going to actually open up their downloads folder and show it inside of that folder. But no, it's super easy. You can just click on the tote, and then you can click and drag wherever you want them to go, or if you want to use them. It's very super easy. So just something to think about. If they take a screenshot or a screenshot video and they want to turn it in, often in whatever tool they're looking to turn something in, if they are going to do an attachment and they click that attach button and they just want to go into their download folder and grab it, it generally works super easy. Or they can go into their tote and they can click and drag this into a Google slide or a Google Doc, or they can also click and drag it into their Google Drive if they need to save it in there instead. So lots of options, works really, really nicely. And I do like to teach students the different keywords. So that's why I always try to introduce those to you as well. Most people don't know that this area is called the tote. And so it's just a fun little area. And I kind of tell them, I'm like, it's like your tote bag on your computer. When you download something, it goes in your tote bag, right? And then it sits in that tote bag unless you take it out to go use it somewhere else, right? Just like if we were to have a real bag, same type of thing. So I think it's actually a really fun name for it. So something to kind of note, it's always the biggest question I get when I'm having students do screen captures or screen capture videos is, where does it go? And it goes to the tote. All right. My favorite way to do screen recording on a Chromebook, though, is not that video through the screen capture. It's through the actual screencasting tool. This is my absolute favorite tool. You find it by going into your apps launcher, which is that circle, and you can find your screencast tool, or you can use the search bar at the top to search for it. And when you open it, it's going to take you to a page that looks like this. And when you're ready to make a new screencast, you simply just click that new screencast, and then it's going to grab your screen, give you a little countdown, and you can make your screencast. What I love about this tool is once you're done recording and it brings it back into the tool, it gives you an automatic transcript, which is so nice, super helpful, especially for students who need that extra piece inside of videos. So definitely something to keep in mind. Some tips and tricks though when you're using your screencasting app. Okay, when you open it, this new screencast button should look like this, but for some reason, if it's grayed out, that could be because maybe a student has a weird language selected. They thought it was kind of cool to do the UK English. I've seen this before, that's why I'm mentioning it. So make sure that it's on the correct language, and then relaunch this app and it should go to full access. So just something to keep in mind. Again, that troubleshooting tip that I've learned the hard way that I wanted to share with all of you. When you create your screencast in the app, it then lives inside of that screencast area inside of the app, which is really nice. Let's go back forward. So I just like to mention that's where they live unless you pull them out of there. Another thing is when you are doing your screencast, you'll see that it's recording on the bottom of your screen, and then you also have the ability to grab a pen and annotate on top of it. So this is really nice because you want to make sure that you are highlighting or having them go to pay attention to the area that they need to be focused on. So keep that in mind. Being able to grab a pen sometimes is super helpful while you are doing your screencast if you need that. And again, it's just going to be on that bottom bar. You will not see these options though until you've started the screencast app, like you've launched the screen record. So these do not appear until that starts. So keep that in mind. Once you've made your screencast and it's living inside of the screencast app, you do have the ability to share it, and you can share it with others, right? By simply copying the link to share it out right that way. Simple, quick, and easy. Works really, really nice. You also have the ability to then move it into your Google Drive if you prefer that. Maybe that's where you manage everything and it's just what you want, how you want to organize everything. You can absolutely do that. Oops, sorry about that. You can absolutely do that and go put it inside of your Google Drive. Works really nice. You're going to find that it'll make a folder, screencast recordings, and then it will live right there for you. So you can get the link inside of the screencast app, or you can go into your Google Drive, find this folder, and then share it out that way. Either way will work really, really nice. Because you're on a Chromebook, that's where it's going to save everything as well, because that's how our Chromebooks work, is based on our Google accounts. So works really nicely, and it allows you to be able to kind of store them in an easy to access place. And I like that it does that, because say for some reason you have to switch Chromebooks because a Chromebook goes down, you know that the work's going to be saved in the drive and you don't have to worry about it. So those are just a couple of different options when you're talking about the screencast app. All right, so I know I just talked about a lot, from taking screen captures, screen capture video, and screencasts. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to review anything, go over anything, but I'm happy to give you a few minutes to kind of explore that and also answer your questions at the same time.
All right, Katie. There's a question that came in about a time limit, and I don't remember which part of the presentation it was in. So do you know what the time limits are in the videos created through the different apps?
So that is a great question. From my understanding, there's technically not a specific time limit on these tools. However, with your options and the way that they save, this is why I recommend, if it's going to be longer than like 1 or 2 minutes, you should always be doing like a screencast app, like the second one we talked about. if you are using, and let me just go back really quick to the screen capture video, I always recommend this be a very quick video, no more than about 2 minutes, because what this does is once you create it, it puts it in that tote and it's only saved locally on your Chromebook. And when you do a whole bunch of these, it's going to bog your Chromebook down and really slow it down and can make it not work properly. So I always recommend, if you're going to do screen capture video, it's for like 1, maybe 2 minutes maximum. And anything else you're going to want to do inside of the Screencast app, because it saves inside of your Google Drive properly for you. And it also just gives you more options. You can see in the Screencast app here, you can have a full transcript. You can have that nice pen option. It just gives you a lot more options and a lot more flexibility. So that's my recommendation to keep your Chromebook running the best and also have the best access and tools for your videos.
Great, thank you.
Of course. Any other questions?
That was our only question so far.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm going to give you guys like 2 more minutes to play around and try these out, and let us know if you have any other questions. And then right at 1:30, we're going to move into part 3, so we don't run out of time before the end of our session to cover these last few tools. So let us know if you have questions, keep them coming. I just like to give you just a moment to kind of check any of these out. Or if you have questions from the first part, maybe something came up because you were trying it, let me know.
Okay, so we did have a couple more questions come in, Katie.
Sure.
One of them is time limit for embedded videos.
So are you talking, that's a great question. Embedded videos. So we were focusing on screen recording. Are you talking about like embedding a video into something like a Google slide, maybe? If you can give us a little bit more clarification, that would be great.
And then there was another question that, thank you, Jamie. It looks like I missed that one in the chat earlier. Where will the files be in the tote?
Okay, so when you click on the tote, it literally will just open up. Oh, let me go back, sorry. There we go. So when you click on your tote right here, it's going to open up your downloads folder, and that's where they live.
Okay, great.
So
And then
it will literally pop open the screen. And if this icon right here is not pinned to the bottom bar, when you click on that, you're going to see this icon appear on your shelf on your Chromebooks. So it will appear, it'll pop open the file, and you'll see downloads. And then you can decide, are you going to move something into your Google Drive from your downloads, or do you want to just open it or delete it? And regular clean out of your tote area, your downloads folder, is also highly recommended to keep your Chromebook running and working optimally.
very nice. And then there was a question
Yes.
about, do you have a specific Chromebook Plus you would recommend for teachers, even though that's not directly aligned to this session? Anything you'd like to offer there?
So, there are many, many great Chromebooks out there. Going with a Chromebook Plus over a Chromebook is always kind of an improved step, especially for educators if you're looking for something like that. My best advice is just to make sure that it has space. If you're looking at, like, say you're looking at 3 different Chromebooks, I'm not so much like this brand or that brand, but I'm more about the space that it comes with. Chromebooks typically don't have a ton of space. So if you're looking for something to work a little bit quicker and easier, go with something that has a bigger number in that kind of space area of the different options. But I will say I've used a variety of Chromebooks for many, many, many years now, and I've never had a problem, because when you log into a Chromebook, it's your Google account and it all just lives in your Google Drive. And so if you're worried about slowing down a Chromebook, just make sure you're going into your tote area, your downloads area, and put those files into your Google Drive and clear them off your Chromebook. And then you don't have to worry about it, and you won't really ever have a problem. Chromebooks are amazing, amazing tools. They have a quick startup and they work really nicely. So I absolutely love them. So you really can't go wrong with any of them. But if you're kind of looking at different ones for yourself, the more amount of space, the faster it will work for you.
All right, that's good to know. And then we had another question from Wendy about, where do I go to check these out? And Wendy, I'm not sure if you mean the apps themselves or Chromebook devices. So in Sci-Fair, our Chromebooks are issued to students. Teachers are issued a Windows laptop, so they won't have these apps built in, but your interactive flat panel, the Promethean at the front of the room, has a Chromebox on the back that will run just like a student Chromebook. And we don't have that to demonstrate today, but if you want more help, get in touch with us after DLC and we'll come and show you, because the apps on that Chromebox are exactly the same as the Chromebooks. So that's an easy way for teachers to interact with that kind of device that's built right into your classroom.
Wonderful. And if you are also wondering where to find our screencast app, just remember, and on a Chromebook or on your Chromebox, in the bottom corner, we have our little circle apps launcher, and that's where you're going to find all of the apps on your Chromebook as well. So if that was your question about where to find apps on a Chromebook, just find that little circle. It's going to be in the bottom left corner, and that's your apps launcher. So that's where you'll find that one as well. All right. Any other questions?
I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go dive into section 3 before we run out of time. So let's talk about some more specific Chromebook tools. So the first one, this is a brand new one. This is called the Welcome Recap. So this pops up and a lot of people are like, whoa, I've never seen this before, because it is brand new. So if you haven't seen it, that's okay. But what's great is when you turn it on fresh, right? You're going to get this little welcome recap. See how it's asking me, do I want to open my previous windows and apps? Because maybe it was shut down with things open. I can choose open or no thanks, and I can see, look, these were the things that were open, and it tells me. So that's something that I really like. You can go into your settings area here and kind of change this if you want to, but you absolutely don't have to. If you are restarting your Chromebook because there was an update, you also get this little box down here that says, hey, let's go learn what's updated. And this is great to kind of see what's changed on your Chromebook if you are updating it. And then these are things that are just happening across my Google account. So the welcome recap is just kind of like a fun new thing that is available. Another newer feature is called the focus feature. So this is found if you are looking at your Chromebook screen and you click over on the bottom right corner on that time, you'll see that one of the options is called focus. And when you click on it, it allows you to basically set a focus, or basically a timer, right, on your Chromebook to focus on something that you want to specifically focus on. And you can choose how long. If it's tied to a Google task, you can absolutely do that as well. And then when you're ready, you can just click start, and it's going to allow you to focus on that one thing and kind of mute any other distractions, meaning notifications that pop up won't come up during this time, things like that. So the focus feature is something nice. Before you do it with your students, though, please go try it yourself. If you only have that Chromebox, put it on your screen, maybe during like a prep time or something, and just try it out. Set it for only like 2 or 3 minutes to see what it's like, but you want to experience it before you have your students do it. That's my best recommendation with this. It is a great tool, works for some, not so well for others. So try it out before you have your students doing it. All right. The other thing, again, some tips and tricks I like to always mention is accessibility. You can turn on your accessibility in your quick settings, and you access your quick settings again and you clicking on that clock in the bottom right corner of the screen, whether you're on a Chromebook or a Chromebox, same thing. And you can go into settings and accessibility and then toggle this on. That will do is it will bring accessibility inside your quick launch. And this is helpful because say a student's like, I don't know what's going on with my Chromebook. The screen is turned sideways. Well, a lot of times that means they were turning things on and off in the accessibility options. So if it's in their quick launcher and you click this little drop down, you can see anything that has a check mark is turned on. So just start turning off those check marks by clicking on them, and then it will start to bring it back to the proper setup. So I do like to share this because it is very, very helpful. Especially because students will turn things on and then not know how to turn them off. I've had students flip their screens, make them funny colors, make it so anytime they touch anything, it starts talking. That's the text to speech you see right here. So lots of options, and can be really frustrating for some, and really overwhelming because they're just clicking around and they're not sure. So something to be aware of. But also, with that being said, there are some very powerful options inside of accessibility that are very helpful for students. Things like magnifying, right? Things like turning on different things. If they need a text to speech option, they could put on headphones and have it read to them, and having it made bigger or made smaller. Definitely some really great options. If you've never gone into accessibility, check them out, because there are definitely some things in there that will help students and give them those accommodations and those accessibility things that they do need. So it can really go either way. It can be something really valuable to turn on to help students, but it could also be a student just clicking on things that maybe they shouldn't be, and they don't know how to fix it. And you are the one that comes in and helps them bring their Chromebook back to what they need it to be. So definitely something to be aware of, something to check out. And again, you can absolutely check that out on your Chromebox, and just open it up and have those features available. And you can kind of see and what it looks like when you turn them on and off. So definitely check that out if you've never done that. All right, and finally, the last thing is live captions. So this is something that not only can you do on a Chromebook, but you can actually do this in Chrome, in a Chrome browser as well, which I absolutely love. You can go into the settings, and under accessibility, you click on audio and captions, select captions, and then click turn on live captions. So then you will see that you can also change the font size and move the captions around on the screen, but it works really, really nice. This is a video that will show you exactly how it is. So if you have the slide deck from the link that we shared with you, you can go check it out. I don't want to bog us down in the video, but you can check that out if you want to see it. But I highly recommend just trying it. It works really nice, works really great, something I highly recommend if you've never done, because this is sometimes great to turn on if you're doing a live demonstration for students. And say you're doing this on your screen, as long as it has a microphone attached to it, then it will pick up what you're saying, and it can play them across the bottom or the top, wherever you place it on your screen, giving that extra accessibility option. So that can be really helpful. This is also really powerful if students are using an interactive program that maybe doesn't have captions. You can go in and turn this on, and they can get the captions that they need. So I just like to mention these different accessibility options, because it can be really powerful to help students who need those extra things, those extra supports. Or maybe you just walk by and a student is like, I don't know how this happened. Please help me. Well, now you know, if you go into your settings, accessibility, audio captions, you can then turn it off, right? So it's just, again, more powerful options to let you know about those different things that I've learned along the way as an educator that help students, or maybe students stumble upon and they need help turning off. That was really what I wanted to focus on with all of you today. So I hope that this has been helpful. I hope that you have kind of learned some different tips and tricks for using Chromebooks with students. I'm absolutely happy to answer questions. We still have plenty of time, but I'm going to give Amanda a quick moment to do what she needs to do, and then I will come back and answer any and all questions that have come up.
Great, thank you so much. So on the screen, you have the attendance code. If you're new to DLC, this is how we do attendance each day. So make sure you record, you take a picture. You do not put in the YouTube chat the attendance code for this session. So for this session, you need code 468. And like I said, you can write it down, you can type it, whatever system works for you. And at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we'll open up those forms to start collecting the attendance codes. And Katie, we did get a question in that was a suggestion on how to get students to properly shut down their Chromebooks regularly. So any suggestions there?
Absolutely. That is a great question. So that is something that I absolutely understand and remember and have that experience, I think, every year with my students. And this is where I highly recommend that at the beginning of the year, establishing routines and best practices with your device in your classroom is really key. And for me, what worked in my classroom, and just my suggestions, is during the week, at the end of the day, we would always typically just close our Chromebooks and go and get them on the charger. But what I always emphasize to my students is at the end of the week, instead of just closing our Chromebook, we're actually going to go down to the bottom corner, right corner. We're going to click on the clock and we're going to find that power button and click shut down. And we're going to leave our screen open until the screen goes completely black, and then we're going to close it. And it's just part of our routine. In the beginning of the year, things like this can seem like it's a long, tedious task, but if you take the time in the first few weeks to really practice it and go over and over in it, it will really help your students develop that practice and that skill. And then a month into school, you're not going to ever think about it again. So in my classroom, my best practice was we always just simply closed them during the week, but on Fridays or the last day of the week, we clicked our clock, we clicked the power button, and we watched it shut down, and we did not close our screens until the screen was completely black. And in the beginning, I would say, don't close your screen at all. And I would walk my entire classroom and I would say, do not close your screen until I tap your shoulder or tap your desk. And then once I saw the black screen, then they would know to close it and then go put it away to charge. Just again, a classroom routine that we developed.
Great, thank you. And then we had
Of
another
course.
question. It's since moved up in the chat, but in essence, it was the teacher helped the student turn off the text to speech, but it came back on. Any
Okay.
ideas on why that would happen?
So what can happen with that is two things. A Chromebook, when you sign into a Chromebook, it's tied to the account that's signed in. So they might have gone onto another device with that same account and turned it on inadvertently. Or what can happen is if you are turning it off in that specific Chromebook, maybe it didn't grab into their overall settings. So my recommendation when you're doing something like that is making sure that you're checking inside of the settings that it is toggled off. And a great way to also see if it kind of, what I like to say, stuck, is if you close the Chromebook for about 10 seconds, reopen it. If it's staying off, then it should have kind of stuck with that account, because Chromebooks are tied to the accounts that they are signed in with. It's not the Chromebook specifically, it's the account. So if they go to another Chromebook and sign in with their account and do things, when they come back to this Chromebook, those things they just did are now going to appear on that Chromebook as well.
Great, thank you. I think those are all the questions. Lots of thanks in the chat. Very appreciative of this information in the session. So thank you, Katie. This has been
Of course,
great.
my pleasure. Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope this was helpful. My goal is that you walked away with at least a couple tips or tricks to start using. And it's so great that you guys all have those Chrome boxes. So you can go, even if you don't have a Chromebook, you can go and try all of these out on your Chromebox and get familiar with that. So that way you can kind of develop your classroom best practices. And just don't forget, in the beginning of the year, it feels long and tedious, but practice those, practice those, practice those. And then a month into school, you will not have to worry about them at all. So take my advice. I've been doing this for quite a few years, and taking the time in the beginning pays off so much in the end.
Very nice. And always a good reminder.
Yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and take us back to the DLC website to make sure everyone knows how to find their next session. So if you go to our main website, it's cfisd.net/DLC. You'll land right here. And then if you come down and click on July 22nd sessions, it'll take you into the app and you'll land right on this schedule at a glance. So we're wrapping up this 9 o'clock session. The sessions that'll be starting in about 10-15 minutes are going to be these 10 o'clock sessions. Okay, so go ahead, take a look. If you haven't already selected your favorite session, you can always stay with us. You know it's going to be good. Or you can choose a different session and go down to that 722 sessions and scroll down to 10 o'clock, find your favorite session, and then click that video link, and that'll take you to that live YouTube stream. If you're going to stay here with us, we're continuing with the Chromebooks, and this session will be specifically about accessibility features. So if you want to learn more about that in the Chromebooks, I'm going to start the video. Just stay with us, and we'll be back soon. Thank you, Katie.
Bye. Thank you.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technologies such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technologies such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit. Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
Welcome to our 10 o'clock DLC session on day 1. We're in the Google room basically because Google are great partners with us. So we're highlighting a lot of great features about Chromebooks and apps in this room today and tomorrow. For this next session, we're going to continue on with the Chromebook theme we've got going. We've got Sean Arnold joining us from the New York City Public Schools, and he's mainly worked in District 75, which does their citywide special education. They remain committed to accessibility and equitably reaching all students through innovative technology and practices, and currently serves as the Director of School Pathways. So I'm very happy that we have Sean here to share with us accessibility features on the Chromebook so that we can empower every learner. Can you
Thank
see
you
and
for
hear us?
having me.
Oh, great.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Let's get right down to it, and I will start sharing my screen here.
Absolutely.
All right. And there we go. I am assuming we can all see this, and you'll let me know if we have an issue, and we'll forge on.
Absolutely.
So we're getting into a lot of accessibility features, specifically on the Chromebook. Just a little bit of background that Amanda was sharing. I'm Sean Arnold. I have been in New York City public schools for about 20 years now. Most of that time in District 75, which, as she explained, is citywide special education for students with higher support needs. That's a lot of students with autism, many students who are nonverbal. Now I serve in a role as Director of School Pathways, as helping prepare future readiness initiatives for the city, but always making sure that they're inclusive and accessible. And again, if you'd like more questions answered, you can always reach out to me. But I'm going to take us through a quick introduction around the background of this before we deep dive into some features in Chrome and things that are possible for not just students with disabilities, abilities, but everybody who will have a need for additional support at any point, right? To that end, I always like to start with what's bringing us here. And many times I know we're talking about Chromebooks and we're talking about what devices to use and what curriculum we're using, and sometimes we get to the better question of why we're doing this. But I think the more valuable question is who are we doing this for? Who are our students? Who are we? Who do we want to be to them? What is our goal of growth for ourselves? And how can we help ourselves and our students get there? So that's sort of where I want to start. So I'm going to take us through a little, shall we say, visualization exercise. So if you want to close your eyes, you can. If not, here's some slides to help you with that process. I want you to picture a house, maybe your house, your perfect home, your dream home. Okay, whatever, maybe it's what you're currently living in, maybe you're hoping to upscale in the future, but imagine that dream home. And I want you to imagine the door to that home, what it's like when you get there, as you walk through it. You know your home, you know you belong here, you feel safe, you feel comforted, you feel like this is the place. If the whole rest of the world is falling apart, here is the place that makes you feel good. Now, maybe for some of you, that was, a lovely house with a white picket fence. Maybe it's something in a forest surrounded by trees and mountains. Maybe you live in the city, sort of like me here in New York, and you're thinking of a building with a doorman and a more modern aesthetic. Maybe you always wished you were a teacher at Hogwarts instead, and you dream of living in a castle. That is an awesome opportunity for you too. Whatever these are, let it be your dream. But now I want you to take a little empathy break from that and imagine what the perfect home for somebody with achondroplasia might be, or for somebody who is paraplegic. What would that entrance for them have to look like? What would it need to make it accessible, to make all these spaces in a home accessible for their needs? Your perfect home is what it is, keep it as it is. But I want you to think about what the needs are for the right home, the right space for other types of people. And now we're going to talk about something super controversial, which is straws. Feel about straws how you want, but we all seem to have feelings about straws, especially paper ones or metal ones or whatever they might be. We might think about the freedom to drink the bubble tea or the extra large soda that I want. Don't tell me what kind of straw to drink out of. Maybe we think about pollution, and sea turtles having to deal with all this plastic in the Pacific garbage patch and all of that. Maybe, though, some of you did think about the straw as an accessibility device. Long before recent pandemics, there was another one called polio, and they had used metal straws in most of the shake shops and everything. And the use of a plastic straw initially helped to prevent the spread of polio, this disposable straw. And to that end, the Flexi Bendy straw is an accessibility tool for lots of people with physical disabilities, because it's one of the first things that they can use to gain some independence. I can drink this by myself. I don't need somebody to help and give this to me. And again, feel how you want about straws and what kind of straws are needed. There are bamboo flexi straws and other things now, but everybody's got opinions. For example, in the idea of like, why can't we have a bendy straw still? Why can't it be plastic still? It's a good point. Like, people with disabilities use these straws, and oftentimes now they bring their own straws places. What did they do before those kinds of things were invented? Well, a lot of times, the internet being what it is, will answer that question. They aspirated into their lungs. So again, it's something simple. It's a straw, but it just gives you the context of all these things in this world function for people in different manners and capacities. And I want you to think about that as we're getting into all these tools and spaces of what it might mean for somebody else, even something as simple as a straw. So our goal is not to focus on the differences and disabilities that people have, but what we can bring out in them, the talent of those individuals, and our goals. So some beginning things to consider, all right? And these are ones that are important to me personally. Everything about being a good educator is about knowing your students and knowing them well. Intimately, not just, their likes and dislikes and their skills and abilities, but what are their goals? Where can you help them get to? What can you help them achieve? And then you can begin to design a space and a place and utilizing tools with the specific needs of that user in mind. And technology is at its best when it's transformative. And I'm not talking about like, oh, suddenly my worksheet is a PDF and I can write on it. Cool. I'm talking about the kind of stuff nowadays that's like rocket ships to the moon, or this person who couldn't speak now has a device to communicate with. This person who couldn't walk now has robotic aids to help them move forward and walk in a way that they couldn't before. These are the transformative experiences I'm thinking about. And it's sad that I have to explain this to sometimes even special educators in my own district, but the technology is not cheating. Speech to text or a video instead of a written essay is not in itself cheating. This video that they're creating is still their story. It's still their voice, even if it's them digitizing their thoughts because they don't have a vocal voice to put out there. So FYI, that's the caveat. Again, the goal is always students as creators and advocates for themselves, and that's what we're trying to get to. That's my little mini soapbox moment before we get into the hardware. But now that is all said, accessibility in practice, there's a few ways we can go with this. The hardware, there's specific stuff that can be used. We're talking Chromebooks here specifically, but there's other types of hardware. AbleNet has switches, Dynavox has eye gaze tracking systems, right? These are often very specific to the user, so I'm not going to get heavily into that right now. Software too can be very specific. Something like ProLoquo to Go is an AAC app, if you're not familiar with that, an augmentative communication app for people who are nonverbal or with limited verbal capabilities. OS or operating systems, be it Apple, Microsoft, or Google's Chromebooks. This is where we're going to spend the meat of today. Even though I'll hit some apps and software, because the best accessibility tools are built into the system. So if it doesn't have to be an add-on or an extension, it always works better because it is automatically enabled and it's automatically connected to everything you're doing on that device. And then there's obviously a lot of classroom things you can do, yes, connected to technology, whether it's like the placement of your interactive display, but it's also literally how you set up your classroom. So a student in a wheelchair has easy access to move if they need to, or that, they can project from their screen to the interactive display without having to get up. Again, Chromebooks make that pretty easy. These are all just different ways we can improve accessibility. All that to say, I'm going to start very quickly. This isn't an AI session, but I want to note that there are tools within AI that can help you make your classroom and your lessons and everything that you're doing accessible. So I'm only going to spend a brief moment on this. Some quick ways to make it happen, and this isn't specifically generative AI, but this is artificial intelligence generally. Select a search with Lens. If you have Google Lens on a Chromebook or an Android device, it can find anything, identify what kind of plant this is, or look at a textbook or an image, and it can take the words directly from that and help, whether it's an English language learner or a student with visual impairments, read and see and identify what that is. It also capture every word using things like the launcher key will help you see all the words in a visual image that isn't a text-based PDF, but you take a photograph of a sign somewhere with a Chromebook or something in the room, a poster, and those words can be brought in and utilized and even translated. Quick Insert is a wonderful new feature that lets students quickly insert images or a hyperlink or anything of that nature. And Help Me Read is a really awesome one. And I'll show a little bit of how that works with some add-ons and extensions. But on your Chromebook, built right in, your launcher key and going into that, you can turn on Help Me Read, and it'll basically give summaries of text using AI. It'll give information specific to areas of whatever story or thing that students are looking at. But I'm going to look a little bit specifically at Google Gemini. There are lots of ways that it can be used to generate accommodations, personalized content, differentiate. I am going to pop Gemini over into my screen now. And I've written this one up. This is asking it to generate two versions of a passage about the life cycle of a butterfly at basically a second grade and a fourth grade reading level. I'm giving it some specific details on it. I'm just going to hit return on that. And okay, I've got this second grade version, keeping it simple, and it's created some comprehension questions for it. Nice. Now here's my fourth grade version. You'd see it's a little more complex with vocabulary that's a little bit different. You know, we're using words like chrysalis here, where we weren't using it in the second grade one. And then we've got a little more complex questions that it's asking. And it's not just for stories that you're creating. Let me pull up a quick prompt I want to use for math. Here's one for math, and I'm creating a step-by-step guide for two-digit multiplication problems. I also want some visualizations of it if it can help. There we go. It's breaking it down. All the steps, and here's some practice problems that the students can work on. You can do this for obviously work like this, personalizing it, differentiating it, or creating material that's useful. You can use it when you're writing letters to parents or, you know, working on a behavior intervention plan. There are lots of other tools that work too. Here's a bunch of them. I've linked them for you if you need it. But everything from School AI, which does Socratic questioning, to Conmigo that helps guide students through the learning process, right? Again, this isn't an AI session, but I want you to be aware that those are things that you can use to help students individualize and differentiate. But let's get into Chromebook accessibility. I'm going to go over some of the details first without showing it on the Chromebook, just so you have a greater understanding of how to get there before you see the screen go a little wonky with how I'm accessing all these particular tools. So with that said, first off, always try to make sure your Chromebook is up to date so you have all these latest features. There's certain categories we break it down into. So for folks with visual impairments, I'm only going to highlight a few key ones that you may want access to, but you can learn more about all of these in some of the resources I am sharing. But display settings is important, magnifiers is important, just for increasing visualization for student with any type of visual impairment, you know, or any of us adults whose eyesight isn't quite what it once used to be. Hearing is always great. Captions are good for everybody, especially even people who are English language learners to help. There's also all sorts of physical accommodations that can be made, everything from voice typing to sticky keys. And then a bunch of things just related to general learning, like a reading mode, which I'll show in a little bit later. So I'm going to start with some of the display stuff. Now, if I wanted to show you these, I can't fully, which is why I'm showing it to you through the slides on my screen, because these accommodations are built for the individual user. So even as the presenter, go ahead and change the colors for my color blindness, you would not be able to see it on your screen because they're meant just for me, not for you, the viewer. But here's some hotkeys, and we want to focus on some of these hotkeys, especially in case a student turns something on accidentally. I've got some of them listed here, but if they suddenly go into the screen magnifier with either Control-Shift-Z or Control-Search-H for high contrast mode, and suddenly the colors all shift and change, there are quick ways to get back to that. Obviously, if you don't remember the hotkeys, I'll show you again. You can just go to settings and accessibility, which I'll highlight again in a second. But ways to change and vary the colors of the screen that might be helpful for your students who are colorblind, for students who just have issues with resolution and specific types of text. I'll show some other examples of text you can use, but Lexend is a good one for accessibility. Open Dyslexic is another font that can be used to help students with dyslexia and dysgraphia. As far as magnification options, you know, there's a few different ways that you can magnify screens. So there's basic zoom in when you're in a window, which I could even use right here while I'm in this presentation, and whether it will show up for you is, again, a matter of my personalization on the slides. So you might not see it even as I zoom in on this screen. That said, simple ways, Control plus, Control minus to zoom out, but you can make your whole screen appear larger with a little Alt-Shift-S, or by just going to the corner. We have whole and docked, and I'm going to show you the difference between those in a little bit, but a docked magnification shows at the top of the screen exactly where you are in the screen while the rest of the screen looks normal. But a whole screen magnification, you're zoomed in and you can't see the other stuff. All right. So it depends on what's the need best for that individual user, but those are the two visuals you'll get. So again, Control Search M brings you to the whole screen magnification, zoom in on a little bitty space. And then wherever you move your cursor is to where it will center it. And then Control Search D is for the docked one, where at the top it will show a super zoomed in version and then it'll show the broader version underneath. Select to speak content, again, something I'll demo in a little bit, along with Chromebox. Some people accidentally turn on Chromebox. Chromebox is for visually impaired users where it speaks everything on the screen. But you can select specific ones to be read aloud with select to speak. Again, you get to your notification settings with Alt-Shift-S, but you can, once it's turned on, double click a word to highlight it. It'll read that word. If you triple click, it'll highlight the full text as you saw right there. A little double click one word, a little triple click, select the whole thing. All right. I shared a video that you can watch later, but I'm going to demo that for you live in a moment. I also want to show one thing for you specifically right now, and we're going to go to a Google Doc to see it. And this is just simply something built into it, voice typing. Many of you might already know that this exists, but I can go into any document. I can turn on tools. I can also simply Command-Shift-S here. When I'm ready, hello, and welcome to this document. I hope everything in it is going to type exactly as I say it, but we're testing it out live now, so you're going to get to see how accurate it is. And obviously, if the person speaks more quickly or speaks a little more slowly or is mumbling somewhat, it might not pick it up as well. But that one did a pretty accurate job of taking in what I was saying. So just one way, and it is in multiple languages that you can get that. Other tools there include translating the entirety of the document, just some features of accessibility that are in individual apps on your Google Chromebook. Now, select to speak, as I was saying again, you can have things read aloud to you, and it can auto-generate live captions in real time. Again, like I was saying, this simply going to accessibility, helpful hint, all of us at a certain point have benefited from captions, whether it was, a movie in the distance, people were speaking quickly or whispering quietly, or we were in a noisy bar. Just the recognition that all of us at some point benefit from these accessibility features. That's the overarching thought of universal design for learning. It works universally for everyone, all right? And we're gonna pass them. Chromebox, which I'm gonna demo again in a moment. Like I said, Control-Alt-Z. If ever the computer starts talking at you, Control-Alt-Z is the quick way to turn it off, turn it back on. There are shortcuts as you go through it, because again, this is for an visually impaired user. So the user isn't clicking on the different areas of the screen like perhaps you might be when you're seeing Chromebox. They actually have to navigate through it with cursors, using the search B for next, search L for the next line, etc., search H for the next header. And it's not just reading the text that's on a page. It's telling the user everything that they're saying. So it's telling them you are in a window on your browser. You are, clicked on a box that shows a caption with an image of, and if there's alt text on the image, it will describe the image to you. So this is the whole of Chromebox, whereas select to speak is just for individual items for it to be spoken to, for perhaps somebody who's struggling with reading or just visualization of a particular area. So to that end, let's go back. That suddenly jumped to our Chromebox. All right, so back into this. I think there might have been a moment where it stopped sharing my screen. So let me reopen that, because I'm going to hop over to my other demo window and demo those for you directly. And I am going to share my full screen. And window. And we're going to do this one right here. I'm sharing my whole screen so you can see everything that is happening here on this Chromebook as I do it. And hopefully I'm not echoing. All right. Now you see me in this window. I'm going to go to another place. I'm going to go to New York Times cooking. We've got a bunch of words here. Okay. I'm going to do something simple while I'm in my browser. I'm going to click the three dots. I have more tools available here. And I'm going to click reading mode. Hopefully I'm not echoing. I think I have the mute. Maybe I have to turn mute off on this.
Oh no, I think the mute worked too well. We can't hear you at all now.
Okay.
Sean.
So let me turn the volume down on this and turn it on this, and hopefully I won't echo. All right. So I am going to show this on the side. It takes all my ingredients. It takes everything from this crunchy queso wrap that I want to make, turns it into simplified text for me. That's fine. But let me go into some other accessibility features. I can click down here on the right. Again, I can go ahead and just go to full settings. All right. Now, I have accessibility that shows up here as it did in my window on the bottom. If you don't see this, you might have to go down to the bottom and click something that says more tools and then click accessibility. Again, it's dependent slightly on the type of Chromebook that you're using. Obviously, Chromebooks that are touchscreen, like this one is, I'm going to tap it there, are beneficial for accessibility needs in a specific area of students who struggle with using the mouse and the cursor. I am going to look at a couple of these. I want to just for a moment go to the display and magnification and show you where all these are. I'm only going to turn on color inversion, which you will be able to see here, and the difference between our docked magnifier. So you see there it is at the top as I was describing, but I have the full screen showing at the bottom versus a full screen magnifier, which zooms in on the area, and wherever I scroll around, you see. Now you also see that I have that little red circle showing up because that's something I already turned on as an accessibility feature. So when I move around, it shows where the mouse is. And there I am, my zoom. We're going to get out of our displays because I want to show you this text to speech. And I'm going to turn on Chromebox for a moment. And you can hear spoken feedback. And you likely won't hear this voice coming out right away, just so I don't have an echo. But you'll see a little red box going around everywhere that is speaking.
Chromebox 36%. Chrome 40%. Chromebox spoken feedback is ready. Alert.
So you're getting to hear a little bit of it. I'm going to hop
button.
over to here,
Bluetooth
this window.
enabled. Crunchy queso wrap recipe. Google Chrome. Arnold 2 at schools.nyc.gov.
It's reading the whole window for me.
Cooking.nytimes.com/recipes/1,027,000. Chromebox. Toggle button. Press.
I'm turning it off and clicking it off. Again, you can use those hotkeys as necessary. More so in here. We also have keyboard and text input. Let me turn down that volume so it's not echoing. Again, just to say, if ever you need to use switch access, this isn't something that Chromebooks used to offer. And I'm really happy that it does now. Some of the feedback we've given to make sure it's accessible. So for people with physical disabilities, whether you need a head-mounted switch or a chair-mounted switch, you can use a multi-button switch that a student can use to control the screen and move things around it. Sticky keys is kind of just like it describes. The ability to have keys stay for students who might struggle with their mobility and movement to hold a key down. There are several other categories of them here. like I was talking about cursor and trackpad, you can see that I've got this little red thing on my cursor, which personally I think is really, really helpful for somebody who's recording something for their students and doing screen recordings, just so it demos exactly where the mouse is supposed to be. So even if all you're doing is doing screen recordings, showing your students how to do something, that might be something you want to turn on. And there again are more of those audios and captions. I am going to go ahead and turn off this screen share though. And I'm going to head back over in this direction and share my screen again here. So in addition to all the built-in Google tools on a Chromebook that I was demonstrating for you just now, there are also additional ways you can improve accessibility for students, taking it a little further with add-ons and extensions. But before we get into those, I want to show you some of the new things that Chromebooks have added to improve accessibility just in some of the most recent updates. So let's go ahead and share that window. Right there. There we go. All right. So we talked about the sticky keys. Again, some of the new accessibility controls include face control, which would have been difficult to demo for you today because it would have shifted everything on my screen every time I moved to speak to you. But you can genuinely have students who have limited mobility below their neck to control the screen using their face. And then you can also customize the keyboard for movement. I didn't want to do that because it was going to mess up my keyboard while I was working with you today. But it can change it so students who have difficulty reaching the tiny cursor keys or however it's set up on the computer, you can change it to other areas of the screen. Again, Android has a whole bunch of other things. Like I was saying, Braille back is one that's good for Braille readers, voice access for people on an Android device. Again, similar to Chromebox, but on an Android device. Beyond that, though, we have new methods to go to a full screen magnifier where you can move it about with you and jump in between screens. So as you saw me full screen magnified, it's hard to find if you have other windows open, but now you can actually pan across to other windows more easily, even as you have to zoom in. There's point scouting. This is for people who are using those accessible switches. So it scans across areas of the screen. And then when you're ready, you can tap the switch for it to stop. However the person taps it with their head, with their hand, whatever they have the capability to do. So it finds the specific spot on the screen that they need to click on. There's also a whole bunch of new tutorials for Chromebox built in for students to use, or you as the teacher to help guide your students with visual impairments on how to use the Chromebox. All right, but let's get into the apps themselves beyond the operating system. Docs, translators I showed you, voice typing I showed you, but HyperDocs themselves, excuse me, with alt text built in for the images, any image in a Google slide, in a Google form, in a Google Doc, you can add alt text to it. Now, if you don't know what alt text is, it's simply in the background if a screen reader is finding an image. If there's not alt text, it just says it's an image. But you can describe the image. You can say, young man waving his hand, saying hello. And that way, the visually impaired person knows what it is that they're supposed to be viewing in that context. YouTube has various captions and languages, as well as the ability to speed up and slow down videos as necessary. Slides, as I noted that it was described in the little precursor to this session, notes that it has the ability to use laser pointers, that it has the ability to write and draw on the slides. That too can function as an accessibility help for the students themselves or for the teacher working with the students. And then we have tons of differentiation built into apps. Google Forms, where you can basically create a form where it'll automatically have the student retry an answer if they make a mistake or move them on to different areas. If they get it correct, it can as well in Classroom, differentiate or personalize the learning as you send to individual students or student groups now that you're able to set it up to. With Gemini built into Classroom now, you can obviously use some of those AI tools that I was talking about, practice sets for extra learning, and then Read Along. If you haven't used it yet, it's in beta, but Read Along is a lovely tool to guide our early readers or our struggling readers in learning how to read aloud. And they will speak and it will measure how well they do at reading the content in these individual stories that are at various early reader grade levels. So again, if you haven't tried Read Along, a really helpful tool that you can step into. If you haven't tried translation on a mobile screen or device, even on a Chromebook that has an external camera that you can use, you'll note that it can translate physical objects with a camera. So you can read that in whatever the student's native language is. More than that, Lens, as I described, can identify things, but live transcribe and live captions are an application as well that can help bring anybody with a hearing impairment into the conversation meaningfully. And those kinds of things happen in your Google Meets as well. Here are a few more apps. Again, some of these are very specific to a student need. Clicker Docs for struggling readers who need visualization. Voice for You is one of those AAC or augmentative communication apps. But now I'm going to demo a few specific add-ons and extensions for specific apps. If you don't know the difference, an add-on is for one of the Google apps. An extension is specifically for Chrome. All right, therein lay the difference. But they're just ways to help make more accessible or improve certain things. So obviously there are apps like a book creator that you can use. There are add-ons for docs like Lucid Charts that can help visualizations in a Google Doc, or extensions like Read and Write, which I'm going to show you in Chrome, which help with tons of accessibility features whenever you're especially encountering text. I'm going to show some first, and then I'm going to demo them. Beeline Reader or Wasp Line Reader changes the coloration in text to students who struggle to see which line goes to which. Open Dyslexic changes the fonts to a dyslexic-friendly font. Just Read and Mercury Reader and other ones are similar to what I showed you when we went into reading mode. That just simplifies it all, takes out all the pictures, takes out all the other things that could be distracting. There's also others that are just simple visors to help students who are easily distracted in text, things that will automatically read aloud to students. And then Helper Bird and Read and Write are two of my favorite ones that I want to help show here in just a second. So I am, actually, before we get to that one, I'm going to show and demo those. I am going to open up, since I'm in New York, it feels appropriate, a New York Times article. This one is all about K-pop demon hunters. If that's not something you're into, that's fine. It's more about the tool itself and how we're going to make it work. But I've already opened up Read and Write. I can get to these by going and checking out my extensions and clicking on it. There's my Read and Write one that I clicked on to open here. Obviously, there are a whole bunch of others available, and hopefully we can hear this. I can click on an area of the screen and simply have it read it.
Ever since its release on Netflix last month, the original animated film...
And you see it highlights it as it goes. Let's have a word like month, and I'm going to click on my picture dictionary. Again, this is often things used for nonverbal students with autism, but these picture symbols, maybe if you've ever used something like a board maker, you're familiar with this concept.
Month.
But it'll read it to me, but it also gives me a visualization to help me understand what an individual word means, right? I've also got dictionaries if I'm unsure. What does animated mean?
Adjective. Having life or vigor or...
I don't think it's that. Oh, I think it's this one.
Adjective. Made to appear to move as living...
Again, all sorts of other tools. If I want to highlight a specific area, again, if I want to go ahead and create a topic from this page, there are a bunch of tools here to help in visualization. Like I was describing earlier, there's also this one to help stay focused on a particular space in the screen. And that's just for my Read and Write. I'm going to go on to another one quickly in this particular article, just so you can see it in action. Open Dyslexic and just turn it on. I might need to reload the page. Let's do that. There it is. And now you can see it's all in open dyslexic font, which generally is easier, especially when we're dealing with P's and B's and D's, keeping all of these letters straight for somebody with dyslexia to read it more clearly. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that one off. And I'm going to open up one more. And we're going to open up our, where are you at? Helper bird. Here we go. So here's my helper bird. It does lots of things as well. I can simply summarize this whole page. Actually, let me turn it on first. There it is. And now let's summarize the page. So if this is a lot for me to take in, if I just want to quickly understand what this story of K-pop Demon Hunters is all about, I can have it go ahead and summarize this page for me or summarize a section, whatever I choose. Oops, I forgot to turn that one on for my account. We can also, some of the favorite reading options I like here are, I can turn on reading mode, I can turn on immersive reader. So this reading mode, if I open it up, is simply going to simplify it all like it was in the other application when I was in a reading mode. So taking out all those advertisements, taking out all those materials.
Chris Applehand's
Play
Aaron
it for
Warner,
me
the producer
and read
who
it for
did
me.
Wish.
Just a lot of tools available in Helper Bird to make it easier for you, including dyslexia rulers, etc. Whatever is the particular need of your students. I'm going to close that one out because there's a whole bunch of those in there. And I'm going to jump ahead. We've got other add-ons extensions that I mentioned, Screencastify, which again, for screen recording, just demoing for your students is itself a helpful feature that can be used for accessibility in our students. Mote, if you've never used it, is one where you can give feedback to students through audio and video, which is easier for students who are struggling readers, and also just the ability to take mindful breaks. I want to finish up with a thought, and I want to save some time for questions because I saw a bunch coming in the YouTube link, but I always like to finish before we get into that with this thought that yes, these might be some new ideas. Hopefully you can take at least one for whatever your individual students are. It may go wonky at first. The tech might go awry. We're not always going to be immediately successful in our efforts. We're not always going to, quote, win. But this quote from the Special Olympics is meaningful. I think that we can all take with us is, let me win. But if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. And in that, we can always bravely strive to try these new ideas, to bravely incorporate these accessibility features and new ideas with our students in whatever manner or capacity meets their individual needs. So that said, I know we wanted to save a little bit of time for questions, Amanda. So
Yes,
let me
thank
see if I
you.
can scroll through. If you pulled any aside that I have missed, please,
I
please.
I did, and I'm going to go ahead and share our attendance code so that everybody can write that down. And if you're
Oh,
new,
that's important too.
this is how you're going to get attendance at the end of the day. So make sure you write it down, you type it in, you take a picture, whatever works for you. You can try out some new features if you want to, but make sure you write down 695 for this session. So that is the attendance code that will get you credit for attending here. And Sean, we did get some questions. The main one was, do you have a link to share the slides with participants?
Yeah, you know what? I had it early on and I don't think I drew enough attention to it. So let
Okay.
me see if I can pull that up again. And I will share that window again.
That would be great.
695, everybody. Don't forget that. So here it was. I
Okay.
didn't draw enough attention to the slide. There is a QR code as well as a bit.ly link. Remember, capital letters matter in a bit.ly link. So bit.ly G accessibility. You're going to find the slides. You're going to find links to a whole bunch of other stuff that, you know, obviously there isn't time to deep dive into all of the ways you can incorporate accessibility with your students. But yes, there is that link there is that QR code. Hopefully that will get you all those materials and more. And it'll also let you reach out to me if you have other questions, and I'm happy to answer.
Thanks, Sean. That's great. And then there were a couple of comments in the chat about different extensions not being accessible. And I know some of those that you shared are great, but they're not accessible in Sci-Fair. So keep in mind, each district may have their own things that would be equivalent and offer you those features. So if you have any questions, in Sci-Fair, you can reach out to me. My email is amanda.campbell@cfisd.net. Or in whatever district you're working, if you see something you really like and maybe it's not accessible, contact whoever that person is in instructional technology or ed tech, and they can probably guide you to something that would provide that same functionality, even if it doesn't have the same name as what Sean shared.
So one of the
go for
points
it.
I was going to even make to that was that, and as I scroll on my screen to see if I can find it, somebody asked about a infographic in that link I shared. There is an infographic that's got like the overview of all these accessibility features. But beyond that, if you don't have all the features like the picture dictionary that somebody mentioned in Read and Write, sometimes it exists in other places, like Amanda was saying. Immersive Reader, which is a Microsoft thing. I know this is a Google specific session, but Immersive Reader is built into Pear Deck, it's built into Nearpod, it's built into Minecraft, it's built into all these other Microsoft tools, as well as many other places and spaces. And there's also an Immersive Reader extension as well. And that has picture symbols as well as like the ability to read and adjust for all sorts of various disabilities. So again, if it doesn't exist in one place, it may exist in another. But as I said in the beginning, extensions is almost kind of a last resort, because if it's in the operating system, that's where you want to go first. And there are some features in there where it'll identify images for students, even if there isn't alt text, even if there isn't a picture symbol. The AI now, through some of the tools I was sharing at the beginning, will identify that for the student with a disability. So that's an awesome new front that we're moving into in the world of generative AI to help with all of that accessibility.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, and I do see the person asking, Carlos, that was asking for the infographic has found it. So thank you again for sharing that link, Sean.
And for the person who can't see the bit.ly link, it is bit.ly/G accessibility, and the G and the A in accessibility are capitalized, in case you didn't catch that.
Thank you. And we'll put that in the chat so that it'll be there and nice and clickable.
Thank you so much for having me, Amanda.
Thank you, Sean. This has been great. And if you enjoyed this session, we have Sean again tomorrow at the same time with a different topic. So keep that in mind. You get 2 chances to learn from Sean in these 2 days of DLC.
I'm happy to be back. I guess I'll see you again tomorrow.
Definitely.
Have a lovely rest of your day, everybody.
Oh, you too. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen just so that you can see how to pick your next session. Because I know it can be a little different the first time you go through it. So the most likely way you got here was through our DLC app, where you came into the 722 sessions and clicked on this video link. To look at the sessions we have available in the next hour, just go 1 tab above that. So if you click on that 722 at a glance, it'll show you the sessions we have coming up in this 11 o'clock hour. Okay, so you can see what all the options are. If you want to stay with us, we're going to be talking all about Google Drive, getting organized, best practices, and different workflows you can use. And again, to go to the actual session, go to the 722 sessions. And I'm going to click back from here, go down to the 11 o'clock, and you can click whichever session you want to attend. And again, it'll take you into that blue link for the video. Okay, so go ahead, look at those different sessions, see what looks like it'll be great. I'm going to run a video so that you can take a break, get up, walk around, stretch. I know I'm going to do a little bit of that. And we'll be back here starting up right at 11.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit. Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
Okay, good morning and welcome to our 11 o'clock session in room 5 for DLC. You may notice we're in the Google room, mainly because a lot of our sessions feature Google tools. In this session, we'll be talking about Google Drive. We've also had sessions on Chromebooks using Google Meet, and we've got more of that will continue through today and tomorrow. For this session, we have Amanda Taylor, who is a self-proclaimed expert for iPads, spreadsheets, Ozobots, and the Google Certified Educator certifications. She's a former secondary FCS, which is Family and Consumer Science, teacher in Texas, whose home is now sunny Southern California, with her video gaming husband and 2 video gaming kids. Her personal passions include reading, you can find on Goodreads, wine, and bubble baths. I think it'd be interesting to combine all of those, just not on video. And a fun fact, our current superintendent, Dr. Killian, was also her superintendent at one time. So during this session, Amanda is going to be sharing with us Google Drive, some organization, best practices, and workflows. All right, Amanda, it is yours if you want to take it away.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Google Drive is always fun because either your Google Drive is super organized or it's not super organized. So hopefully today we can solve some of that for you guys. I'm going to share my screen.
We can see your drive.
Perfect. Yeah, great. Everybody's going to get to see my drive today, which is fine. This is good, actually. All right. So here's let me go back to the beginning. There we go. All right, let's get started. So, Google Drive organization best practices and workflows. More than just, oh, sorry, I'm actually going to turn off my camera here in just a second, but I am still here, I promise. That way you can see all of my screen. So, Google Drive, for most of us, this is where everything that lives online lives. And so, if you can't find it, then you get frustrated, and the more clicks, the more buttons you have to press, the less you want to be there and the less you want to use it. So, the clicks that you have to do matter, and we want to make sure that it can be as efficient as possible. So, we already did this. This is my cute little family. This is actually a really old picture. My kids are teenagers now. They're 8th grade and a freshman in high school. So let's talk about guiding principles of storage first. You want your things to be easy to file and easy to find. That doesn't mean that those two things apply to the same product. So, for example, just because it's easy to file, you can use a different product to make it easy to find. So you can separate the two because we've got a lot of different tools in Google Drive to help us do that. Your daily workflow should influence your structure. What works for your neighbor does not necessarily work for you. So that's really important to think about. And then you want to make sure that whatever you're setting up is consistent, reusable, and sustainable. Otherwise, your Google Drive will be a hot mess by the end of the school year, and you'll just have to do this all over again. So let's get started. Hopefully your drive doesn't look like this. This is kind of what mine looks like right now. This is about the time of year that I really get in there and start messing with it. So first, how do you access Drive? There are so many ways to access any of the Google products, and everybody kind of has their favorite. So if you want to tell me in the chat, like what's your favorite way to access Drive? So I'm going to show you a couple. The first one is the waffle. And the waffle is when you are in a Google, when you're in Chrome, you could be in Gmail, you could be in Drive, but up here in the top right hand corner is the Google Apps menu. That's actually what the waffle is called, the Google Apps menu. So when you click on this, you've got all of these apps and stuff up here. You might also see them here on the shortcut when you open up a new Chrome tab. So Drive is right here for me as well. But another place that you can add it that can be helpful is your bookmark bar. So I work off of a MacBook, but when I was working in my last school district, I was also working off of a Chromebook. And anytime you log into a Chromebook, it takes your bookmarks and puts them in the Chrome profile as well. So it didn't matter however I had my desktop set up. I knew that I could always find what I was looking for because they were those items were going to be in my bookmark bar. And so that just was always like super, super helpful for me. So if you look up here on my bookmark bar, I have a tiny little Google Drive. And people often ask me, how do I get that where it's just the icon and not the word? So you will I will actually do it with a different Google product since I already have Google Drive saved. I will do it with Keep. I don't think I have Keep saved on here. Okay, so to save it without the words on it, you click the star for the bookmark. You want to make sure that it's on the bookmark bar folder, like the bookmark bar at the top level. And then where it says Google Keep, the name of it, you just delete that. You don't actually have to have a name. And then when you click done, your bookmark is going to sit right there. Now from here, you can click and hold and drag this to move it. And now it's going to live right there next to my Google Drive bookmark. So that can be really helpful as far as finding it. So it's accessible for you. All right, so when we all were first introduced to Drive several years ago, we had a lot less options. Our options were My Drive, Starred, Shared Drives actually wasn't even available back then, and then Shared with Me. And now we have all of these options. We have home, activity, workspaces, my drive, recent, spam. How is there spam in drive? This is new. So we have all of these things. And this allows us to make files that are easy to file, but also easy to find, because sometimes we have to save things in subfolders of subfolders, but necessarily finding those items isn't always the easiest when they're organized that way. So we've got a lot of different tools to make sure that you're getting what you need. So your organization options, and you guys have a copy of this, so don't feel like you need to absorb all of this information here. But this outlines what the section is, what it shows you, and what it's best for. So home is your AI dashboard with suggested files. I don't actually use home very often. It's still a little new for me. And it's very like AI, kind of like algorithm generated based on what you've been doing so far. Um, then My Drive, this is the one we're the most familiar with, right? This is everything you own or that you have uploaded yourself or have bookmarked yourself, made shortcuts for. Workspaces, this is actually my new favorite thing to work on. Workspaces is like a custom group of files, almost like a little mini project board. Think like Pinterest almost. Shared drives is the drive is owned by a group, not by an individual person. So theoretically, the files don't disappear when somebody leaves the school district. Shared with me is my least favorite place in Google Drive. This is where like you just constantly have this like stream of files. It's really meant for quick access to temporary access to like grab it and get out of there. Like nobody spends time in shared with me. Starred is for anything you've manually starred. Recent can be helpful if you're looking for something but you don't remember the name of it. And then activity is going to show you some changes. And as you learn how to do other things with docs and comments and things like that, then activity can be really helpful for you. All right, so let's take a look at each one of these. We already looked at home. Home is that Gemini kind of produced. It's going to show you what you've been using recently, based on the date and the time, what you might think you want to see. Activity is going to show you recent comments. It's going to show task, anything that has like a date sensitive thing to it. And then workspaces, these are the top three. Workspaces is like, it's very similar to Starred, but you can create groups of things inside of workspaces. And what I love about workspaces is it doesn't affect the storage, it doesn't affect where things are saved anywhere else. So if you don't necessarily love the way that you have to keep your files organized because it's harder to click and find things, then workspaces could help you get past that, which is really nice. So I have 3 examples here, and we're going to dive into how to make these. My Drive, this is the one that we all know and are familiar with, love, hate, right? Shared drives are our team folders. I actually don't have very many of those here. Shared with me, again, we don't spend time in shared with me because this is meant to be kind of like a current. You come in here, you grab what you need, and then you get out. Recent, this you used to be able, or you still can do this by going to My Drive and sorting by like last modified, to kind of see what recent was. So now they just give you your own specific place where you can look at it. And then starred reminds me of bookmarks. There's like 1,000 things in here that I've starred that I have forgotten that I've starred, and then I have to go back every once in a while and clean it up. All right, so easy to file, easy to find, right? Those are our kind of when we think about organizing Drive, what does that look like? So our first thing that we want to talk about is subfolders. It can be so easy to have subfolders on subfolders on subfolders on subfolders. Do you guys remember the old Tootsie Pop commercial back in the day where he was like, how many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop? Sometimes I feel that way about subfolders. How many subfolders do I have to navigate to find what I need? My general rule of thumb is if there's less than 3, maybe 10 files that need to live in that subfolder, it's not worth having. So I try to keep mine no more than 2 clicks deep if I can help it. What I focus on instead is the naming structure of those files and of those folders. So if I can prevent having a nested folder by changing the way that I name my files, I would much rather do that than have to click 7 folders deep. Now, that's my preference. Some of you like your nested folders and you really enjoy clicking all the way down into those subfolders, and that you can do that. And that is awesome for you. I love that for you. So let's take a look at creating folders because we're going to use that to help us organize our drive. Because if your drive looks like mine, you definitely probably want to spend some time organizing it. So we're going to be in My Drive first, which is over on the left-hand side. I'm actually going to pop my magnification up just a little bit. So right now I have mine in grid view. You might have yours in list view. So over here, kind of in the top right-hand corner side, you've got a grid layout and a list layout. So this is the grid layout. This is the list layout. The list layout is nice because it shows you a lot of information about the folder or the file. So obviously I can see that it's a folder with a little icon, but also I can see who the owner is, and I can also see the date modified. If I'm going down to the files themselves, then I can also see like the file size, which is nice. So you've got grid view and list view. So I'm going to leave mine on grid view. To create a folder, you come up here to new. You've got folder. You can also upload a file or a whole folder if you have something saved. But to create a new folder, we're going to hit new and then we're going to name it. Naming structure is really great. You can add things like emojis and symbols to make sure that things stay where you want them to alphabetically. So for example, this is the one I'm going to be using today called Organize Me. I put a lot of exclamation points in front of it, so it's at the very top of my list, where this one down here is called Archive. And I want that to be at the very bottom of my list, so I kept that with a Z on top of it. So now if you have an Organize Me, you can also make an Archive Me folder if you want. You can organize by adding this to starred or changing the color of the folder. The color of the folder only affects what you see. Nobody else is going to see that that folder is colored. It's more just for our visual, our people that like that visual pop of color, knowing that you're looking for green or yellow or blue or whatever. So I'm going to pause for just a second to see if there's any questions on grid view versus list view and creating a folder so we can start organizing.
You have great timing, Amanda.
Good.
So we have had a couple of questions come in. Could you repeat the steps to bookmark some of the apps like you did with Google Keep? Could you show how to bookmark again?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will actually delete my Google Drive bookmark and we'll do that one. So in Google Drive, to bookmark, you're going to click the star on your Omnibox. Your Omnibox is your URL bar. So the star should be kind of on the far right-hand side of that Omnibar. And when you click that, it's going to pop up and say bookmark added. So make sure that your folder that you're choosing is your bookmark bar and nothing else, otherwise it'll get hidden. And then to eliminate the text and just keep the icon, you just delete the text and then click done. Amanda, is it showing the little pop-up bar on there?
The pop-up is not showing, but it should on your screen when you're the one doing it.
Okay, awesome. So you can't see it.
Correct.
All right, we talked about this yesterday. Let me do my whole screen, which I know is crazy because it's really big. Okay, so to bookmark, delete that guy again. All right, now you should be able to see it, yes?
Yes, now we see it.
Okay, so we click the star right here. And then now you get this little pop-up right here for bookmark added. So I can delete the name, and then where the folder is, this is just where it lives on my bookmark bar. You can choose bookmark bar. You may not have any folders. I use bookmark folders a ton. So keep it on your bookmark bar. Don't give it a name, and then click done. And it's going to be right here when you first do it. You can click, hold, and drag, and you can just move that all the way to the side right there. If that action is not friendly with your hand and your mouse and your ability to move things, you can also click the three dots in the top left-hand corner of your Chrome window, and you can go to Bookmarks and List, and you can go to Bookmark Manager. In Bookmark Manager, this is all of your bookmarks, and then you can go in here and you can reorganize, you can rename, you can delete things, you can see, talking about folders within folders. This is always fun to see how many folders within folders I have in my bookmark bar. A ton, like it's worse than my Google Drive. But you've got all of this here too, and this makes it a little bit easier to organize bookmarks if that's what you're interested in doing.
Thank you. And then we
Right.
had another question in Drive. Can you show how to sort them alphabetically again?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let me go back to my normal screen. It's a little bit easier to see. All right, so to sort alphabetically, let's go to My Drive. And I'm going to put it in list view. It's a little bit easier for me to see it in list view. And I'm actually going to go down a little bit. Okay, so to sort alphabetically, A to Z or Z to A, you're going to go to name up here in the kind of top-ish left corner on top of all your files and folders. And when you click this, it's going to sort it from Z to A or A to Z. That's automatic. If you wanted to sort it by date modified or by owner, or sorry, date modified, then you could click that there. And then in your grid layout view, if you want to change what you're sorting by, you have to click it first and then decide. Do I want it by name? Do I want it by new to old, mixed with files, etc.? Right now, my folders stay on top. So if you want to do it by name, it's like that. Mine default does A to Z. If you want to kind of override the alphabetical order of things, then you just change the name of the file. So instead of this file, this folder here being called archive, it's named the archive because I want it to be at the end alphabetically. And then you can see here, depending on what type of symbol you use. So if you look at your keyboard, your exclamation point is before your @ symbol. So your exclamation point is going to come ahead of your @ symbol alphabetically. So different combinations of symbols and numbers will kind of force your files to lay in a certain order. So one great example of this, if you think about like financial folders, they don't organize their folders and files by month, date, year. They file name their folders by year, month, day. And that makes sure that everything is organized by year first, and then by month, and then by day. So for example, right here, I have this C3Con 2023. So this is a yearly conference we have. It would probably make more sense if I have multiple of these conference folders to rename it 2023 C3Con instead of just C3Con 2023. That makes sense. So now if I have so here's another conference folder and there's another conference folder. So now it kind of makes sense because they're all together. They group together that way.
Great. And then we had another question about how to add emojis. Because I know on my Windows, I do the Windows and the period, but what's your preferred way to add emojis to titles?
Yes. So I used to do it on my phone because I have an iPhone. And so the emoji keyboard is really easy that way. But let's see, I always forget the name or the keystroke on my Mac. So if I right click And I know you guys can't see the window, but if I right click, I get a little option that says emojis and symbols.
And we can see the pop-up now.
Oh, good. Awesome. Maybe it's just the way that I'm clicking in. So then I can just decide and choose what I want my symbols to be. During COVID pandemic teaching, I actually had a keep note full of all of my favorite symbols. That way it didn't matter what computer, what device I was on. I could just go and copy and paste those favorite symbols into whatever it was I was doing.
Awesome. Well, thank you for those tips. I think those are all of our questions for now.
Okay, great. All right, so once you have a folder called Organize Me, we are going to jump into the next part. This is what we were talking about there with naming conventions, which is creating a subfolder. So inside of your Organize Me folder, you're going to open it up and you're going to click New Folder, and you're going to call this one Name Me. So now I have Organize Me and I have Name Me. When I go back to my drive, kind of that top level, over here on the side, right side, see where that little arrow is? So if I click that, it will actually pop down and show me all my folders. And then here's my Organize Me. And if I pop that down, here's my Name Me. All right, let us know in the chat if you're there. Because the next part, we're going to do some moving. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was just going to let you know it's not coming through yet, but your
Okay.
previous question, we had a lot of waffle users. Some bookmarkers, but a lot of people got to their drive just through the waffle.
Yeah, I do too. And you can also, I missed this one. You can also just type it in. Almost every Google app has a really simple, basic naming structure. So for example, Drive is drive.google.com. Docs is docs.google.com, sheets.google.com, slides.google.com. So you could also do it that way if you wanted to, but I know a lot of people are waffle users. And you could reorganize your waffle. If you click you click, hold, and drag, you can reorganize it. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it is possible. Of course, I say that and it's like, I don't want to reorganize. Don't make me.
Well, and we're now seeing a lot of yeses and people are with you. So I think they're ready for the next step.
Awesome. Great. Okay. So now that we have this down, we've got our Organize Me and then we have our Name Me. We're still going to be in my drive, but we've got these two kind of easily accessible. So now we're going to look at the search. So up here in Search and Drive, you can just search whatever you want, or you can click Advanced Search and you can really dig into what you're looking for. I am going to search for items called Untitled. And I'm going to look in my drive because I only want items owned by me. And then I'm also going to say owned by me. In my drive, named Untitled, search. Yep, there they are. So every time you make a copy of something or you make something new and you don't name it, it stays as Untitled. So our first job is going to be, I am going to, you can either click drag each one individually, or you can, if you can make it work, sometimes it's hard to do this, you can highlight all of them together and pick them up, and you can drop them over here and Name Me. I'll kind of do a little mix of both in case you guys need to see it a couple of times. So I'm going to kind of grab these and drag them over. They're not going to go away because I'm still searching for them, right? But they are going to end up in Name Me instead. So now I've got that first row. You can also do the list view if that's easier, but now I can see that they've been moved to the Name Me folder. That one can stay there. And these are all going to go to Name Me. You could also, I think for PC users, it's control. You can control click to highlight multiple things. And then once you're there, you could either right click to do organize and move. I believe you can also click up here where the 3 dots are and say organize and move. So you could do that as well. And then it's going to suggest places based on where I've already been. Fortunately, it's already there, so I can hit move. And then it's going to move all of those over there. So now in my Name Me folder, I have all of these files that need to be named or deleted, whatever makes the most sense. So already cleaning up my drive a little bit. Now, the next task for me is I like to go through, and it's been a minute. It's actually not too bad. Let's see. If I go all the way down to the bottom, it's actually, I thought it would be much worse than that. I must have organized my drive in the last 6 months. So I'm going to highlight everything in Drive. How many files is that? That's 310. It's not too bad. So there's a couple of different ways that I could go about organizing these. I'm definitely a person where I prefer things to be in folders. So sometimes if I'm feeling overwhelmed, I will just take all of these and I will put them into Organize Me. And then if I have a, an afternoon where I just need kind of some mindless, I just need to get some stuff done, but I don't necessarily want to think about it too hard, then I will pop on a TV show or some good music and I'll go into that Organize Me folder and I'll start figuring out like where these things are going to go. Fortunately, I do name a lot of things by year, and so those could be easy. I know where they go because they're, conference files or external, internal files, etc. But some of this stuff there's just a lot going on and a lot. Oh, copy of, that's the other one. Yes, that's the one I was going to do. Copy of, and we're going to do owned by me. Let's see, how many, a lot more copy ofs than Untitled. So let's do, instead of has the name, we're going to change it to item name, copy of. And again, I'm only looking in my drive. I don't want anything shared with me. I want stuff that's owned by me. And then search. Okay, so these are all things that I've made copies of, but then didn't rename it. I didn't do anything else with it. So these need to be organized. I don't like these just living in Drive. They need to have a purpose. They need to be organized or they need to go away. So I'm going to take these and put these in my Organize Me folder. Yep, thank you. And that got rid of, let's see, how many was that? At least 20. 28. So 28 files. And you can, go down from there. Another way to do this is just by looking at the name of the file, make 2 buckets. Bucket 1 is, I don't need this anymore, but I don't want to delete it. Or bucket 2 is, I need this, I need to organize this later. So if it looks older than this year, so for example, I've got some stuff in here that says 2023, all of this stuff could be like, deal with this later, where all the stuff that says 2025 or that looks fairly recent, that can go in my Organize Me folder so I can work on that now. And then kind of get through some of this stuff. Once you have an organizing system, it's a lot easier to maintain it. Depending on how many files you have in Drive and what your kind of backlog is, it may take a little while to get through it all. I would say 90% of these folders I don't even use. Some of these definitely need to be cleaned up and reorganized. It's just been a while. And I typically work in the same like 10 files for the most part. And I actually use my bookmark bar a lot instead of having to organize my Drive. I kind of go through fits and starts with Drive and how I organize stuff. All right, so we talked about grid view, list view, file folder details. So when you're in list view, you can really see those details. If you're not in list view and you want to see those details, you can just open up your detail view, which is right next to the grid box. It's the little I, like the actual letter I, not the eyeball. And when you click on an item, it'll tell you who the owner is, what the access is, are there any security limitations, what file type, when was it created, modified. You can even put a description in there. It'll also give you any activity. So if there's been comments or updates, etc. So in this one, it just shows me that I made a copy. Let's see if I've got something in here that's actually been utilized quite a bit. So here I've got shared, details, all the different things that I've done with it. This one has a little bit more, so I can see I own it, who I share it with, who those people are, when it was created, and when it was last modified. And then you've got some activity stuff here too. So that's the little I right here on the side, next to your grid and your list layout.
So we've had a question come in a couple of times, and I've tried to explain it in the chat, but I don't think it's working too well. Could you show how to select multiple files at once and then either move or delete them?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are confident with your mouse and your ability to click, hold, and drag, then you can use your mouse for this. As somebody who's done some desktop publishing, that's just my default way of doing it. So I'm clicking kind of in like an open space. I know it's kind of hard to see, but there is a small color difference between the file itself and like the white space around it. So if I click and hold on my mouse and I drag, I kind of get this box and it highlights those items. And then I click hold again and drag, and then it kind of groups them together. And then from here, I can drop them into a folder, or I can right click with my mouse, or I can use my toolbar up here to select what my actions are. If utilizing your mouse is feeling tricky or your fine motor development just doesn't feel as confident, then what you can do instead is select the first one. And then on a PC, I believe you can confirm, Amanda, I believe it's control for PC users. It's command for Mac users. You just hold command on your keyboard and then you can select additional files.
Correct. And it is control on the PCs.
Cool. So from here, I can click, hold, and drag, or I've got my little actions button up here. So I can make a copy. If I want to organize, if I want to move it or add to start or add to workspace, then I go to organize. If I want to remove it or delete it, I just go to remove. Or you could click the trash can right here.
Great.
Google replicates itself over and over and over again. So I can throw it away here. I can throw it away here. I can move it here. I can move it here. Sorry, move here, move here, share, share. There's just like 17 different ways to find out any one thing.
Okay, and we had another question, but it looks like our very helpful viewers are helping each other in the chat.
Oh, good.
So I think we're good for now.
Okay, awesome. How many of you are excited to go through and organize all your Drive files? So many. So Once you have, so we talked about search, which is awesome. What I wanted to show you guys is workspaces. So we're kind of on a oh, nice. Due to heavy collaborator use, some tools may not be available for larger audiences. We must have a lot of people looking at this file right now, which is great. So let's pretend we're all organized. We've got our stuff. Everything's where it needs to be. But now you're like, okay, cool. I've got like these 17 docs that I use on a regular basis, but they're spread across 6 different folders. And I don't like having to click inside of all of these folders to find what I need to find. So let us know in the chat. Do you have that problem? Because I know I do. Our like main like file where everything lives is where is it? Oh, here it is. This one right here, which is a shared folder for me, not a Teams folder, just a shared folder. But then I have these subfolders inside subfolders, right? So all of this stuff that lives in here. And then we've got folders and folders and folders, right? So I've got all this stuff across all these spaces. That's a lot. And I don't need all of it. I really just need the stuff that lives in this folder right here. So a couple of things that I can do. I can make a shortcut of this folder to be inside my drive. So I'm going to start there. This is great for folders. So if you have a folder that's like deep in the organization hierarchy of subfolders, you can take that folder, right click it, organize, and add a shortcut. This is going to add a shortcut of that folder wherever you want it to go. So I'm going to just put it in my drive, which is my top level drive. So I'm going to hit add. And now when I go back to my drive, I should see, here it is. Now I can't rename it, but I can at least save it here. And then I can, I don't think it's going to let me, I don't think I can color it. Nope, you can't color a bookmark. That's unfortunate. Another way that I could organize this is I could add it to starred as well. So it's going to come up there. I could also bookmark this. So just like we bookmarked Drive, I can bookmark a folder too, any place in Drive really. So I can open this and I can say, I can call this my, I'm just going to leave it at that. So this is a huge project folder for me that I use regularly. So having this saved somewhere where I can find it easily is going to be really helpful. I will probably eventually put it in this bookmark bar that you guys can't see because I'm not sharing my entire screen with you right now. But I have this folder right here that's got a lot of bookmarks in it. So I will probably drag this over and drop it in there eventually. But for right now, I can leave it here. So that's a way to get to something. If it's not a folder, if they are individual files, then workspaces is actually a really great place to store things. You can store up to 25 files only, not folders, files only in any given workspace. So let's say I am doing a project next week on iPads, but first I want to go through and collect all of my resources for that project before I get started. You can kind of see how I did that here with a Google Sheets session that I did a few weeks ago. I did that for this session for Google Drive. Here's the one that I had a couple of years ago for this 23-24 project. I was trying to start using workspaces back then. I hadn't quite like that gotten into the groove with it. So to create a workspace, I'm going to go create workspace, and then I'm going to call this iPad session and create. And then it's going to pop up with a window that says, okay, cool, start by adding files. What files do you want to add? So I'm going to go to add files, and it's going to try to suggest based on what I've used recently, but I could also click the search button and I can search by type, modified owner, or by name. So I'm going to search the word iPad. and it's going to come up with a bunch of stuff here. And then I can go through and be like, you know what? I don't need a sheet. So let's change by file type and let's do presentations. There we go. That's better. Okay, so this one's good. Intros using Google Workspace. Those look good. Management. I like this. iPad Basics. What is that? Okay, tips and tricks. All right, so I'm going to insert those. And then I'm going to go back and I saw some videos earlier, so we're going to add those too. So file type, videos, and we're going to look up iPad. Okay, awesome. And here are some iPad videos from previous. iPad skills checklist. All right. And that's 20 files. Oh, 22 files. 24? Okay, so I'm right at my limit. So we're going to keep it right there. And then I can go through, oh, and see, now I can see list modified. Ooh, 2017, that's probably really old. I'm probably not going to need that. So we're going to remove that one. That one's pretty old too. I may leave that just in case. The rest of these look good. Awesome. And then I'm going to hit done. And now I have this workspace here that has all these files. So instead of having to go through and search and put them in a separate folder or create a shortcut for them that I may or may not need in the future, it's kind of a way to create a shortcut without creating a shortcut. I would equate this to be very similar to what I do with my folders up here. The only difference and the only shortcoming, I guess, of workspaces is you can only add files. You cannot add folders to a workspace. So there's that. But I love that you can have multiple workspaces, and then when you're done with a workspace, you can hide it. It doesn't remove it, it's just hidden. So if I have something that I don't need currently, or I only use it once a year, then I can hide it until I need it. So questions about workspaces?
Yes, we had a question come in.
Okay.
My video dropped. There it is. And I tried to see if I could get it to work. Is there a way to share a workspace between people?
No, not that I
Okay.
know of.
Okay.
Yeah. Workspaces are very personal, I guess. It's not something that you can share. Yeah, you can rename it. I don't know. Sometimes it gets me like, why Google? Why did you do it this way? But no, they don't allow that.
Right, because the only way I can think around that would be to create a folder and then shortcut all those files, but then you lose the advantage of having them in a workspace. But if you really need to share them, I don't
Right.
think a workspace would be the best solution.
Right. I think what's the goal? The goal is to have a dashboard of sorts of like readily used files. So you could do a folder full of shortcuts. You could also do a bookmark folder, and you can actually share, like you can export your bookmarks and share a bookmark folder, doing it that way. I think it just depends on what the end goal is. This is why stuff like, what is it called? There used to be a site where, oh my gosh, I think it starts with a W. You could put all of the different like web links and stuff, and it almost looked like an iPad screen with the icons.
Could it be
It reminds me,
Symbaloo?
Symbaloo. Yes, exactly. This is why things like Symbaloo were created, because teachers want to share a group of something without having to mess with like the higher level organization on Drive. So in my head, I think, oh, well, I would just make a you know, a Google Sheets file and have all of the, quick links that they needed, which you could do that too. It just, what is the end goal? What problem are you trying to solve? Well, uh, that creates the solution, because it might be different depending on who's accessing it, why, and for how long.
Awesome. And then we did get another question in about the workspace. So if you delete a workspace, what happens to the files that were in there?
Nothing.
Awesome.
Absolutely nothing. They just it is a very temporary little place for you to organize things. Same thing with shortcuts. So you can see here, all of these are shortcuts. Um, if I right click and move to trash, notice it says original folder and then shortcut options. So if I'm moving to trash, I'm only removing the shortcut. I am not deleting the original file.
Great.
So yeah, workspaces
Great.
is the same. You're only removing the workspace, not doing anything to the origin file.
Okay, well, and we are getting a little short on time, so I'm going to
Yep.
go ahead and share the attendance code just to
Excellent.
make sure everyone has that. So for this session, you're going to want to write down this code. Here we go. Your code for this session is 258. So feel free, type this in the planning document if you're using that. Write it on a sticky note, take a picture with your phone, whatever method works best for you. But at the end of the day, at 3 o'clock, we'll open up the forms to start collecting those attendance codes. And for this session, you want code 258. Okay, and while I leave that up, let me see if we've gotten more questions in the chat. Oh, we have several questions. I think a lot of people are finding this session really valuable, and they want to go back and watch it. So the good news is, even though this video is live streamed, even if we're in an afternoon session, you can always come into YouTube, grab that little red dot, and drag it back to the left to go back through these sessions. So we're going to have a lunch break here in a minute. If you want to do that during your lunch, you can absolutely do that as our viewers. That's one of the nice features about this being a continuous live stream. And if I missed your question, please put it back in the chat because we've had so many great collaborators in here helping each other out and sharing tips, letting them know where to find different things. So it's been great. Oh, now we have lots of thanks coming in.
Oh, good, good.
Okay, so we might have a little more time if there's something else you'd like to show.
Yeah. So, and Angela actually made a good point. You must color the folder prior to making it a shortcut. That's excellent to know. Thank you. I wanted to share this really quickly. I'm not sharing my screen anymore. I should do that.
It would be helpful.
Yeah, there you go. Now you can see what I see.
Yes.
So I get a lot of questions of like, okay, but what does the folder organization look like? Like, how would you create your folders? And being a teacher is very different than a lot of other professions. In my profession, I still organize things by school year because I do work with a school system. So I work in like, right now, we just started all of our 25-26 folders, right? And then inside of it, I have project based, and then inside of that, sometimes I have schools. So if I'm looking at like shared teaching materials, if I was working with a team of teachers, what might that look like versus my own personal drive? And like I said earlier, I try not to do subfolders that are any more than like 1 or 2 clicks deep, just because I don't want to have to click into 16 folders to find any one thing. So if I was looking at maybe a shared drive, and I know that Cypher, your shared drive situation, like people can create shared drives, you can't make your own, but you can still interact with them. So figuring out as a like faculty or as a school staff, like what makes the most sense for you guys, and kind of creating rules and standards of expectations for that. Another tip that I saw that was really smart, and I'd never thought about it. Do you guys remember back in the day for my elder millennials and Gen Xers and maybe even boomers in the room, anytime you would download a new program, it would come with a README file. And it would be a text file that would give you like information about that file. If you have a shared drive, whether it's a shared drive like this shared drive here, or just a shared folder, and you want to have certain standards as to how that folder should be organized or how items should be utilized, you can create a folder, a file called README, or like standards of like SOP, standard operating protocol, for this folder. And then in there, it has like, this is how things are stored. This is how we name things. This is how we label things. This is how we share things. Because having the plan is great, but we can't expect everybody to remember all of the details at the same level, as everybody else. So if you have an organized folder and you're working with other people, creating a README folder could be really helpful for that. But these are kind of two different examples of what shared teaching materials versus individual drive. Honestly, I could see these being mixed and matched depending on the grade level you teach. A secondary teacher is going to organize their files much differently than an elementary school teacher versus an admin, et cetera. Um, um, and then also don't forget that the way that you name files can help prevent you from needing extra folders. So I found this article from data management from Harvard that talks about naming conventions and like what to think about. There's even like a little worksheet here to kind of walk through the process of what should your naming convention be, because naming conventions are unique to the user, to the school site, to what's public, what's not public. What we definitely don't want is a bunch of just random files that say meeting notes. That's not helpful. Let's put some structure into it so it's easier to find. One teacher that I worked with in the past named all of her assignments by the week, like the grading period and then the week. So if it was the first 6 weeks, and then like the second week of school, like she had like a specific number that worked really well for her. I think over time that would confuse me, so I don't know if I would do that. But creating something that works for you, but not getting too deep into the weeds is usually the best place to start.
Great. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and stop us there. Thank you for sharing these resources, because I do want to make sure everyone gets their lunch break.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is go ahead and share my screen. So the way you probably got here was through the app. I'm going to go back to the 722 sessions at a glance. And this session was great. We had great participation. I think people are really enjoying it. If you notice at noon, we don't have any sessions. So this is a great opportunity. Go back and rewatch this session. And if you're not sure how to do that, just ignore the flying chat. You can click on this little red dot in the live YouTube and go back until the point you're interested, and then just hit play, and it'll pick up at that point. You can turn closed captions on or off. If you want to catch back up to us rapidly, you can change this playback speed, either go more slowly or up to 2 times speed, and it will catch up with where we are live. So this is a great opportunity if you want to go back to this session or any of the sessions from this morning. You have the next hour to do that. I encourage you to get some lunch, get energized, because we're going to be back here at 1 o'clock again with 5 more sessions. So go ahead, enjoy your break, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back to our afternoon in DLC. This is our Google room because most of the sessions feature Google. Don't let that throw you off, because in this next session, we're going to be looking at Microsoft Office. Before we dive in, I really want to make sure you know how to split your screen, because that may be something you want to do here. So I'm going to steal that share back for just a second. Here it is. So because all of our teachers in Sci-Fair are on Windows PCs, the easy way to split your screen, just do that Windows key and either the right or left arrow, and you can split your screen. Because this may be a session where you want to follow along and see what Stevie's doing and then look at your own at the same time. So if you haven't done that split screen before, again, Windows key and either right or left, and then you can do the same thing with your own instance of Microsoft. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and let you share your screen, Stevie. We've got Stevie Frank with us, and she's going to tell us all about some time-saving tips with Office 365.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I am so thrilled to be here today, and I am just so excited to be able to talk about one of my favorite near and dear topics, which is digital organization and saving time. So, if you're anything like me, I absolutely love the opportunity to be able to save time and work smarter, not harder. So, if you are one of those people that you forget things, and it seems like you've had so many amazing sessions today, and you want to make sure back to school you remembers what today you was doing, I have created a bit.ly link. So you can type that bit.ly link just into your URL, and it's going to pull up this exact presentation for you. So I'm going to save this up here for just a moment. So if you type in, and it is case sensitive, into your URL, if you type in the bit.ly / that is a capitalized T for time, capital S for saving, capital M 365. And that is going to give you a copy of this presentation. And as soon as I'm done with our presentations today, I am going to have everything go live on my website. So I've got all of my references and all of my information there too. So let's go ahead and dive in with some of these time-saving tips that help out. So a little bit about who I am. My name is Stevie Frank, and I am a digital learning specialist in my district. So I have had to find my space with making sure that I'm making all of those really good, responsible decisions with tech, because I am everywhere and nowhere, as I like to refer to. So I have found some really great tips that I have pulled from some amazing educators too as well. So I have put down my Twitter X handle on there. So if you find yourself on social, feel free to reach out to me. If you're like, wait a minute, Stevie, what was that tip again? I am more than happy to go ahead and share that information with you. We are stronger together and better together, as I like to say. I also have my website located there here on steviefrank.com. I put everything up on my website for free for you to use. So if you find yourself that you're needing to lead a professional development for a staff meeting or something of that sort, feel free to utilize my resources. So here's our agenda of the day, and here's everything that I plan on covering. I will have a session here too throughout to have a question and answer. So if you have any questions at all throughout, if you're like, wait a minute, Stevie, slow down, what was that again? Definitely make sure to put that into the chat, and then Amanda will pop in to make sure to get me that question. So I want this to be a workable opportunity for you to be able to learn and be able to support everybody here. So here's our agenda, and here's what I have planned for the day. I'm going to talk to you about OneNote, which is a great space to kind of keep everything together, either as a classroom teacher with students or just professionally to be able to keep everything in one space. I'm then also going to talk to you about Microsoft To Do, which is probably my favorite app of all of them. I'm going to talk to you briefly about Microsoft Planner, and then we're going to end our time with just some basic Microsoft Outlook tips and tricks that maybe you don't know. What I loved when I first logged in is I was able to see all of those tips and tricks that we're just kind of talking about with favoriting things and all of those sorts of things that you can do on your computer. All of those are going to be amazing tips as well. So I was so excited to see those. And I honestly learned something, Amanda, with the Windows button and the left and right. I've always just drug it over to the side. I never knew that keyboard shortcut. So I love a good learning opportunity too as well. So thank you. I appreciate it. So the first app that we're going to be talking about today is Microsoft OneNote. So in this presentation mode, I'm going to be presenting about the tool, and then I'm going to minimize my presentation and then take a drive with you. So don't worry if you're just like, okay, wait a minute, what's she talking about? Where do I click? I'm going to talk you through all those steps so that you know where I'm clicking around for. So Microsoft OneNote is how you can learn how to add content. We're going to talk about creating sections, and we're going to be talking about pages inside of OneNote. I'm also going to talk to you about how I use OneNote to compile and organize all of the information, because this has saved me time, money, everything that you can think about, because I have been able to put all of my life inside of OneNote. And then we are, by the end of our time today, going to create a OneNote notebook together. So OneNote meets a wide range of those digital needs that are needed inside of the classroom. It puts together a lot of those different components, such as making it simple, allowing for creativity, because you're not just typing inside of OneNote, you're actually being able to sketch inside of OneNote. So there's a session that I give with Manuel Herrera, and he's the digital sketchnoting extraordinaire. And so whenever we collaborate on different tools or different presentations, he needs this space to show his creativity off by doing his sketch notes. And so that's just something fun that I like to throw in. It's also extremely efficient because you're going to be able to use OneNote in so many different realms of your life. It's also collaborative. So like I said, whenever I'm planning a presentation with somebody, I also use OneNote to be able to store everything in one space. So you're putting together all of those really big skills that are needed inside of a workforce and putting them inside one digital tool, which is pretty transformative. So what I love taking a look at is taking a notebook, but then saying, okay, we got to get out of this 3-ring binder and be able to make it available online. And for the longest time, I kept asking for it. I was like, there has to be that digital trapper keeper, right? And for those of you that are young, too young to realize what a digital trapper keeper is, it's that 3-ring binder. But for those millennials like myself, you're like, okay, I remember the Lisa Frank days with the digital trapper keeper, you know, with the rainbow colors and everything. So think about that inside of OneNote. So this image that I have up on our screen right now, this really helps you to really understand, okay, what is OneNote and how do we understand that with what we actually are familiar with? So as you're going to see here, I say, here is your like 3-ring binders. You can have as many OneNote notebooks as you want. You can have up to 20. You can have as little as 2. So it really just depends on how many 3-ring binders you have. Now, if you've been teaching for a while, you might be thinking like, wow, okay, I have a lot of 3-ring binders, a lot of trapper keepers sitting behind my desk and just kind of collecting note or dust, right? Like maybe my graphic organizers are in one. So if you're thinking in that way, that can be moved digitally, okay? So you can have as many OneNotes as many binders. Now, those are called notebooks. When we're going to be calling sections, so I like to think of sections, and that's going to be right here. Sections are like your folders. You can have as many folders as you want inside of that 3-ring binder. So again, that's where you're going to see a list of all of my different sections that I have. So again, that's going to be your folders, right? So you can have your different sections if you're thinking of it like a student where you have like math, reading, and writing. Or you can think about it like a section of like being a teacher. So I had graphic organizers in my 3-ring binders of saying, okay, I've got graphic organizers for character traits. I have graphic organizers for cause and effect. And so those kinds of sections, or if you're thinking folders, that's how you would start to tab that out. Now, the last kind of delineation that I'm going to make between a 3-ring binder and what does it look like digitally is going to be the page. So a page is called just that. You can have as many pages as you want inside of that folder, inside of that section. So again, kind of broadening back out. So the big thing that we have is called a OneNote. Then you have your sections, those are your folders, and then you have your pages, which those are your pieces of paper. And once you get all 3 of that kind of together and you're like, okay, maybe you can start to see how you can start to organize your information all within this. What's also cool about OneNote is not only is it available for you as a teacher and a professional, but it's also available for students. And so I'm going to give you both use cases here in our time together today. So here are your types of notebooks. You can have your personal notebook, you can have your class notebook, and you can have your staff or PLC or collaborative notebook. I have seen teams plan all of their lesson plans inside of a shared staff notebook. So whenever there was one of the teachers that left on maternity leave, or if there was ever a new teacher added, they would just add them to their shared notebook and say, well, here's all of our lesson plans that we have. And included, because OneNote's so transformative, included in that OneNote wasn't just a Monday through Friday schedule, it was the anchor charts that also came along. It was all of those one-offs that they were like, oh, okay, I've got to make that permission slip. So instead of sending it in an email, they would just say, okay, it's in the OneNote and you can find it there. So lessening emails, that's going to save time. And so that's the point of today, is doing those time-saving tips. So here are some different reasons why using OneNote is so helpful. It is extremely versatile. So you can type in it, you can draw in it, you can do speech to text, you can even record audio files, you can record video files. There's so many ways that you can use. You can also have a multimodal meeting. Those are going to be your images that you can add in. You can also embed videos. So instead of just having like a link to YouTube, it actual auto-populates the actual video inside of OneNote. So you can just click play without leaving the OneNote interface. It stays all right within. It also helps you with collaboration. Again, anytime, anywhere, on any device. And that's an extremely transformative power. So here's an example of how I utilize Microsoft OneNote as a coach in my district. So this is where I am, like I said, everywhere and nowhere. So as you're going to see over here, my OneNote, I start a OneNote every single year. So I was back to school yesterday for my first days before teachers, and every year I start a 24, 25, 25, 26 school year notebook, and then that's when I'm going to have everything down in there. So on here, I have my mission and vision of where do I want my school year to go. I have my tech coaches meeting because we meet as tech coaches. And then as you can see here, this is everything that I have going down. So every time I go, I get observed. I talk to my superior about that. And that's where I put everything in my observations. Because I don't know about you, but there's times that I will start to have a conversation and I'm like, well, wait a minute. What did I tell my administrator I was going to work on? I should probably write that down and talk about that so I know my talking points next time. These are also the 3 schools that I support. So I put my 3 schools down there because anytime that I'm around at the different schools and I need to have information and I'm writing notes, that's where I put everything here. What I also love about it, probably my favorite piece, is that I can utilize it from my cell phone. So OneNote is also an app on your phone that you can download, and you can access all of these folders, all of these OneNotes, all of these pages, no matter where you're at. So there's so many times where I'm going to be maybe not necessarily behind my computer, but maybe as a classroom teacher, you're standing outside and somebody shares some information with you, and you're like, okay, how am I going to remember this? Or where am I going to put this? I immediately put it right into the app in OneNote, and it has saved me so much time, and so that I don't have to forget that part. So that's how I use it as a tech coach within my district. So here's also some ways that I use it with using that OneNote app. There's times that I really like to just put the tech away, especially if I'm going through a coaching session with a teacher or whenever I would sit down with students. And I just wanted to use my either phone or iPad, and I had my iPad pencil, and then I would just handwrite some notes down. I felt like sometimes by opening up my laptop, it gave that more official vibe. And sometimes I just wanted to be able to checklist things off. So that's another way that I was able to utilize OneNote inside of my classroom. So here's some other ways that I utilize it. So just as you are doing right now, and you're going through a full day of full sessions, whenever I'm going to a conference, virtual or in person, I always create a little notebook for that. So for example, when I went to TCEA in 2023, these are all of the sessions that I went to. And then from each of those sessions here, this is where I wrote notes. What I loved about it is there would be times where I would see something and I'd be like, oh, wow, that's transformative. And I want to remember that. I would just grab my phone, snag a picture of it, and it would automatically just add into my notebook. So those are some of those really transformative ways that I stayed organized. Now, why is that important? Because I don't know about you, but if I create a Microsoft Word document or a Google document, and then I have my different tabs, to me, I'm like, it's difficult for me to find. And especially with taking pictures or actually handwriting notes, some of that can get lost. That's why I loved OneNote to have all of those different compatibilities together. Here's how I used it when I was inside of the classroom. So Canvas is our LMS wherever I taught, but there's a lot of other integrations with other learning modules as well. What I loved about using this is it was so easy to get my students onto OneNote, so then I would be able to share content with them. So I created graphic organizers or reading passages, and then I would push that out on OneNote, and then I would be able to also grade that on OneNote. There was about 30,000 reasons why I loved using it as a teacher, but one of my favorite ones was that portfolio basis of saying, here's how students started writing at the very beginning of the year, and then here's where their writing sample is at the end. In the era of AI right now, this is key. How do you know how your students sound? Or how do you know if they turn in an assignment and they're like, well, this was my writing, this wasn't AI. And you're like, well, I have an example of your writing here, and this was just a couple weeks ago. This doesn't quite match up, and this isn't quite what this looks like. So I love all of these different conversations to kind of help with our support inside of the classroom. I also used it as using like a graphic organizers and keeping notes. So a lot of times I would have students and I would have these amazing lessons, right? Because every time we create a lesson, it's phenomenal. And then I would have them take notes. Now, where would they do with those notes? I actually, back in the day when I first started teaching, I had them punch the 3 holes, put them into their binder, and then they would sometimes get ripped out. The longer and longer the lessons were and they were going through it, it just wouldn't keep very well. So what I loved about that is I just scanned these pages in as PDFs, and then I had students type out their notes. So then anytime that I had moved on, because as any good teacher knows, you don't just teach theme once and then never go it again. We always spiral back to it. So whenever I would be like, okay, guys, let's talk about theme today. Oh, what do we need to remember? The students would be like, oh, let me go back into my OneNote where I took notes, and it still lives. As a former college student myself, I wished I would have known about this. That would have been helpful. So now I'm going to do an on-hand demo. So this is that time where you're going to be like, okay, do you want to drive with me and you want to click around your OneNote with me? You can go ahead and get your computer screen set up in that regard. Or do you just want to kind of kick back? It's after lunch. So do you want to kick back and just kind of watch me drive? So you can figure out your screen as I'm going to be figuring out mine over here. So right over here is where I'm going to now launch OneNote. So if you head to m365.microsoft.com, that's going to then take you to your URL or just your office.com. So some of you might just be used to launching the apps, meaning whenever you log on, you have like a little Windows button, you have a little Outlook button, but you can access all of that through our URL online. So on here, I already have all of my different apps over here, but I'm going to click my waffle and then I can select on OneNote. So if you haven't launched OneNote very often, this can be where you find it. So if you don't find it, if you're like, Stevie, I'm clicking on, and yes, the official term of this is actually a waffle. I'm not making that up. So if you click on your waffle and you realize, oh, I can't find anything, you can actually type in OneNote right into that bar, and then that will launch your app. So again, that's just one of the ways that you can find it. So right when you first pop in here, this is going to show you, because this is just a demo account, I don't have all of my stuff on here, but this is going to show you, okay, here's some different OneNotes that Stevie has created. So if you want to all create a brand new one, and you can do that today, maybe this is that one where you just call it 25-26 school year. And then everything that you do on here kind of goes through there. So I'm going to click on 24-25 school year, because I've already kind of set up a OneNote for our experience today based on maybe last year's. So on here again, these are going to be your sections or your folders. So I created one for CFISD, and I can say, you know what, I'm listening to Office 365's organization, and here's everything that I have to remember. You're going to be like, Stevie just shared her presentation with me, so I'm going to go ahead and add it in there. She talked about her website. Maybe I want to go visit that later. And so all of those different notes you can be taking right here. So on here, again, just to start typing, wherever you double click, and just start typing. That's another reason why I like OneNote, is because it doesn't word. Sometimes it gets you stuck in that one left-hand side and you're like, I need something right here. I love OneNote in that regard. Another way that I love it is this tool up here, which is the dictation tool. You click on that dictate and you can just talk it through. This is a great planner. This is a great partner, if you will, whenever you're trying to think about getting your ideas all down onto paper without worrying about typing it all out. So you're going to see up here on your ribbon band, you have a lot. And again, I have led an entire 60-minute session on OneNote, and we still have 3 more apps to go through. So I'm going to make this quick. But you still also have all of these different features, like the highlighting feature, font color, everything that you're just kind of used to in the Microsoft environment. When you come to insert, this is where you can insert either pictures or you're inserting those PDF documents. So pro tip, anytime I do a PDF document, I like adding it as a file and a file printout. That's going to give you that PDF document, so where you can upload it right away. You can also go to the draw feature, and this is where you're going to be able to draw. Now, I am no artist. I'm actually very terrible at it, so nobody judge. But this is going to be some of that drawing features that you can do. And also something that I have learned because I've worked with some really creative people. There are some of your students that do want to sketch and that do want to do this creativity because that's the way their brain works. And so for some of you that are more of you like to doodle and sit, this is your tool. I'm also going to go under view, and then this is where you can even check your accessibility. You can even do like page lines. So if you're like, you know what, I liked the line paper effect, then you can go back to that. You can do grid paper, or you can just say, I like a blank canvas to go through. If this were a class notebook, I would be able to push out documents and folders to all of my students too. So as a former classroom teacher, I would say, okay, everybody, we're going to be learning about inferences. I would push out inferences folder to all of them. And then I would push out to them any reading that we were going to be doing for that week, any graphic organizers, any quick checks, anything like that. My entire ecosystem lived on OneNote whenever I used this as a teacher. I also used it as a teacher to provide with notes. So for example, at the beginning of every single year, I would put down a list of all of my student names because, again, when I first started teaching 15 years ago, all of my students had manila folders. And then anytime something came up, if I had to have a parent phone call, if I just kind of noticed something was a little bit off, or if I just wanted to write down notes about this particular student, I now have a digital place to do that. So this was extremely transformative, especially with my kindergarten teachers, because they gave those assessments, you know, do you know your 26 letters of the alphabet? Do you know your colors? Do you know your sounds? So they moved all of that onto OneNote, and now this is where they track all of that information too. So talk about transformative, right? And not taking home packets and packets of information to grade. So that is a little bit about OneNote. I'm going to go ahead and pause to go pull up my presentation. Amanda is watching the chat for me. So if you have any questions, feel free to go ahead and put those in. And she will definitely either communicate those to me either in our chat here, or if you've got one right now, I'm more than happy to answer.
Yeah, great timing, Stevie. So we just had a question that I'm not sure if the person is in Sci-Fair or not, but she asked, do our students have access to OneNote? Aren't their accounts Google? So Chelsea, if you're in Sci-Fair, we have both Google and Microsoft, but that may depend on your district wherever you are. Do you want to add anything, Stevie?
You answered that beautifully. Yes, I would absolutely agree. So if you're just a strictly Google school and you do not have A3 Microsoft licenses, then that's when you're going to have to, you're not going to have the components of Microsoft. But if you are so lucky, just like you are with Sci-Fair, where you have both, where we are better in our ecosystem, I think, with better together as well, then you do have access to Class Notebook.
Great. And that's been our only question so far. Thank you.
Of course, of course. Well, thanks for asking. All right, so now that we explored inside of OneNote, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's cross that off of our list. Again, I have given even up to 2-hour trainings on OneNote, so that was just really quick. But there's a lot of really great resources on Microsoft Learn Central, and I'll show you what that looks like at the end. Microsoft To Do is next. I love Microsoft To Do. All of my administrators I have gotten to love Microsoft To Do as well. And we have even moved it to students. So us as a school district had decided to take a step away from paper agendas and to start to move to something more technical and using technology that would also work on students' phones. Microsoft does just that. So Microsoft To Do can be used where to access. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about how to share to-do lists, and then we're going to create our first to-do list. Maybe your first. Maybe you're already listening to it and you're like, I'm already drinking the Kool-Aid, Stevie. I'm already here for Microsoft To Do. So Microsoft To Do can do what? It manages all of your to-do lists into one place. So you can talk about grocery lists, shopping lists, books to read. I don't know if you're like me, where anytime I go to sessions, especially like this today, I'm like, oh my gosh, that was a great book. I need to read that. So now I have a list of books that I need to read, or any of those small things that you forget. So think about sharing collaborating lists, maybe even with family members. So like a grocery list, who can make it to the grocery store first? So I have a shared grocery list with my husband. So if he makes it to Kroger before I do, then I don't have to worry about picking those items up. So this down here is just kind of like a snapshot of what a Microsoft To-Do looks like. And again, I'm the kind of like, I like to drive with you, so I am going to be clicking around here shortly to show you. So where do you access Microsoft To-Do? You can access it on any device. You can add it as an app onto your phone. You can also access it here just as an application onto your device, or you can also access it online. I'm also going to show you a sneaky spot where you can find it, which is right inside of Outlook. So if you launch Outlook every single day to check your emails, there's a special little place that you can click that you can actually find where that's going to be at. So here's some of those to-do list features that you can find. So the first thing that they put you as soon as you enter into to-do, and again, I'm going to demo that and show you around, but as soon as it starts with, it says my day. And it gives you with a blank to-do list because it wants you to go through your calendar and it wants you to go through those areas and to say, okay, here are the things that I want to add. Now, AI is in the background, and so as soon as you open this up, it's going to say like, hey, are these some to-do things that you want to use because maybe it showed up on your calendar, or maybe you've seen it a couple of times, maybe you need to add this. You also just have your ones that you create down here at the bottom. So those ones at the bottoms are ones that you're just like, here's my grocery list, here's the books to read. Like that's just your ongoing list, and that's not collaborative. You also have planned. So you can even add in a calendar reminder to say like, hey, I need to remember to do this. Will you remind me in to do? The beauty of having Microsoft To Do is Microsoft is embedded everywhere. You're not just going to see it here. You're going to see it on your Outlook calendar too. So it marries everywhere, which is lovely. Flagged emails. That is where I got my administrators bought into Microsoft To Do, because whenever you flag an email and you say, hey, this is important, that is where you got it. I do see I have a question in the chat about where do you go, and I will show you where to go to here in just a moment. So let me pop out of this, and I'm going to take you back to this m365.cloud.microsoft. So that is going to be where you can just click up here. I used to be able to go into it by like office.com, but that's where you can access it. So just like we did on OneNote, if you don't have it down here on that left-hand side, you can click that waffle, and then boom, right here is where you have to do. If to do is not populating for you, you can come up here to find it, type it in with Microsoft To Do, and then this is going to open up that application of To Do. So it looks like it's going to have me do the fun parts of authenticating and getting logged in. So once I get logged into Microsoft To Do, this is going to be where I have all of my Microsoft To Do checklists. And again, this is my demo account, so I don't have everything that I actually use it for, just to have privacy protections. So on here, this is where you can call it a new list. So that's what I'm going to do with you all today, is do a live demo of what it looks like to actually complete. Now, my list, I honestly just have mine called To Do, and then I just keep a running list. So a lot of times, as soon as you head to do, it's going to give you to my day. And this is where it'll say like, you're starting off with a blank screen, like you don't know where to begin. I'm like, I know where to begin. So I always start with just going to my list. And then this is where, or my to-do list. And then this is where I just start to add my tasks. So for example, when I'm getting started in the classroom and things that I need to start doing is I need to have name tags written out. I also need to have parent postcards sent out. I always like giving a postcard to my parents and saying, hi, I'm your kid's teacher. Also, things that I have to do at the beginnings are printing IEPs. I also have to make sure that I have kids sitting in the correct spots according to their IEPs, so seating charts. So these are everything that I need to do. Now, I'm going to say, you know what, coming in with this printing IEP, I've got a couple of different things that I need to do on that one. This is where you can add steps. So I love this component because sometimes it's not just as easy as printing the IEP. I have to make sure that I have my PowerSchool all settled up. Then I need to add another step. Then this is when I need to double check with our school counselors to make sure that I have the correct numbers. And so all of those are going to be those multi-step things. Now you can say, remind me. Later today, I'm going to need this to remind me to make sure that I get this done, because if I don't have the reminder, it's not going to get done. You can also add a due date. So you can say by this date, I have to ensure that it is done. You can also have a repeated one. This is wonderful for your attendance reminders. So if you find yourself in a secondary level and you have to take attendance multiple times a day, this guy will pop up on your screen and say, hey, have you taken attendance yet? So you can have that happen daily as well. The category, if you have categories set up in your Outlook calendar, so think like I have a color coding system because like I said, like digital organization is my jam. So if you have it saying like English language arts, or if you have a certain schools, or you have different color coding systems, all of those can be shown here. Some people I've seen even have had it where they talk about like private things. Different kids are different colors in their personal life. So those sorts of things that kind of helps with categories. And you can also add files. This is a gem of a tool because there's times where I'm like, okay, I have to work on this PowerPoint, or I have to work on this. And then by the time I get to my to-do list and I try to find the file, I can't find it. And so I'm like, where did it go? So I love that whenever you're creating your to-do list, if you click on add file, and a lot of times the AI will kind of start to guess and it'll say like, hey, you said something about IEPs and there was this email talking about IEPs and how to do it. You can add it here. You can also add in notes. So you can say here, okay, don't forget about this email that you got that has all this information. So when you finally get to sit down and you finally get to say, okay, now I'm ready for my to-do list, you are effective and productive with what you're doing instead of pulling it from every direction. So those are some of my favorite tried and trues. And I unfortunately have to keep going because I've got to make sure that I stay on time because I have other really great tools. So feel free to definitely add any questions into the chat. I know I've got some amazing room people here with me that are going to help moderate the chat too as well. So let me know if you have any questions as I go on here from there. So that is Microsoft To Do and where you go to find it too as well. Inside of Outlook. So I screenshot my Outlook screen. If you click this little calendar button up here, this is where you get to see and access your Microsoft To Do. So if you are a person that you have to check your emails every day, which all of us are, then you click this little button and this will add your to-dos off to the side and you can keep an eye on all of those. So that's just one of my pro tips as well. So now that you have headed to Office and you checked it out, we are now going to mark that off our list and we are going to move on to a really transformative tool called Microsoft Planner. So Microsoft Planner is found in that same location where you click on your little waffle and then you find Planner. Now, Planner is going to be where I like to call is kind of like a 2.0. So if you're like, okay, to do kind of looks good, but I like to work on more project-based things, or maybe you have a lot of different things going on at one time and you're wanting things to kind of be in their own lane, if you will, Planner is an amazing transformative tool. So we're going to talk a little bit about creating a planner list, talking about sharing your planner list, and then hopefully creating your first planner project. So this is a screenshot of my personal Microsoft Planner that I have created. So this was saying, okay, here's everything for my summer plans that I need to do. So as you see here, it's kind of like a to-do list 2.0, right? So I'm not just saying, here's everything I need to do. I'm saying, here's everything I need to do for my summer planning. Then here's everything that I need to do for conferences. So I like to submit different proposals for different conferences. So this is where I keep all of that information. And I also include those URLs so I don't have to go find them and source for them again. And then I say PD for Stevie. So here are things that I need to pour into my own bucket with and things that I need to make sure that I get done. The reason why I like Planner is it helps me keep this futuristic goals because I'm like, I forget that, oh, I said I was going to do that. I need to have a place for that. So that's what Planner is so good at doing. So again, it's also helping with sharing and delegating tasks because you can create a Microsoft Planner with your PLC or team, and then you can assign different tasks at different times, which is great. Another thing that I absolutely love is this prioritizing, and you have a lot more options. So what do I mean? So for example, you can write a to-do list that's extensive with your lists, right? You can delegate your tasks, but you can also bucket it in different progress. So for example, you can even say, okay, with this Wakelet coach course, so that's part of my PD I need to take, here's the progress. So you can say you've not started it, you've started it, and you have your different progress. This is great to do if you're trying to work in a team and say, okay, here's how I'm working on this and where I'm at with it. You can also give it a priority. So you can say, is this top priority? Is this low priority? You can give it a due date, and you can also ask it to repeat. So again, you're kind of seeing like, wow, this is like a to-do list, but it's a little bit more amplified that you have. So those are my favorite features too as well. So I was so gracious to be able to attend an in-person event with Microsoft innovative educator experts, and I heard this amazing person speak, and so I want to share this because I felt like this was transformative if an entire school wanted to go in this way. So they were trying to look at a new way for them to track MTSS and to kind of track that along. So what they did was they actually used Microsoft Planner to do that. So they had all of their different buckets, and their different buckets were, and you can see it where it's kind of grayed out, where they have different students. And then they talk about the different steps of those students, and they've assigned different steps, like, hey, have you tried this intervention? This needs to go to the tier 1 classroom teacher. Or, hey, have we tried this with that tier 2 teacher? And so all of those different planning and strategies, I'm more than happy to share you their presentation, but I just thought that was completely transformative to think about using it as a school basis. So this is a little bit more of that one, but I'm taking a look at time and I still have more to talk about. So let's head to Microsoft Planner. So just like we've done before, you hit that waffle, click on Planner, and then let's go ahead and play around. So go ahead and figure out where I work best on your screen. I'm going to click that. I don't see Planner on here. And so because I'm in my demo account, I don't have access to Planner. Now I'm kind of also looking at time and I see that I have about 10 minutes of time. So I'm going to scoot on to moving into the next part of my presentation, which is Outlook, because that's the one that we're all in all of the time. So we've got OneNote down, Microsoft To Do. Okay, check. We're going to figure that one out. Microsoft Planner, again, I was already kind of planning on scratching the surface with that one, mostly because that's one of those components that I'm not quite sure, but somebody on this call is going to go far with it, and please reach out to me when you do because it is exciting. Outlook Online, let's talk about some tips and tricks to help you save time. So I'm going to give you this link, and I will have to figure out how to get it to you. I'll create a bit.ly on this one, and I thought it had saved, but it didn't. So I'm going to first of all talk to you about having folders within your inbox. So if you are a type of person where you have a very long list of things that you need to do, in here, you know what? I just thought of something. I will put that into this chat here. And I know my amazing moderators will then throw that into your YouTube chat. So perfect. Okay. So one of these few features. So I'm just giving you a link that is going to be tips and tricks to tame your inbox. And what I had done was I had gone through, this is a pretty extensive list. Once you go through this, you will see it's amazing. However, I just kind of picked out my favorite things that I like to talk about and do. So if you are a like inbox zero person, you're like, Stevie, you're preaching to the choir here. I've already got this done. Perfect. I have also learned as being an inbox zero person that there are different tips and tricks that I have learned along the way too. So one of my favorite tips that I like to share is creating folders. So if you have an email that comes through and you're like, wow, this email is important and I'm going to have to refer back to it, but I don't want to delete it. It should stay in my inbox. That's when you can start to create folders. So a lot of times I just started creating folders because I wanted it out of my inbox. My inbox was kind of my to-do list. And I wanted to be like, well, where am I going to put this? So at different times, I started to create an inbox folder that was even from the person's name that sent it to me. So I was like, anytime Abby sends me something, I know it's important, but I don't really know what to do with it yet. I just put it in the Abby folder. Then over time, I started to realize like, okay, well, this is for a staff PD. This is for safety. This is from my tech team. And then I started to create all of these different folders. This helped me save so much time. It was phenomenal. Because then when I would go to try to find that email, because I don't know about you, but every time I try to go into Outlook and type in somebody's name, it's like, I don't know who you're talking about. You've never emailed this person. I'm like, I email this person daily, Outlook. So that really has helped my productivity as well. A scheduled send. This I love. Now, there are some times where I like to send out an email, but I like it to be at the perfect time. So sometimes that might be when you're emailing a parent. Maybe you don't want to email the parent first thing in the morning because you're like, then we're going to email back and forth and I don't have time with that. I'm going to just schedule it to go out at the end of the day. You can do that. So let me show you how to do that one because that one's a fun one. I'm going to open up my Outlook here. Oh, it's going to have me go through all the fun stuff again. And I'm going to just shoot out an email and have it scheduled at a certain time. I also like doing this because sometimes I like to just kind of think about something that I'm going to do without necessarily hitting send just yet, right? So whenever you click on New Mail, you have under Send, you have Scheduled Send. So I can click on Scheduled Send, and then that's when I can choose a time that that email goes out. This has, again, been such a time saver, and it's been really helpful to me when I'm like, okay, I need to get to that, but I can't send it yet. That can help. Now, let's say that you created it, you scheduled the send, and then you're like, well, wait a minute, I just talked to my bestie during lunch, and they said that I should reword it. I probably should reword it. It still lives off in your drafts. So if you ever draft something or you ever schedule send it, that's where it's going to live. So let's get back into it. So that's a good scheduled send. Flagging emails is also amazing. So if you're like, okay, I'm trying to get to this inbox zero thing, Stevie, it sounds great. You can flag the email to say, okay, I need to come back to that at some point, but maybe you don't have time for it right then and there. That's where you can click that flag button. So I had to make sure that I saved some time at the end, and I also want to make sure I have some question and answer time. So and I know that there's also that attendance link that we're going to be getting into. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a moment to digest that awesome information, and a lot of information. That was a fire hose of Microsoft Office and all of the different tips and tricks. I also have my website up here too as well, alongside of my social handles. So you have an opportunity to connect with me. So then hopefully I don't just go away because you're like, Stevie, wait a minute. What was that thing again? What was that really intensive to-do list? And I can be like, that was going to be your Microsoft planner to do. So I'm going to give you a moment. And then if I could also have that attendance link, that would be super helpful.
Yes, thank you, Stevie. Great session. We did have one question that I didn't know the answer off the top of my head.
Okay.
So will Microsoft To Do send you reminders on your calendar? Because I use Planner more and I know it does.
Yes.
To Do? Okay.
Microsoft To Do will show up in your Outlook, but it'll kind of be like a grayed out little area, if you will. Like it does look different than a normal calendar invite that you have.
Okay.
Great question.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a whole bunch of appreciation for that link, the Sway. So thank you, thank you.
Oh, of course, of course. Well, that one, like I said, that's so many. And I was like, I didn't want to go through every single one of those, but I did at least want to give you some of those important tips. And those are ones that I use daily. And Amanda, I feel like, are you an inbox zero person?
I very much am, but I feel like I kind of cheat because there's some emails that bypass my inbox and go straight to their folder for when I want to read through them.
So you're a rule creator then too.
I
Look
am
at
very
you.
much a rule creator. Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's great.
Yes, it works really well for me. So that way I'm like, hey, this is a newsletter. I can read it when I have the time and make sure I see the things that really need my attention right away.
Oh, I love that. That's great advice. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And it looks like we might have a few more minutes. If you have any questions, please add them to the YouTube chat. Any last things or anything you want to highlight, Stevie?
Absolutely. So speaking of some of the different Outlook tips and tricks, so I feel like that's the place that I get asked a lot of questions when I lead different trainings of like, what are some different tips and tricks, or what are some things that you can do to kind of help with that, that productivity of it. So up here in that little list, this is where you can also take a quick glance at your calendar. So over here, whenever you click on calendar, you can just quickly see that. So a lot of times I would at different times before I found out this beautiful button.
We're not seeing your screen.
Oh, you're not seeing it
We
anymore.
are
Okay,
not.
let me go back to it. That's helpful. All right. How is that?
Wonderful.
Great. Thank you for that feedback. So on here, let me breadcrumb my way back. This little lovely button up here, this button right here will have you access your calendar, and it will show up off to the side. So there would be some times that I would be like, I don't know, am I available that day, or what does that time look like? And so it's really helpful to have that. Now over here where I have to do, this is where your to-do list will populate. So then you can always have it here, and then that is very super helpful too as well. There's also this lovely space here under settings. So I am definitely a person who also likes to calm, and I feel like us as just a society, we are completely oversensitized. So what I like doing is I like quieting some of those noises down. So let me breadcrumb my way back here. So over here, I have this settings button. Now over here under the mail, I like to also make sure that I don't have a lot of things like popping up on my screen as I'm teaching, because that can get very, very distracting for me as I was teaching and to my students. So one of my favorite things that I love doing is kind of like, again, quieting the noise down. So whenever you scroll down, you can also kind of delineate and make your Outlook look exactly the way that you want. So over here, you can have your reading pane look different. And let me take a look at where those, is it custom actions? I wasn't planning on sharing this one, but this was one of my favorites. There's one of these that will, making the noises, because the noises drive me wild. And that's something that, is it under notifications? Yes, okay. So I'm under general, clicked on notifications, and I have all of my notifications in Outlook turned off. So that's a hot topic. And for some people, they're like, oh, how could you know that you have emails? I always have my emails up, but it's when I have time. So anytime like I would get a calendar invite or anything of those sorts, like I do not need to be notified of those things. Believe me, I keep a really good list on that. So that is one of my favorite things to toggle off. And I talk to my teachers about it almost every time I'm in their classroom, because you don't need that little notification coming up on your projector while you're teaching. You don't need to hear the ding. You don't need to hear those things, because when you have time to check your email, you will, and it'll be done at a pretty good time. So that is one of my favorite like tips and tricks also, is to be able to be productive during the time that you have allotted yourself to be productive, because every time, and we think we're good at multitasking, we're not. So when we quiet this down, it actually quiets everything down. So when you do sit down with your to-do list, or you do sit down to be with students, you can actually be present in the moment. So that's another one of my favorite tips.
That is awesome, Frankie. Thank you, Stevie, Frankie. I'm just
Everybody
going to mix
does
your
it.
names together.
Everybody does it. That's okay.
Yeah. And then we did have one question. Can you show how to send that scheduled send again, where that very important button is?
I had a feeling that was going to be a big one. All right. So whenever I go to compose a new message, I click on new mail. Now, right next to send, there's the little caret. Once you select on caret, then that's when you have your scheduled send. So then once you select on scheduled send, that's when you can either delineate from like, oh, tomorrow morning sounds great, or you can do a custom time. So you can say, you know what, I'm going to put that person on ice. I'm going to respond to them on the 24th at 1 in the morning, or 1 in the morning would be a difficult time, want to make it believable. So maybe 10 p.m. and then you can click send. That will then, let me send a fake one to myself and go scheduled send. And I'll say, yep, tomorrow morning sounds great. I'll click send. And then if I was like, you know what, I want to change some things, it lives in my drafts folder. So then I can pull it right back up and say, okay, this is what I was meaning to talk about.
Awesome. Thank you, Stevie. That was a great session. Lots of thanks in the chat. So good news, if you enjoyed this, Stevie's going to be back with us for this next session as well. If you're not so interested in Adobe Express, I won't take that personally, but I am going to show you how to find a next session that would be of interest. So I'm going to go ahead and flip over to my screen. And right now we're on YouTube. I'm going to go back one tab where I've pinned the different schedules. Okay, so this is our app. I haven't reviewed this since lunch, so I'm going to take us all the way back to the beginning. This is our DLC website. So the easy way to get there is cfisd.net/DLC. If you scroll down a little bit, we're still on July 22nd. When you click on this purple button, it'll take you into the app and the sessions at a glance, which is actually where we want to go. So we just finished the 1 o'clock session. These are going to be your options for 2 o'clock. So check and see what looks really interesting. I'm going to vote for Stevie with Adobe Express, but you make your choice. And then if you go to that tab underneath it on the left, the 722 sessions, you can either search or scroll down to 2 o'clock and you can click on that session. So I'm going to go in with Stevie, and then this blue video link will take you into that YouTube live stream. Okay, so if you want to pick a different session, now would be a great time to do that. I'm going to run a video so that you can get up, stretch, move around a little bit, do what you need to, and we'll be back here starting up at 2 o'clock.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
All right, so welcome to our 2 o'clock session on this day 1 of DLC. If you were with us in the session before, we have Stevie Frank staying with us. This time she's going to share about student voice and choice with Adobe Express. All right, Stevie, it is all yours.
All right. Well, thank you so much again for having me and being able to host me here in this district. I absolutely love Texas and I find myself down there pretty frequently. So my name is Stevie Frank and I'm so excited to be able to talk about one of my favorite transformative tools, which is Adobe Express. Now, if you're kind of on the fence about Adobe or you're like, I'm not really quite sure about it, I'm going to be taking you through kind of like a step-by-step basis of talking to you about like, here's how to access the things, but I'm also really going to talk to you about the pedagogy of student voice and choice as well. So if you want to make sure that you remember everything that I talk about, feel free to grab my presentation, and this bit.ly is going to get you there. So what you're going to do is you are just simply going to type in bit.ly / and it is case sensitive. It's a capital S student, capital V for voice, capital C for choice, and then Adobe. So that is going to just give you a link to my presentation that you can use in any way that you want. So if it's like okay, back to you, like if I'm like, okay, September Stevie needs to remember what July Stevie was doing, I always make sure I add my presentations. And so if you are coming from my other session, this would be where I would put this into my OneNote so I don't forget about it. So all of my information is also going to be on my website located at steviefrank.com. So if you just want to see everything that I've been up to, I post everything on my website because we are truly better together. And I have learned so much as well from all of you. So I cannot wait to get started and to be sharing to you about a topic that is near and dear to me, which is amplifying student voice and choice. So here's a little bit of information about me. My name is Stevie Frank, and I'm a technology coach in my district located in Zionsville, Indiana. So yes, I still do find myself in Texas pretty frequently, but I also find myself here in the Midwest, which it is very, very hot, but not as hot as it is there, as I was just in Houston a couple weeks back. So I'm also an education consultant too as well, which is how I'm able to bop and hop around too as well. So here's what our agenda looks like today, and I always like to refer to my agendas as soft agendas. I want this session to be meaningful to you. So if at any time during this session you're like, you know what, Stevie, I'm kind of wanting, have a separate question about this, feel free to put that into the chat. Amanda is moderating the chat, and so she's going to pop in at different times if she sees a question that needs to be talked about. Or if there's a topic that you want to see covered, definitely feel free to put that into there too as well. I'm more than happy to. So first of all, we're going to talk about the pedagogical practice of student choice and student voice and why that's important to incorporate into your classroom. So I am a huge proponent of using tech for tech good and not just for tech's sake. So we're going to kind of talk about that and how using technology just really comes up beside a good pedagogical practice and not just doing tech for tech. We're also going to talk about the how. So my goal for all of you is to leave my session today saying, okay, I feel confident in Adobe Express or confident enough to be able to click the buttons to be able to get the students on. And then we're going to end our time with just continuation of learning. So if I'm your Power of First of Adobe Express, welcome. It's such a privilege to be able to be the Power of First to talk to you about such a great tool. But I also want to make sure that you continue down your journey, because even though I think I know more, I was at an amazing in-person event last week and I learned so much more that I didn't even realize. So first of all, we're going to kind of lay with that student voice and choice, and we're going to talk about the why is this a great space to use into your classroom. So what are some of those reasons? So if you're following a UDL by any means, they talk a lot about motivation. And what does motivation look like? We're also going to talk about why student voice and choices using AI with creativity is just kind of where the future is headed. And we're also going to talk about those top skills that companies really truly are looking for. Now, let's dive a little bit deeper into that UDL thing that I was talking about. So the Universal Design for Learning, the company of CAST put this together, and they talked about these different guidelines for increasing engagement. So I'm a former middle school teacher. I know all about what it's like to teach into online screens where nobody turned on their cameras. But then I also remember just trying to be like, how can I make my lessons more engaging and motivate my students to be into the learning? So these are their different, they call them considerations that they talk about when it's talking about motivating students. So notice that it says optimize choice and autonomy, talk about relevance, value, authenticity, nurture joy, nurture play, and address biases, threats, and distractions. So anytime you have these different considerations when you're planning of a lesson, that's going to really help to increase that engagement and motivation into your students. So students are not going to care about a lesson if they don't feel cared about, or if they don't care about what's being taught. So that is definitely one of those really important pieces whenever we're talking about good pedagogical uses. This was an amazing quote, and I'm going to give you a moment to kind of read it in your mind. And then for inclusive practices, I am going to read it out loud. So let me give you a moment. And in 2018, a Gallup study found that as students got older, they became less engaged or involved, enthusiastic, and committed. The study contained some pretty alarming findings. So in 5th grade, most students, about 75%, reported high levels of engagement with school. They were excited, they were happy to be there. But then by middle school, half of those students that were engaged, and by high school, that number shrank to about a third. So I did link I love a good research. So I did link this into my presentation if you snagged my slides. So this really talks about how important motivation is, especially when our students get older, and talking about increasing that. Now, the second thing that I'm going to talk about, aside from motivation of why student voice and choice, is we're going to be talking about AI. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's kind of all the rage right now. But we're going to be talking about how, and I get asked the question a lot, how do I have AI proof my lessons? How do I make sure that AI isn't just going to do that assignment? Well, if you're using artificial intelligence to complement that assessment or that assignment, and you're using it in those higher level thinking skills, you're going to be increasing the motivation of students, because anytime you're using AI, especially image generators with kiddos, they increase motivation and they have more fun with what they're working with. And second, when you're working with kind of using AI, really pulling in some of those deeper level thinking of depth of knowledge and the SAMR model. So if I'm your power first with either of those, definitely I can do a full session of just simply SAMR. But really what we're going to talk about is really having those meaningful uses of technology. Generation AI and digital tools are crucial to students' success in their next world. So when we're talking about really utilizing AI, and if you're on the fence about it and you're like, I don't know about that large language model, I don't know about ChatGPT, what I love about Adobe Express is that generative AI is already built in. And there are already built-in lesson plans for you as a classroom teacher, so then you can just hit the ground running. So you can be like, okay, at least I was able to incorporate some form of AI into my classroom. And Gen I is just simply the future. I cannot control whether or not AI gets let out. I am not that big of a deal to have that control. However, what I do have the control of is saying, how can I use it inside of my classroom in meaningful instructional ways? And I can't wait to show you the how here in a little bit. So this was according to one of the LinkedIn business talents that was talked about. What were the top skills that employers are looking for? And these were the top 5 skills that came up time and time again. And I also had a Forbes article that I read. Several different articles pointed to these skills. First one is AI literacy. AI literacy is saying that, do students really responsibly understand, and I will talk about AI literacy here in a bit, did they responsibly understand what it looks like to use AI and how to do it the right way? The second thing is conflict mitigation. Do people know how to work together? I feel like this used to be collaboration, but no longer is it just about collaboration. It's about when you disagree with your coworkers, how do you go about it? Is it in a responsible way? That's a human skill. Third, how do you adapt? Are you able to adapt in a world, and we're thinking now of AI, right? Are you able to adapt to that new world and pivot and change what you need to do? And again, that's a human skill. Process optimization. Are you able to really go through a lot of different information and be able to say, here's the best choice. Here's what's really going to work. That's a human skill. The 5th one is innovative thinking. A lot of people turn to AI and have been turning to AI to find those really good ideas, but those aren't going to be the innovative thoughts. The innovative thoughts, when you use ChatGPT, all it did was learn from the internet, and all it's going to give you is what it learned from the internet. So those innovative thinkers, those creative thinkers, that's what's really going to be looked at. So everything that I highlighted here are human skills, and talking about utilizing really good tech, right, inside of lessons. So here's what I like to look at as the how. So how are we going to optimize choice? How are we going to optimize relevancy, nurture joy and play with students, and how are we going to address some of those biases and threats? Well, for me, the how that really made sense to do that plug was Adobe Express. And that is something to where when you allow students to choose what they're going to do in your classroom, such as, do you want to create a poster? Do you want to create a video? Do you want to build a web page, make a presentation? Like, create it. It's all here in this one platform. You're not going to another freemium kind of tool. Adobe Express is 100% free for education. You're all in one platform, and that was really super helpful. A way that you can optimize relevance. All of my students, all they want to do is be YouTubers. And I don't know if you're sitting over there on the other side of the screen being like, yes, oh my gosh. And all I keep hearing teachers is like, I can't believe it. And I'm like, back in my day, it was basketball stars. So that was back in the Michael Jordan era. And I was always like, those people are not going to be Michael Jordan. Well, these kids could actually be the next YouTuber because all they need is a YouTube channel and a tool like Adobe Express. So a lot of times I will talk to students, and this is built right into the product. And it says, I say, hey, do you want to create a YouTube channel? Create a YouTube channel about something that you learned or something that you're of interest to, and let them go. Like, that is such an amazing tool. They are going to be using tools like Adobe. And a lot of my students, when they've learned about this kind of other side of graphic design, they realize like, oh, that's how they had the words flashing across the screen, or that's how they created that YouTube short, or that's how they added the music there or the sound bite there. And they gain a greater appreciation for it. And I looked at that as the same thing as like a basketball player. Like, I remembered anybody being like, you know, hey, that basketball player is great, but it took a lot of practice. It took a lot of hard work to get there. This is what I'm talking about. So they'll be able to see that back end work that their stars in their minds are really seeing. A way that Adobe Express nurtures joy and play is also through some of their tools that they have. So I just took a couple of screenshots of some of my favorite tools that are inside of Adobe, like Animate to Audio. Kids get to turn themselves into avocados, and they can do any kind of backdrop. Now, anytime I utilize this with students, there's laughter, there's excitement, there's motivation, and I have done this from first grade all the way up until 8th grade, and it's the same. Like, they just get excited about the different characters. The next thing that I love is this was a fun template that you can use with students. And so you're really talking about their joy and creativity of saying, like, here's all the words that used to define me, instead of one of those boring, icebreaker material of back to school. So I cannot talk about AI without talking about some sort of AI literacy. So let's take a moment to say, what is that? So when do you use AI? That is one of those components where you can be thinking about, like, when do I start to inch forward into this? I always like to say, prompt the human before the AI. And it wasn't just me that said that. I learned that from a very smart lady called Saba Kidwai. You should look her up. I'll give you some resources at the end of this presentation to continue your learning. But this was definitely one of those components where I just think it's so important for us to take a look at, instead of just running to ChatGPT or whatever large language model that you have, to really sit with it and say, okay, what do I want to create first before I go into AI? So if I'm going to create that image, what do I want it to look like first? I'm not just going to run to AI first to tell me. I'm going to prompt myself. The environmental impact. Every time you ask something to generate into a large language model, it's been equivalent to about a bottle of water. So I'm the type of person where when I brush my teeth, I turn the water off. So this has really gotten me to be more meaningful before I prompt, and I think, okay, do I need to prompt this? Do I need to ask AI? That's kind of us as humans taking that capacity over, right? I also think it's important to be able to talk to kids about detailing AI prompting. Whenever I do this with image generators with students, I love it because the result is right away. So whenever I have students type into an image generator what they're thinking about, and then it pops out, they're like, that's not what I was wanting. And I'm like, well, what were you looking for? And they're like, well, I wanted the sky to be this color. I wanted the color of the eyes to be this color. I'm like, well, put that. A, that's called detailed writing, which is great. But B, you're really teaching them to have those prompt engineering skills that are needed into the workforce. The ethical uses of images. This is a fun conversation I like to have with students because right now we're in this weird world where we're really not quite sure what the ethics look like. So what does that look like? Who owns those images? Is it you, or is it that you're saying that you wanted it to look like Picasso? So some of those questions that come into consideration. Another reason why I love Adobe as my how is they've already kind of thought about some of these. And so if you say, hey, I want Mickey Mouse from Disney, it will come back and say, hey, we can't create that. That was somebody else's image and that's somebody else's idea and that belongs to them. I love this about Adobe, right? Because that's not a decision as legislators that they've even been able to come up with yet. So I like that responsibility use. Fact checking. AI can lie, and it will, and it has, and I have seen it. So always making sure that you're going over with students. If you're asking it to create the Coliseum, make sure it's the Coliseum. Don't just go off of it and say, okay, well, this is what it created, must be right. And always use generative AI as a creative partner, not to replace you. That's not what it's for. Like I had mentioned before, I just came back from this amazing summit from San Francisco with the Adobe people, and they were really talking about creating with AI. It is not going to replace a lot of these skills and different jobs that we think it is going to. I've heard people say even like, do we even need graphic designers? We need graphic designers that use AI. Graphic designers maybe that don't use AI might get replaced, but those that use AI won't. And so those are some food for thoughts whenever we're talking about AI literacy and the importance that it looks like. So now let's talk a little bit about where does Adobe fit in. So I also had the opportunity to listen to Scott Belsky speak. And whenever he talked about generative AI, he said, what are you going to create? What is your process? Because that is not something that AI can do. AI isn't going to be really great at creating. It's really good at recreating, but not really good at creating. That's where the human comes in and that process. So if you're going to showcase your process of your learning and not just a snapshot in time, that's going to be AI proof, right? Because not everybody's going to be able to do it. So now I'm going to be diving inside of Adobe Express. So if you're the type of learner where you're like, let's drive together. So you've got your screen set up. You can have me on one side. You can have Adobe Express up on the other side. I'm going to let you get acclimated on your screen while I pull up Adobe Express too. So as always, Amanda, definitely make sure to put any questions into the chat as they pop up. But I have my Adobe Express pulled up here. So I'll give you a moment to get there. Okay. All right, doesn't look like I have any questions quite yet. All right, so as soon as you log into Adobe Express, this is the dashboard. And I'm gonna just kind of give you a quick overview guide of the dashboard and what it looks like. So first of all, it'll take you first of all to the create feature. And this is great for students that are just wanting to create without having anything, a lesson plan or anything in mind. Or it can be where you're like, hey, you get to create anything in Adobe Express. Make sure you just showcase your learning and everything that you learned about animals, and they can put it here. So they can create a poster, create a video, and all of this is going to open it up inside of a great tool called Adobe Express, the all-in-one editor. Now, let's say that you come to this as a teacher. You can click on Teach, and then this is going to give you some of these different launch points that are going to help you to help your students. So for example, if you're like, I want to browse templates by subject or grade because you're wanting to create a kind of look and feel for students, then you can click it here. You can also create an assignment. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on it so that you can see how easy it really is to just create an assignment to send to students. So Adobe Express has something called Adobe Classrooms. So be thinking about it kind of like a learning management system. You can have all of your students in here and you can see all of their work. That's a beautiful tool. So I've got a live demo account here and I'll show you what it looks like. But for example, let's say that I was going to be having a lesson and this was going to be teaching students about, I wanted them to be able to create something based on an Indy 500 driver that they chose. So I'm from Indiana, so the Indy 500's here, and that's always what we love to talk about. So you can give it a due date or you don't have to, and you can assign a class. So I'm going to say, you know what, I'm going to assign this to my class and I'm going to toggle on the gallery. The gallery is going to be a showcase place where all students get to see each other's work once they're done submitting. So let me say that again, because this is a really cool tool, because I feel like people leave and go pay for tools that Adobe Express does. So a class gallery is going to say, as soon as a student is done with their project, they click submit, and then they will be able to see everybody else's in their classroom and what they created. Such a transformative tool. So let's say I'm going to turn on gallery and I'm going to say, you know what, my project type, I want all of my students to create a video. I'm going to click next. And you're not really too worried about, you know, a template or anything. You're like, I just want them to create a video and I want to see their progress and how they do. You can click on assign and it's just simply that easy. What you can do is copy that assignment link, push it out to students, and then boom, you'll be able to see all of the work that they've actually created. So this is one of those, I'm like, this is amazing. This alone, I was just like, I'm here for Adobe. So let me go ahead and open up Classrooms, and I'm just going to show you a quick Indy 500. So if I was to give this assignment to a student, this is what this would look like. So for example, let's say I have an Indy 500 driver, and this demo count has on here the different students and what they have created. So for example, this student, again, loved the turning into an avocado. And I did click on share screen and share sound. So I hope the sound comes through, but let me know if it doesn't. And I'm going to go ahead and click on play.
Danica Patrick is one of the most famous women in racing. She made history in 2008 by becoming the first woman to win an IndyCar series. In 2005, Danica was the first woman.
So this student had actually used a large language model of Magic School AI and had said, okay, I need to create this essay of sorts, if you will, or a script of an animated character giving information about this person. I need you to include these facts because these were the facts that I learned, and boom, here you go. So this is one of those, again, amazing class galleries is what this is called inside of Express. So that's what that component looks like. So again, that was just on Teach. Now, one of my favorite tools, and this isn't, oh, I see I've got a question. What's up, Amanda?
Yes, we do have a question, and I didn't want you to move too far away from the classrooms.
Okay.
Will students join the classroom automatically, or do they have to be manually added? How does that work?
So great question. So I will back out and go back to Classroom. So I'm going to sit here and say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and create a class. And so you can name that class name, and I will call this Mrs. Frank's Awesome Class. You can give it a subject area and give it a grade, or you can skip that. You can even add co-teachers, which is transformative. So once I create that class, then I'm going to share a link for students, and that's going to be here. You can copy the class invite code. You can give a QR code, and then that's how students will join your class. So it's not done automatically in the back end, but that's something that you can control right there.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for the question. So that is everything with when you're looking to teach. Another thing that I love about it is the templates. So I'm going to go ahead and click on templates too as well. And now you're going to be able to see all of these different templates that they have that you're going to be able to push out to students, and then they can edit everything within it. Now I'm just going to go ahead and choose this character analysis, for example. So let's say that I'm like, you know what, we're actually doing comparing and contrasting. I'm going to go ahead and click on compare or customize template. And on here, everything is editable. Now I'm going to take a second because I think I have some like very beginners of Adobe. I'm going to take a second to kind of explain this all-in-one editor to you so you can kind of understand what this looks like. So for example, I can edit the text on this. So if I click on character analysis, if I was like, nope, that's a little bit too deep, I'm just going to say that was compare and contrast. And I'm going to say that it was the title of a book that we were all reading in class. So I'm going to call this Stargirl because I'm going to compare and contrast Stargirl to her character that she turned into later on, which was Susan. There are going to be some spoilers in the book here that I'm going to talk about. So if you haven't read Stargirl yet and you were planning on it, I'm going to be spoiling some things for you. So this is where you can give a character name. So I'm going to name this character on this side, Stargirl. Now here's where generative AI comes into the mix. So again, where I'm using Adobe Express as a transformative tool, but I as a student now have my choice to be, well, what do I want this character to look like? So a lot of times we would be like, well, in order to get students to be creative, they would have to draw or sketch out. As somebody who is not very creative artistically, this was a big miss for me. If I ever had my teacher say, draw your favorite character, I was like, she's not going to be able to draw very well. So I'm going to use an AI image generator. So I'm going to go ahead and select on my image, select on generate image. And now this is going to open up in here, and it already has a prompt started for me. And this just said a teenager scientist in a lab next to a telescope. but that's not what I was using to describe. So what's also helpful for me as a student is for me to see the prompt. So that kind of plays into that AI literacy component, right? Like, okay, I was able to see what a prompt looked like, and then that's what it created. So what I would like to see is a teenage girl wearing a flowy dress in school. Now I'm going to select on generate. What's also nice about Adobe is you can add reference images and you can say, well, I kind of want it to look like this picture, or I kind of want it to look like this composition, and you can give it a different content type. You can say that if you want it to look like an auto, where it just kind of gives you a bunch of different ones, if you want it to look like an actual photograph, a graphic, or a piece of art. I'm going to select on auto and then click on generate. Now I'm going to see this kind of like generating in the background, and then you're going to be able to see this. Now this is that part that, and those of you that know. So if you were part of like the AOL generation and logging on to the first time, if you remember, you would click the button and you would walk away, and then you would come back after you signed in, click another button, walk away, come back. So this is what that is. This is only going to get better with time and faster. So over here, I'm seeing a couple of different options that I have of Stargirl. And I'm liking this. Like, this is what I was envisioning of Stargirl, but, and this is the time that I love when I see students is they're like, yeah, but she had brown hair. I'm like, well, tell that. Do that iterative prompting in there. I also loved coupling this when I taught writing assessments, because I could not get students to come back and actually go through their work once they were done writing. I wanted them to work on descriptive writing, but they were just not interested in that. So this is where they could actually see it right away. So I'd say a teenage girl with brown hair and brown eyes wearing a flowy dress in school. So let's try that out again. I'm going to select on generate and see what Adobe Express's AI image generator will come up with next. Another thing that I really enjoy about their image generator is it has all those privacy and protections built in that we as schools want to see. So for example, I had a student tried to type in the word poop and it wouldn't come up with it. And it said, hey, that kind of violates one of our privacy settings. Like, we're not going to do that. And it didn't generate it for them. So real life scenario there was very helpful. And I thank them for that. So perfect. This was the Stargirl that I was imagining. And so I love that I was able to see it here. So now where it says generate image prompt, this is what I was talking about with that. Okay, what was your prompt? Because that is so important as we start to look at students, like how much detail did you put into your prompt? So I am going to grab my prompt. I'm going to go ahead and copy it. And now here is my prompt that I have here. So I'm teaching that AI literacy component. And again, it's in a template that was just created for me inside of Adobe Express. So now then this is when I can say, what kind of traits did Stargirl have? So this one is, she was just extremely nice. She was kind, and she was very generous. She was always giving those thank you letters or just sweet. Now I'm going to go ahead and skip the rest just due to time. And then the next one, you can say, okay, how does she compare to her arch nemesis, who she did change into, which was Susan. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on this. I'm going to generate my image and say, okay, now we have a teenage girl with brown hair that is super trendy and popular with lots of friends surrounding her. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and click on generate. Now, as a teacher, when I'm going through and I'm assessing this, I could have asked, and what old Stevie used to do is I would say, okay, write me an essay or write me a paragraph about how Stargirl was different from Susan. Well, now I'm able to take a look at this infographic. I'm able to see their AI image generated, images and say, how did they visually look so different? So now I'm clicking on this and I'm like, okay, this was more about how she was. She was a little bit more polished, but what I was thinking in my head was she just had a lot more makeup on, because that was something that Susan did that Stargirl didn't. So teenage with friends surrounding her, with makeup on. So this again is making me go back into what I had already prompted. And then once I come up with it, because for some reason with students, whenever you do the visual connected to the writing, it really starts to put together. I mean, when they're able to put their thoughts of what they think they see and then put it to words, that's amazing. That's still not giving me, I think that's giving me my vibe that I was looking for. Perfect. So then that's when I can also add in my prompt. So then I can take a look at it. What I've also done is said, give me a list of all of your different prompts. So not just the first prompt that you came up with, but how was your iterative prompting process? Like, what did you first start off with? What did you end with? And then that will also kind of show you the writing process too as well. So now I'm done with this. And let's say that this was the example that I was going to give to students. Now, let me do one more thing. So before I go to do that, another really cool feature inside of Adobe is this theme. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this theme button, and this is where I can change the colors of anything. So a lot of times I would have students like going through, I accidentally deleted my thing. I would have students going through template after template after template, and I'm like, what are you doing? And they're like, I'm just trying to find a color. And I'm like, everything is editable. And it's just as easy as a couple of clicks. So that is something that I really near and dear appreciate too as well. Now, let's say that I'm going to level this up a little bit more. And I don't want them to just add in like their pictures and their generative AI because that was great, but I want them to almost turn this into a video. Now, instead of like backing out and going into a video creator tool, all I have to do is go to media. This is one of my favorite parts, by the way. I'm going to go to videos and I'm going to click on animate characters. I am now going to animate my character and I'm going to talk as them, and that will discuss how they were so different. Now, I don't want to change myself into an avocado today. I'm going to do something called a mouth only. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to amplify my voice into the lips of one of these characters. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to background. I'm going to select transparent because I already have my background as you saw there. Like I've got everything figured out. I just need to record my voice into this mouth. And this mouth is going to move with my voice. And I'm going to show you what this looks like. I'm going to toggle on this enhanced speech. What this does is this is AI built into the background, which is going to help remove any background noise. This is also part of this AI literacy piece. When you talk to students about that and you're like, hey, this is AI in the background removing any noise, that way they truly understand, like, what is AI? What does AI do? Because kids are just AI this, AI that, and they're like, okay, well, this is artificial intelligence in the background. It doesn't just magically sound better. It really is by design. So I'm going to go ahead and select record, and we're going to try this out. Oh, let me allow. So my name is Susan, and I'm so glad Stargirl is out of the picture. She was way too nice, and I'm here to make a change. So what this is now going to do is this is going to sync with my voice into the mouth as it goes. Now, I know whenever you share screen and you share audio, things always are sometimes amiss. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that you'll actually be able to listen to this too as well with me as soon as it generates. So again, this is one of those components where let's say you have an early finisher. They're like, okay, I'm done. And then you're like, okay, well, I have a student that hasn't even started yet in my classroom. So how do I meet them both where they're at? This is where you can go to them and say, well, hey, add animate to audio to one of those figures and talk as you are them. So again, you're kind of motivating them. And if this is your end product to your students, they're all going to want to participate. This is also really thinking about that deeper level. So is this assessment going to be AI proof? Yes, right? Because an AI can't do this, but I'm using AI next to me and my learning to be able to showcase what I know. And this is going to be a lot more fun. Now, I've even had some teachers come and say, well, what if they wrote the script using AI? Well, that would be really cool. Because if they used a script to use AI and to say, hey, I need to be Susan, they're at least having to have their voice into this product and into this character. So they're at least reading it, right? So these are some of these parts that it's like, are we getting to a space where we're now complementing our lessons or complementing our assessments with AI? And this is that fun space that we're in. So again, this is that fun little time that I like to call of waiting on AI. Like it was whenever AOL first came out for me. So only getting faster, only getting quicker. So as that's populating, I'm going to pop down into another really great tool as this is loading. I could not talk about student voice and choice without really talking about student podcasts. So Adobe also has a really great feature, and it's called Student Podcasts. So let me take you there. as this guy's loading. Hopefully it goes a little bit quicker. So this is Adobe Podcasts. And so I could talk about amplifying student voice without talking about how do I record a podcast. So if you go to podcast.adobe.com and you scroll down, you can hit this button that says start recording. Once you hit on start recording, it will get you just started. Or if I come here to my studio, I have a list of all of my different podcasts that I've been doing as well. And when I say doing, I mean, I'm just playing around in here. I don't have an official podcast. So on here, I'm going to go ahead and do a demo. So I'm going to click on new project. So it does save everything. So if your kids have logins for Adobe Express, they have logins to podcasting too as well. So on here, you can just simply click start recording, and it will start recording your students' voices. So okay, great. That one came back. So I'm going to pause on podcasts because I know I've got a captivated audience there. And I'm going to come back here to my animate to audio. So I'm going to move my mouth. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger and put it over Susan's mouth here. All right. So now I'm hoping the sound comes through. I'm going to go ahead and click play.
So my name is Susan, and I'm so glad Stargirl is out of the picture. She was way too nice, and I'm here to make a change.
So now I was able to have my voice come inside of my infographic. So now it's not just visually appealing. I'm not just using generative AI. I'm also using that audio component. Now I'm trying to make my mouth go over the person. So this is also one of those really fun times where every time I do the mouth only, it's always funny to me, and my students love it. So this is one of those components. Now, let's say that I get to the time where I'm like, okay, this is what I'm wanting my students to do, and I'm wanting to assign it to them. I have the template. I have an exemplar. It's perfect. This is what I'm wanting. Now I'm going to assign it to my students. I click Assign. I'm going to call this Stargirl. I'm going to choose the class. I'm going to call this Mrs. Frank's Awesome Class. I'm going to turn on Gallery because I want everybody to be able to see everybody else's work. And I'm going to go ahead and create my link. As soon as I'm done doing that, it is now going to turn this into an assignment. Everything on here is editable. So students are going to be able to change everything because maybe I didn't want them to use Stargirl the book. I wanted them to use a book of their choice. So now I've got that done, and now I just hit that copy assignment link, share that with my students, and now they're able to start to access this assignment and be able to edit it. So feel free to ask questions into the chat, and Amanda, feel free to come off camera if I've got some coming.
You have a great sense of timing. So we have a question about how do the students share this back with the teacher?
Oh my gosh, great question. It's just there. So for example, let's say that in one of my classes, let's say that I had a Zeke Squad class and I wanted to do a generative AI get to know you. As soon as I push this assignment out to students, as soon as they start working on it, then that's when I get to see their progress. So they don't have to click a turn in button. They don't have to remember to click submit. They don't have to do any of it. When they start editing it and working on it, it automatically will go. So then I will be able to see, and you can see it's color coded. Let me blow this up a little bit. So if it's turned in, like the student had said, okay, I'm done, ready to turn in, it will turn blue. If it's in progress, it's got that maroon color. If I have returned it to them. So if I look at it and I give them comments in that formative feedback cycle and say, hey, you know, I didn't really quite see the character actually coming through, or is this text-based? Let's redo this. You can do it into that feedback cycle. Or if they haven't started, you'll just see it on red. So great question. You literally just push it out and then you come back to it on your end. And again, to access it there, I just hit classrooms, found what classroom that I was looking at, and then I clicked on it.
Great. That's been our only question so far.
Okay, great question. Great questions. So that is what it looks like to be able to amplify student voice and choice. And that was just one small example. Now, I definitely want to make sure that I leave you with some really great things before I get to podcasting, because I could go on podcasting for days. So under educator resources, so that's right down here, they have these amazing, because let's say that you're sitting there and you're like, Stevie, I am bought in. I love Adobe Express, but I know nothing about Adobe Express. Something that I have learned about students, and I hear the term digital native get thrown around a lot. And sometimes I don't always agree, because I'm like, kids aren't digital natives to Microsoft Office, for example. They have to learn how to go through Outlook. However, there are students that once you get them onto a device of like Adobe Express, their creativity just flourishes. So for example, let's say you're like, okay, I'm kind of bought in, but like, how do I come up with these lessons? Or I need something to teach them how to use the tool because they don't know where the generative AI feature is. They don't know where the animate to audio is. There are guided activities. And when I say guided activities, I want you to think there's a video created for students that show them how to do the thing. So for example, I'm going to go ahead and scroll through here, and you can even siphon it to have like your different subjects and grades. But since we're thinking back to school, something that I really like to have students do is illustrate a self-portrait. So I'm going to go ahead and select on this one. Now, as you're going to see over here, it kind of populated this video off to the side. What I can do is click play.
In this project, you will use generative AI to create a self-portrait and add text to capture all the many sides of your creative life.
Let's say that I want to make it full screen.
You will learn to use generate text as well as add and edit text. Let's get started. Step 1. To start creating your portrait, click the image in the center of the poster. Then choose Generate.
So as you can see, that's like a step-by-step, very quick, very succinct to the point, and it gives them a video of how to do the project. What they can also do with that video, and what I have done in the classroom, is just blown up the video on my projector, click play, and I was like, you guys listen to the experts. They know what they're talking about. And then that's teaching the students how to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down a little bit. This also gives them step-by-step written instructions. So because you all have different learners in different ways, like this will give them step-by-step instructions of how to do it. Now, for some reason, my template isn't working, so let me refresh my page and see if it brings it right back. And it does. So now what I can do is I will use an AI image generator on here, but again, that video just taught me how to do everything. So I click here, I'm going to listen to the video, and again, this will take them through the video of how to even edit the text. So this is one of those parts that I think as educators, there's such a heavy lift. And my job is in technology and I have a hard time keeping up with it. So the fact that Adobe has had like, okay, we have videos created for students that is going to help them to take that lift off of you is just phenomenal. So again, where did I find this? You come to just the Adobe Express web, just dashboard, you click on educator resources, and that's when you're gonna find all of these different lessons. So I've kind of scrolled through a few of them just so you can see as I'm talking. But you're going to see there's so many different lessons. Now, you can also edit these as well. So if you're like, you know what, I didn't want them to design an action figure. I wanted it to be one of the characters in the book that they were reading or a historical figure. You can edit it and then assign that to as well. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down. Oh, do I have I thought I saw some movement. I didn't know if I had a question coming up. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down a little bit too, and then they give you like, here's easy to use classroom templates. So they even give you specific templates that are going to be helpful. And coming soon, and this is back to school time, you are also going to be able to see by standard also different lesson plan ideas and templates to go along with it. So that is like, I cannot wait for it to hit mine as well. Now, another place too to kind of continue on learning, on this little Learn tab, you're also going to see where it's just going to help you. So if you're like, Stevie, you go away, but then how am I going to know how to do all the things? Well, first of all, you have a great supportive digital team that's going to help you. But secondly, everything lives here in Learn. So if you select on the Learn tab and you can scroll around, this is going to give you all of those different, like, how do I add a photo? How do I remove background? How to add text to video? All of these are just really quick videos that are going to help you to also utilize Adobe Express too as well. So that's super helpful. So I have, I think, a couple more minutes because I believe there's an attendance link that you are all going to need to fill out. I want to talk a little bit more about podcasts. So Amanda, feel free to pop in at any time and be like, Stevie, we've got questions. I'm happy to answer. Okay, great. Okay. So on here, this is where I can go ahead and start recording and do the podcast, right? So I can click on start recording, allow on visiting. This is just a demo, click stop recording, and then students can go in to also layer into what music that they want, and it also transcribes. So it will also give them a written transcription that they can edit, and it will actually edit out into the actual too. So I see that I have a 5, and I know that was really quick, but I can't not showcase when I'm talking about student choice and voice about podcasts. So I will let Amanda take over.
Thank you. That's great. And I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code. So let me get that up here. All right, so the attendance code for this session is up. It is 141. So make sure you write that down. And lots of thanks and kudos in the chat. Just sort of a question that I have. If you're new to Adobe Express and it's new to your students, where would you start them?
I would say any of the guided activities. So it's a great, whenever I introduce a new piece of technology to students, I always like to do something that's friendly and familiar to them. So one of those getting to know you, like if they're using generative AI, let the video teach them how to do it. Let them choose something that they want to create inside of the product. So then that way, when you layer it on with content and standards, you're assessing what you're wanting to assess and not just can they figure out the tech. So those would be my best pieces of advice.
Nice. Well, and I like that there's that almost training wheels for the teachers and the students to guide through the process, especially when it's new for everyone.
It is new for everyone, and it is always changing. So that's always one of those parts too. But that's what I really appreciate about the Adobe team is they're like, let's create content that is for teachers and that's teaching students. So those guided activities, there's going to be dozens more to come. So I'm so excited about that.
Awesome. And no more questions. We have 3 minutes left. Is there anything you'd like to share?
Oh my gosh, I can go on for days. So yes, let me go ahead and reshare my screen.
Go for it.
Because I believe I had stopped with podcasting. So let's talk a little bit more about my baby, which is the podcasting. So as I was talking about, here's my transcription. Let's say that I was like, oh, you know what? I didn't mean to say allow our visiting. I'm like, none of that made sense. So I'm going to go ahead and select the text. I'm going to click delete. And that deletes the text that you hear. So instead of saying okay, our visiting, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm going to get rid of visiting. I click delete. And now I'm just going to hit play. And it's just going to play just a demo. This is just a demo. And that's it. So that's one of those amazing features. You can go into your transcriptions, click edit, because that's the thing is as soon as I get students recording on a podcast, what they want to do is they want to be and then I have a lesson let's remove the let's remove the ands from your transcriptions, and then they can just simply select into the text and then hit that delete button, which is pretty clutch, I think. They also can add in music. So you have different musics that you have here. So you can ask it. Oh. I feel like that's going to get people going right at the beginning of a podcast. So on here, you can have different settings too. You can have it fade in, you can have it fade out. I'm going to go ahead and say I want that to be split because I want my transcription to come a little bit beforehand. So let me grab the waffle, bring it down here, and you can play around with it in that regard, which is super fun. You can also have different filters. So let's say that I need to have my text. I'm going to have the filters and I'm going to enhance my speech. Let's say that I was in a super loud classroom that day. Then I can go ahead and remove that background noise. And then I can make my speech pop a little bit more, and that's that enhanced speech. So I actually do this with one of my middle schools, and they actually do this in video inside of Adobe Express, and they have the enhanced speech feature now. So now all of those mumblers that are, just trying to work up the confidence to be able to speak in a public setting, they're able to enhance their speech. And as soon as this happened, I just heard cheers around my middle school, and they were like, we can actually hear the news. So that's great.
Nice.
So those are some of those great features that are just so wonderful with amplifying student voice.
Great. Thank you, Stevie. And we did have a question come in that I missed.
Yeah.
And I believe it is specific to podcasting.
Okay.
So if the students try to cuss or say something they shouldn't, will it transcribe that as well? And will it keep their voice? How does that work?
So great question. I don't know the answer to that. I've not tried cussing in the podcasting, nor have I experienced it on the teacher side. And I've done this with quite a few students. I feel like I could ask my students so that they would be able to answer better. I'm going to have to try that out. Also, podcasting is outside of Express. So Express is very educator forward and education and some of those parameters. And technically podcasting is still in beta. So I don't know. That's an interesting question. That's probably what I'm going to try out as soon as we log off. Not live, so don't worry.
I do
But as soon as
appreciate
we
that
log
decision.
off, I'm going to try it out.
Yes, that sounds good. Okay, and again, more thanks. Thank you. This has been a great session. And I think you showed us great ways to, like you said, amplify that student voice and choice in the process of learning.
Great. Well, thank you so much again. I was so excited to be able to come down to Texas. So keep cool, everybody, and I can't wait for the next time I get in front of y'all.
Will do. Thanks, Stevie.
Thanks.
So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to make sure you know how to choose your next session. So you're sitting in YouTube right now. I'm going to go back one tab because I just pinned our schedule. If you don't have that pinned, you can always go back to our main webpage. The URL is just cfisd.net/DLC, and you're going to land right here. If you click on this purple July 22nd sessions, it'll take you into this app and you'll land right on the July 22nd at a glance. So we are wrapping up this 2 o'clock hour. We're going to do a quick break and be back for our 3 o'clock session. So choose your favorite session. In here, we're going to have Dr. Tron Young talking about how to be the thermostat and not the thermometer. That I think is going to be another great session. So I'll go ahead and start our video and then see you back here in a few minutes.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Okay, and welcome to our 3 o'clock session with Dr. Tron Young. And I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code so that I don't forget to do that, because the big thing with the session is I don't want to interrupt his flow. So let me go ahead and get our attendance up. And while you're writing this code down, so you want 636 for this session, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to Dr. Tron Young. He has over 2 decades of combined experience as a middle school teacher, elementary principal, middle school principal, and assistant superintendent for educational services. He is currently the building principal at Fulton Junior High School in the O'Fallon School District number 90 in O'Fallon, Illinois. He was the 2020 Illinois Middle School Principal of the Year, which you know had to be an experience in 2020, and the Illinois NASSP National Distinguished Principal of the Year. He has also been awarded the Pacesetter Award through Kaskaskia College, the Illinois Education Association Bob Hazeman Teacher of the Year, 100 Black Men United Educator of the Year, and Regional Middle School Principal of the Year awards. Dr. Young is the founder and organizer of the Illinois Grow Summit to grow, retain, and recruit more educational teachers and leaders of color. He is the founder and host of the Be the Thermostat podcast. And Dr. Young is also an adjunct professional at Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. I'm making it. These big words, they're getting me. Edwardsville. He has been a featured speaker and presenter at local, state, and national conferences. He emphasizes the importance of goal setting, school culture, teacher professional development, staff motivation, and leadership coaching. He has been a motivational speaker at middle and high schools, speaking on perseverance, making good choices, setting goals, and youth leadership development. So for this last session of the day, he's going to be talking to us about how to be the thermostat and not the thermometer, which is going to be a great topic to end day 1 of DLC. So Dr. Young, it is all yours to take away.
Hello, 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 everyone. I am so excited to be here with you this afternoon and to help you close out on your first day of this wonderful conference to talk to you about being the thermostat and not the thermometer. So I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited to buckle up and let's learn about being the thermostat and not the thermometer, being the one that sets the culture and not just to reflect the culture inside of your classroom. As I get this going here, I think I need to switch. There we go. All right. So, talking about being the thermostat, got a little something to share with you as we are here this afternoon. You're going to know about 3 things that I believe it takes to be the thermostat. You also are going to be able to take some moment to reflect on what does that look like. And then we'll end with what I call my thermostat ABCs inside of the classroom. So I hope that today was filled with a lot of fun learning for you. I hope that you learned some good things and that we're able to go. I want to stop one real second to make sure the audio and everything is all ready as we are moving in with my share. Let's see here. There we go. All right. Be all that they dream to be. Just for the students, if you want to come and work with me, you got to check your heart that you believe that all students can succeed. Just for the students. Ladies and gentlemen, every year I start out the school year taking a song, rewriting it to motivate, inspire, and encourage my teachers, my students, my school community. And as we are going today, just for the students, so let's talk about the students. Let's talk about kids these days. Kids these days, when you instead of saying press pound on the phone, it's now translated as hit the hashtag. You tell a kid pound, they don't know what you mean. Tell them hit the hashtag on the phone, they will know. Kids these days, when they see wired rim glasses, they probably think Harry Potter and not John Lennon. Kids these days, celebrity selfies are far cooler than autographs. I remember being a kid and having an autograph book and going to baseball games and events and wanting to have the artists and the sports people, athletes sign my thing. Now it's like we get selfies, and not only get selfies, but we want to post it so everybody else know that we got that selfie and see how many likes we got. Hard liquor has always been advertised on television for kids these days. Also, that drug that if you take it to make your right ear fall off, your toenail bleed, and you walk with a limp for 7 months to 6 months till you get another pill that helps you with that, that's also always been advertised on television that they have to filter out. Kids these days, the internet has always offered an algorithm for happiness. I remember it was eHarmony, OK Cupid. Now kids are DMing each other, asking them to go out. Listen, the algorithm is there for them. Attending schools outside their neighborhood, kids these days rather gather on FaceTime or on their game systems and not in their local parks. Kids these days, they have never had to watch or listen to programs at a scheduled time. Like kids these days do not know what it means to wake up on a Saturday morning and have to get all your chores done before you can watch Saturday morning cartoons and be able to relax and chill, or getting home from school and getting a snack and trying to get your homework done before those after school cartoons come on, like Tailspin and He-Man and the Smurfs. They don't know anything about that. Kids these days, good feedback means getting 30 likes on their last Instagram post in a single afternoon. Kids these days, becoming famous can happen just using their phone or computer in their bedroom. Kids these days, Amazon has never been just a river in South America. Kids these days, refer to LBJ, they might assume that you're talking about LeBron James and not put in the chat. We're going to be interactive here a little bit. Put in the chat instead of LeBron James, LBJ refers to, are we getting it? Lyndon B. Johnson. Come on, I hope that we don't have too many of us in this room that did not know that. But we have some students, LBJ, they'll probably think you're talking about LeBron James. Kids these days, music has always been available free downloads. Now, if you're like me, how many of you guys remember the LimeWire or Napster, and you had to download and you had to wait for it and then pray that you don't get a virus? Yeah, kids these days don't know about that. It's all free. Kids these days, their parents have never gazed with pride on a new set of bound encyclopedias on their bookshelves. And I'm growing up, I'm telling you, I knew my friends had money when I would go in and I would open up that new encyclopedia and it would go like the pages have not been cracked or turned, and you have that fresh book smell. That's kids these days. They don't know that. Kids these days, Facebook is an outdated social media platform. Facebook is for old people, is what my middle school students tell me. So kids these days. And kids these days, nearly half of their generation is composed of people of color. Kids these days. And these are the kids that are at home, and there are some excited, some nervous, some upset, but they all are going to be coming to you very, very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as she said, I am Dr. Tron Young. I am proud to be the principal at Fulton Junior High in O'Fallon, Illinois, where every day we look to create experiences that allows our students the excitement of wanting to come to school and not just having to come to school. But I want to take a moment and I'd like to give you what I call my receipts. See, some people wonder, well, why is this guy, Dr. Tron Young, from Southern Illinois, right across the muddy Mississippi from St. Louis? That's why I represent the Lou more than I represent the Shy, St. Louis Cardinals more than the Chicago Cubs. But let me just tell you a little bit back behind me. I was a middle school math teacher. I love teaching middle school math. We would do things like, okay, you ready for this? A positive plus a positive is a positive. A negative plus a negative is a negative. A positive plus a negative depends on the biggest integer. And so in the midst of that, I was blessed and honored to receive the 2010 Illinois Education Association Bob Haseman Teacher of the Year for the state of Illinois. And then I got the opportunity. They were having classes at my school at nights for your administration degree. So I went to school for my master's in educational administration. And I did that not because I wanted to be a principal, but I wanted to move over on the salary schedule. So taught a couple more years. My superintendent asked me to become a principal. I said, no, no, no. I love my classroom. And I finally said yes. Had the opportunity of becoming the elementary principal at the school that I was an elementary student at for the last year of my second grade elementary reading teacher. It was amazing. And I did that for 1 year and I was like, oh, I love you, but I need my middle schoolers back. So I went back and was a middle school principal. And in 2020, I was the Illinois Principal Association's Middle School Principal of the Year and the state of Illinois candidate for the NSSP's National Principal of the Year. In that, I got awarded that the last Friday of February in 2020. And guess what happened 2 weeks later? COVID happened. So I didn't get any of the celebratory things. And it was absolutely fine because I didn't do that for that. But this picture right here represents the world to me. Every Tuesday, I rock a bow tie and what I call a bow tie Tuesday. And every single kid on the day that I announced and I came into the gym, every single kid, every single staff member had on a bow tie that day. And then continue on in 2023, I was one of 6 finalists out of 175 people for the Golden Apple Excellence in Leadership Award here. Why did I share that with you? I share that with you because some people need what I call receipts. That the conversation, discussion that I'm having with you today about being the thermostat and not the thermometer is not just some lofty idea, but it's truly what I believe. It is my leadership philosophy. It is what I did, what I believed in as a teacher, and what I believe as a leader. And no matter whether you are a bus driver, playground supervisor, cafeteria worker, teacher, assistant principal, principal, or superintendent, you all are leaders because every day you have the lives of 10, 15, 20, 30 bus drivers, 60 kids who are looking to you as that trusted adult, is looking to your leadership as the example, that is looking to you for guidance. And so understanding that this thing called education is amazing and I love it. And there's this quote by Todd Whitaker that says, the best part about teaching is that it matters. But the hardest part about teaching is that every moment matters every single day. If you agree, just put a thumbs up in the chat right now. If you agree with this quote right here, that the best part about teaching is that it matters. And the hardest part of teaching is that every moment matters every day. Just give me a thumbs up in the chat. Just light up that chat with all the thumbs ups, right? Because the weight of this conversation about being the thermostat is just this, that the best part about teaching is that it matters. The environment that you set, the culture that you're establishing, how you see your students when they walk into the door, it matters. It matters every single day, but not only every single day, but every single moment of the day matters. So as we're going through, what I want you to stop and think about, and I've said it many times, but I don't know if you've actually stopped and thought about it. A thermometer and a thermostat. What's the difference between a thermometer and a thermostat? I'm going to give you about 15 seconds to think about that. What's the difference between a thermometer and what's the difference between a thermostat? All right. If you start talking, the difference, a thermometer. What does a thermometer do? It reads. You can go up and read a thermometer. With a thermometer, it reacts. Something shifts in the environment. If it gets hotter or warmer, the thermometer changes, tells you, you can read what it is. A thermometer informs. It gives you information for you to do something with. A thermometer is changed by the environment around it. It reads, it reacts, it informs. It is changed by the environment around it. But what about a thermostat? What is a thermostat? A thermostat responds. right? So you can program your thermostat like, hey, if it gets to this temperature, hey, move it, right? It responds. A thermostat creates enough condition for you to be comfortable. A thermometer impacts people's body temperature. It impacts how it feels. It impacts the mugginess or the coolness of your room. And a thermostat adjusts the environment around it. And instead of just being changed by the environment, it adjusts the environment around it. So which one are you? Are you the thermometer where like every day you walk into a team meeting, if somebody's having a bad day, you now have a bad day too because their thermometer is down? Or you the thermostat that if somebody's having a bad day and they're like, it's a bad day, you're like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But like today, here's the good parts that happen in my day. There's some bad things that happen, but here's the good parts, right? Which one are you? Which one do you do? Which one are you looking to be? And which one are you on a team? Which one are you in the classroom? Which one are you in your school? Thinking about that, the thermometer or the thermostat. And I wish I would say, hey, I'm this smart, wise person that came up with this concept, but I was reading about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and he had this quote, and he was talking in a speech, and he says, it is not the goal to merely be a thermometer that records the ideas and principles of the popular opinion, but it is the thermostat that has transformed the morals of society. And I think about this, and I think about at the time that he was speaking, our world was so divided and so many issues that was happening. And if he was on the thermometer and just said, oh, here's what's the ground, here's what's going on, here's the problem, and never was a thermostat and said, but I believe that I have a dream that it can be better. So we will do something. I have the audacity to hope for better, to do things to be more. Where's that audacity that you have? What's that hope that you have for your classroom? What's that dream that you put down to the side because somebody else's thermostat said, oh, it doesn't take all that? What are you going to do going into this year to be the thermostat and not the thermometer? Well, the first thing I ask you to do is to check your heart. Everybody put your hand over your heart, and your heart's beating. But I want you to check it. And when you check your heart, I want you to ask yourself, do you have a love and heart for the educational, physical, and emotional development of all kids? Not some kids, but all kids. What do I mean by all kids? Is it just the special ed teacher that should deal with students who may be a grade level or two below? Or who has this behavior problem? Or maybe students that speak a second language? Whose responsibility is it? Is that your responsibility inside your classroom as a general ed teacher, or is it somebody else's? Oh, well, there's issues going on with the team. Is that the principal's responsibility or your responsibility? Check your heart. Do you have the love and heart for the educational and physical and emotional development of all kids? And here's a heart check activity. On the screen, you now see two different $20 bills. And with kids, I do this in person. I get a very fresh, clean $20 bill, and I get an old, crumbled up $20 bill. The one on your left, fresh $20 bill, came straight from the bank. One on the right is crumbled up. The one on the right represented a $20 bill that somebody forgot about. Somebody forgot about it, fell out their pocket, went on the ground, and they were like, oh, I lost my $20. And they were like, it ain't even worth that. I'm going to go. It's not worth stopping, turning around. So that $20 bill was in the rain. It went in the mud. Somebody found it. Their dog had it. It smelled a little funny. Money's a little funny and the change is a little strange. Had some brown stuff on it, if you know what I mean. So he put it in his pocket and then put it in the washer and washed it, dried it, forgot about it, pulled it out of his pocket, and it was all crumbled and ripped up, right? That's that $20 bill. And if I ask you, hey, we got this fresh, clean $20 bill, or we have this $20 bill that's been through some stuff, that was a little dirty, that smelled like a little boo-boo from the doggy dogs, the $20 bill that was ripped, torn, washed, dried, and forgotten about. If I ask you, hey, which one of these $20 bills would you take? Put it in the chat. Put fresh or dirty. Which $20 bill would you want? The fresh one or the dirty one? Which $20 bill would you take? I wonder what we're putting in the chat. Because if you look at these $20 bills, whether you're fresh or you're dirty and ripped, what's the value of that bill? The value of that bill remains the same. If it's ripped too bad, you can take that $20 bill to the bank and they will give you a fresh one. Because they still know that no matter what the condition is, there's still value in. They still see value in that money. This is a heart check activity for kids who come in your classroom. No matter what they look like, whether they walk in wearing the first pair of J's or they walk in wearing the first pair of Omays. Whether they're walking in with Under Armour and Abercrombie and Fitch or whatever the latest thing, Lululemon, whatever it is, the latest thing that they have, or they walk in and they demonstrate that what they don't have. It is our job to be the thermostat in our classroom, to check our heart, and to still see the value of the kids. And sometimes we have to see it more than they see it themselves. And the crazy thing is, there's often times where we have to see it more than the parent sees it in that child. That child has been through so much, has given them so much HE double hockey stick, that they're like, listen, I don't know what to do. You know, why are you calling me? We're like, but your kid has so much potential. This is what they've seen. This is what I can highlight. So my question to you is, do you have that belief? As you check your heart, these are some reflection questions that you have, right? Who are the worn $20 bills in your classroom? Who are they? What are the stereotypes or assumptions that might cloud how we see their value? And to overcome them, how can we affirm their worth every day? Again, check your heart time. As you come in, what are the worn $20 bills that's going to be in your room? It's in your classroom. What's that list that, like, when you get your class list, oh, man, I hope I don't see this kid on that list. Check your heart, right? What's your assumptions? Or you're like, oh, yeah, I got that. Well, what's your assumptions about that kid? What's your stereotypes that might cloud how you see their value compared to other kids' value? And how can we affirm the worth and value of every single kid every single day? Because that's our job, ladies and gentlemen. As we are the thermostat and not the thermometer, it is our belief that what we do inside of our classroom helps our students tomorrow be brighter than they're today. And if we go in every single day with the goal and intent to make sure that our students tomorrow is brighter than today, we're checking our heart. We're doing what we are supposed to be doing. We are being the thermostat and not the thermometer. The second thing when it comes to being the thermostat and not the thermometer side of the classroom is understanding, why did you become a teacher? And this is often people talk about it, but I really don't know if we explain the why, right? Like, if these are your 6-week reasons why you became a teacher, weekends for me in the Midwest, getting a snow day, getting off, Easter vacation, summer vacation, Christmas vacation, winter and spring breaks, let me tell you, those are some sweet fringe benefits, but that won't keep you in this thing called education in 2025. In 2025, to stay in what this career, this field that I absolutely love, this yearning and passion and desire of being the thermostat, you have got to understand your why. Because your why remains when your passion wanes. So you get these passions that come and go, but that why remains the same. So you got to understand, why do you choose to do what you do? Why did you become a teacher? For me, the reason why I became a teacher is because this lady right here, Mrs. Judy Truitt. The picture that you see is me back in the day when I was in junior college. And I had the opportunity to go back to her classroom and work in her classroom and to see her face to face. But Mrs. Judy Truitt was my fifth grade teacher. She was my mother. She was my mentor. She's my best friend. Mrs. Judy Truitt was the first person who helped me get a computer to go off to college. Mrs. Judy Truitt and her husband, Richard Truitt, was the first ones who helped me buy my first car as I was walking back and forth to student teaching. Mrs. Judy Truitt sat next to my mother on the day I got married. Mrs. Judy Truitt was the first person at the hospital when I had my oldest son. Mrs. Judy Truitt has been at every school that I have been at, walking the halls and telling them, listen, if he's not doing right by you teachers, you let me know and I'll get him for you because you may not be able to say it, but I can. So here's my number, so call me. That's Mrs. Truitt. My fifth grade year, she wrote in my end of my yearbook, never forget who you are. You were born amazing, exactly who you are. And I'm like, what does she mean by that? But I was like, oh, this is awesome. And I go in sixth grade and she's at my basketball game. She's at the chorus event. If she didn't make it and there was a picture in the newspaper, she was cutting it out. Like she was just everything and then some and spoke life and belief. And I thought I was unique. I thought I was special. But then every year in May, when it's teacher appreciation, that old social media platform, Facebook, is lit up with hundreds and hundreds of kids naming Mrs. Judy Truitt, who is now retired, as the teacher who has made a difference, who they remember and can recall how special she made them feel in their class, in her class, and after her class. So it wasn't just me, but my kids call her Aunt Judy. She is my mother. She is my best friend. Still to this day. She was there when I graduated with my doctorate degree. This was us 2 years ago celebrating her 80th birthday. Celebrating her 80th birthday. It is so nice to be a part of that. It is my hope and my dream that one day I'm able to be that person to other people. That somebody can say, you know what? I am who I am today because of Dr. Tron Young. That's the thermostat that I want to set. What about you? Why did you become a teacher? I want you to take a moment, grab a Post-it, grab a piece of paper or the notes pad that you have for this training, these workshops today's. And I want you to take, I'm going to give you about 1:30. And I want you to write down, why did you become a teacher? Take that time. Let's do that.
Wake up, y'all. This is Black Torture Boss DJ from around the way, and you're listening to WAKE Radio, spreading truths across your rooms. From Marvin Gaye to Hathaway, from Nina Simone to Pendergrass, we pay tribute to the legends of the past and introduce the...
One at a time allows you to do it. And what I didn't say is, once you have it, I don't want you just to write it. There's something about seeing your why. There's something about reinvigorating yourself on those days where it's rough, days that it's tough, and you get to see your why. I want you to take whatever you wrote and I want you to put it someplace that you get to see it every single day. I used to have my why in my plan book. And I was to write it in my plan book, and then I wrote it also on top of my grading book. And that's when you kept paper grade books. Yes, I'm dating myself and paper plan books, but I would put it on there. And I put Tony's story because Tony's story was my why, right? Why I got that over there. And then I would put Mrs. Judy Truitt because she's my wife. So I remember that. And then she would collect frogs. And so I started having frogs, and I have a frog in my office still to this day. And I have a frog that I would wear on my shoulder every time I was rough or time I was sad or even glad. Like that reminded me of Mrs. Judy Truitt. But my question to you is, put it somewhere where you see it on your dry erase board. Take a screenshot of it, put it on the background of your phone or your desktop. Keep seeing your why, but that keeps your drive when things are rough, when your passions wane, when you don't understand the what, the why still remains the same. So talking about your why, let's talk about what's really important. So I want to know, put it in the chat, who can name the Nobel Peace Prize winner from 2007? 2007. Who can name the Nobel Peace Prize winner from 2007? It was Al Gore and the United Nations for their global warming work, right? The work on climate change and global warming. All right. Okay, let's see if you got that one right. What about this one? Can you name the Nobel Peace Prize winner from 2014? If you know it, put it in the chat. It was Malala Yousafzai, excuse me. She was the youngest to ever win it, and a very prestigious award that many of us probably did not recall. Well, what about this? What was the top country song in 2023? If you look at my playlist, I have everything from jazz to gospel to music to country to R&B, have it all. What was the top country song in 2023? You know what? Put it in chat. It was Morgan Wallen's Last Night. Last night we let the... Okay. All right. That was last night. Okay. What was the top grossing movie in 2022 in the United States? Like, bear with me here. We're going somewhere. Top grossing movie in 2022 in the United States. It was Top Gun Maverick. Everybody had to see. All the girls were, right? But not many of us remember that. Not many of us recall the Nobel Peace Prize winner or the top song that we all listened to or the movies that we had to watch. But here's my next question. Put it in the chat. Who was your first grade teacher? Put it in the chat. Who was your first grade teacher? Chat's lighting up. What about this? Like me, who was your fifth grade teacher? Who was your fifth grade teacher? Listen, and this is the point. You are the thermostat and not the thermometer. You are the one who sets the culture and tone and provides these memorable learning experiences and connections in the classroom. You're what really matters. Because how many of you, when I ask about your first grade teacher or your fifth grade teacher, had some like memory or idea that popped in your head that made you smile? Isn't that such a good feeling? And some of us may have the idea, was like, oh my gosh, my fifth grade teacher, I do not want to be like that. Or we can think of teachers that you're like, they should have never still been teaching when I was in that teacher's classroom. So you're the thermostat. How will you be remembered? 15, 20 years from now, a student in your class decided to become a teacher or not become a teacher, and somebody asked them about their fifth grade, their first grade, their third grade, their high school, their middle school teacher. What's the memory that's going to pop in their head? Is it going to be someone that saw who they were and their value when they didn't? Is it going to be someone that gave up on them and told them, oh, you should probably drop out? See, you're the thermostat, not the thermometer. Inside that classroom, you make or break a lot inside the classroom. John F. Kennedy made the statement, one person can make a difference, but not everyone, and everyone should try. But what really makes a difference, and what I've learned in this thing called education in my 20 plus years, is that every person can make a difference, but not every person will try. Not every person cares as much as you do. Not every person chose to show up today for a 3 o'clock session, but you did. Not everyone decided to do this thing called education, but you did. Not everyone is working hard to create learning experiences that makes learning come alive and pop for their students, but you are. But not every person will. But I'm thankful that you're choosing to be the thermostat, because the late, great Dr. Rita Pierson said in her speech, and she quoted Dr. James Comer and said, there's no significant learning without a significant relationship. And Dr. Rita Pierson said, just like this, kids don't learn from people they don't like. And I agree. It's not about being liked. It's about creating the conditions, that feeling that kids feel like you care and they believe that you care and they believe that you believe in them. And they know that you know that we know that everybody knows that you won't give up on them as hard as they try. So be the thermostat and not the thermometer. These two ladies I have in these pictures right here are two ladies that are also the reason why I am a teacher, because they took time out of their Saturday and drove me and my best friend Tiffany to Eastern Illinois University our senior year in high school to do a campus tour, because that's where I believed I wanted to go. But my mom worked on Saturdays and she worked in the evenings and didn't have a car to take me on a tour. And I just knew this is where I wanted to go. And I knew there was opportunity I can get a scholarship there. And they took a Saturday out of their weekend to drive me up there. And the beautiful thing is the lady with the scarf on the left, just 6 years ago, I was able to write a letter for her to get a guidance counseling position at a local high school for where she was living at. Because of the impact that she had and the difference she made for me, I was able to, as a principal, write about my experience that she did for me in high school that allowed for me to pursue a career in education that allowed for her to get a job as a counselor. Talk about that turnaround. Talk about that impact. Being the thermostat and not the thermometer. And I don't know if you ever heard of this story before, but there's this starfish story. Now I'm going to give you a short glimpse of it. There's this boy who's on the beach in the morning, and he's bending down and he's picking up and he's tossing something in the water. And he bends down again and he's tossing something in the water. And there's an old man walking slowly up the beach, and he sees the kid from afar. And he's like, what's this kid's doing? And you see him bending down, throwing up again. So he walks a little closer and he asks the kid, what are you doing? And the kid says, I'm saving all the starfish. They're going to drown if they don't get back in the water. And the old man looked at the kid, looked up and down the shoreline. And he said, kid, there's hundreds of thousands of miles of beach and hundreds of thousands of starfish on the shore. You surely don't think you can save them all. And the boy bent down, picked up another starfish, threw it back in the ocean. He says, no, but I saved that one. And that's my question to you. Who are your starfish? Who are the ones that, you know what? You may not save them all, but you're the one. You're the one I refuse to give up on. You're the one I refuse to let you fail because I care, and so should you. See, the difference in their story is you. You are the difference in their story. These are two people. Remember I said I wanted one day to have that feeling that Mr. Stewart felt? This past winter, two students, former students of mine that I had when I was a 7th grade math teacher, saw me at my hometown at a basketball game, and they were like, Mr. Young, Mr. Young. And I'm like, yes. The guy, I call him Coach Nunnery. I not only did I teach him, but I coached the basketball. And the other girl, Miranda. Those two are now teachers. Josh Fit as a middle school math teacher and basketball coach, which I was for him. And Miranda is a 5th grade teacher. And my heart swelled so big and I got tears in my eyes. And it was that moment that I realized that was my Mrs. Stewart experience. I'll never stop talking about her and what she did for me. And I hope these students never stop talking about who I am and what I did for them, and they inspire the next generation of teachers. See, you are the difference in their story. You believe in what they should and could be and speak it. Every educator has a opportunity to make a difference, but not everyone will. Will you be the thermostat? Will you be the one who makes the difference every single day? Because remember, it matters, and it matters every single day. So I'm going to leave you with these to help inspire you as you begin another school year to relearn your ABCs. So if you're with me, here we go. A, accept that this thing called education is tough. But B, believe that all children can learn. C, classroom management does not mean what discipline you're going to give. D, discipline can be restorative and effective. E, everyone or every day is a new day. Give it to yourself and your students. You both deserve it. F, Failure is not an option. Or why are we here? G, go ahead and try something new. You have nothing to lose and so much to gain. H, have fun, because learning should be. I am only one, but all it takes is one person crazy enough to believe that they can and will make a difference. J, just ask yourself, would students want to come to your classroom if they weren't mandated to? K, kids don't learn from people they don't like. Rita Pearson said it first. I just had to say it again. L, listen to what your students are saying. Don't take their anger personal. M, mistakes happen. Learn from them and move on. N, never give up on a kid because, oh, one person can make a difference, but not everyone will try. P, praise in public, correct in private. Again, I'll say it. P, praise in public, correct in private. Q, quiet rooms does not always mean students are learning. R, race, gender, or socioeconomic status should not determine the potential a student can have. S, soften your words, toughen your heart, and teach like there is no tomorrow. You are the hero that your students need. V, visit homes. It will change your mindset. W, we have to tell our story, or others will tell it for you. X, expect greatness from yourself and from your students. Why? Why? Because your students deserve it and their future depends on it. And Z's are the ABCs to relearn and believe. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that today there is something that sparked your thermostat. There is something that, you know what, you just needed a thermostat check. You just need a little tune up, and these ABCs reinvigorated you. Or you checked your heart and you were like, you know what? It's okay. I got that kid in my class this year. It's going to be great. I'm going to see him for who he is and the potential that he has, and not the behavior for which I've heard about, I've seen, observed, or I've even experienced. Okay? I need for you to understand that to make a difference, you have to do the things that others may not think to do to get the results that others are not able to get. It was such a pleasure being here with you today. It was such a great opportunity to just step in here as you are gearing up for another year, the 2025-2026 school year. I want to encourage you to be the thermostat and not the thermometer in your classroom, on your grade level team, and situations, and seeing your students. Be the thermostat and not the thermometer. Thank you so very much. I am Dr. Tron Young. If you want to connect with me, you want to follow me, I'm on X, I'm on Instagram, Tron, the number 2, the word 4, sorry, Tron to teach for you. Tron, Tron, the number 2, the word teach, the number 4, and the letter U. Why you? Because you are the heroes that your students need. Thank you so very much. Amanda, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Dr. Young. That was inspiring and a great way to end the first day of DLC. We did get a question about whether you're going to share the presentation, especially the ABCs.
Yeah, absolutely. I will send that to you, and then we can get that out.
Awesome. So if you send that to me pretty soon here, I can add it in the chat so that people can access that link.
Yes,
and I'm so glad you shared your socials because, you know, I mean, this can be inspiring, but when we're in mid-October, we might need to get that thermometer just checked up a little bit to come back to thermostat status. So that'll be great.
Yes. Okay. Am I still sharing? Let me stop sharing my screen.
You are not. And
okay.
Yes, lots of thanks in the chat. Thank you. That was great. And I'm going to go ahead and show our website because now the attendance codes can be entered. So let me go ahead and set up to share that. And thank you again, Dr. Young. That was great.
And I'm going to send this over to you.
That'll be great. Thank you.
Okay.